Xingyue stood at the doorway, hands on her hips, her long, lustrous black hair cascading carelessly around her. Her delicate features and petite waist could easily be grasped by a single hand, while her well-proportioned, sturdy legs exuded vitality. At 165 centimeters tall, she embodied the very essence of fashion in her JK uniform. Alas, it was a pity that she did not don stockings at home, which somewhat diminished her allure. Lin Xing's fingers paused over the keyboard as he silently removed his headphones. A hint of bitterness surfaced on his pale face, his gaze evasive, unable to meet his sister's eyes. In his early 20s, he resembled a timid weed cowering in the shadows, devoid of any vigor. "Look at you, always cooped up in this dim room, like a ghost," she chided. "Can't you step outside for a breath of fresh air?" "I don't want to go out," he replied softly, his voice tinged with weariness. Xingyue entered, wrinkling her delicate nose in disdain. She kicked aside a snack wrapper on the floor and complained, "Your hair's a mess. You never change your clothes, and your room looks like a pigsty." He wore a faded t-shirt, his hair unkempt, clearly showing signs of neglect, emanating an air of despondency. "Honestly, look at you, so defeated and utterly useless. What can you even do?" Xingyu's voice grew louder with each word, her frustration palpable. Lin Xing opened his mouth but could not articulate a response. He understood that in his sister's eyes, he was merely an ineffectual brother, and the bitterness lodged in his throat was unbearable. "I truly can't believe you. You hide at home all day playing video games, and you don't even have a girlfriend. What will you do in the future? Are you expecting me to take care of you for the rest of my life?" Xingyue rolled her eyes, though a hint of concern lingered in her tone. Of course, she wasn't entirely unwilling. The truth was, she had been feeling unwell for several days, perpetually exhausted for no apparent reason. After a clandestine visit to the hospital, she received the devastating diagnosis leukemia. This terminal illness, typically reserved for television dramas, had inexplicably befallen her. For days, she had hidden in her room, weeping silently until her tears ran dry. She was uncertain how much longer she would live or what the future held. Fear and dread consumed her. But more than anything, she felt a profound sense of unwillingness. She longed to see her ineffectual brother rise again, to be as he once was sunny and cheerful, capable of standing on his own. Even if she were no longer around, she wished for him to take care of himself. She wanted Xingyu's thoughts drifted far away, her gaze growing distant. She shook her head vigorously, attempting to dispel those chaotic musings from her mind. Outside, the overcast sky loomed low, threatening to descend at any moment. The news reported a violent assault in a remote city, only to be swiftly replaced by cheerful variety shows. Lin Xing pressed his dry lips together. He was aware that such news had become increasingly frequent. There were even murmurs online suggesting that the actions of these violent individuals bore an uncanny resemblance to scenes from zombie films. Yet authorities merely brushed it off with vague statements. The fleeting images tightened Lin Xing's chest. This was the third incident this week. As he remained lost in thought, a crisp, melodic voice broke through. "Xingzi, stop daydreaming. You aren't thinking about which anime girl might come to rescue you, are you? Quit dreaming, even if a fictional character did arrive. She'd undoubtedly find you repulsive in your current state." Implicitly suggesting that only she would remain by his side, all others are mere illusions. "Go, eat something, I prepared your meals. Meanwhile, they'll tidy up this filthy room of yours." Obeying her directive, Lin Xing rose from his chair and exited the room. Xingyue watched his dejected figure, her heart heavy with unspoken sorrow. Ever since Lin Xing had succumbed to depression, he had remained in this state. He had once been an optimistic and helpful brother. The following day, Lin Xing stood at the classroom door, listening to the sounds of laughter emanating from within. Taking a deep breath, he pushed the door open. Inside, classmates congregated in small groups, excitedly discussing weekend outdoor activities. Lin Xing's entrance was akin to a stone thrown into a tranquil lake, creating ripples of surprise. Well, look who it is, this socially awkward hermit," came a sharp, mocking voice, dripping with disdain. The speaker was Li Weiwei, the class fashionista. She was perpetually adorned with exquisite makeup and fashionable attire, surrounded by a gaggle of followers. Lin Xing's face flushed crimson, his fists clenched tightly. He knew that Li Weiwei and her friends looked down upon him, viewing him as an oddity within the department. Come on, Wei Wei. Don't say that he's just a little introverted. Another girl chimed in insincerely, yet her tone was laced with sarcasm. She was Zhang Tingting, Li Weiwei's inseparable companion, always conspiring alongside her. Introverted? More like a recluse. He looks perpetually lifeless. It's downright cursed to look at him. Li Weiwei rolled her eyes, continuing her merciless attack. Some classmates stifled their laughter, while others pretended not to notice, but none stood up to defend Lin Xing. He felt a profound sense of powerlessness, like a trapped beast, enduring the malice that surrounded him in solitude. For this outdoor activity, who would like to team up with Lin Xing? Li Weiwei suddenly raised her voice, scanning the room. The classroom fell silent, students exchanging glances, none willing to respond. What's the matter? No one wants to join him. What a dilemma. Zhang Tingting feigned surprise, a smug smile gracing her face. Class representative, have the group assignments for the outdoor activity been finalized? Someone asked loudly, feigning innocence. Everyone except Lin Xing has been assigned to a group, the class representative replied, glancing at Lin Xing in the corner. Would someone like to take him in? I certainly don't want him, Li Weiwei declared immediately. With him around, would be dragged down. The class representative also deemed Lin Xing to be a hot potato, someone who would garner complaints no matter the group. At the very least, Weiwei spoke up, then he can join her group. Li Weiwei, you'll take him then. The other groups are already set. Li Weiwei huffed in displeasure, clicking her tongue, but ultimately acquiesced. Fine, class representative. On the weekend, Lin Xing was busy packing his backpack. Inside were a few bottles of water, several packs of compressed biscuits, and a fruit knife he had unearthed from somewhere. Xingyue leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, her lips curling in discontent. Are you really going? That childish activity? I can't fathom what your school is thinking with this apocalypse survival experience. What experience? If zombies really did show up, I bet you'd be the first to crumble. Lin Xing continued organizing his belongings, mumbling a non-committal. Uft, you'll just hold everyone back, Xingyue retorted sharply. With your feeble self, just don't come back crying. Finally lifting his gaze, Lin Xing regarded her with a hint of helplessness. I'll try my best not to be a burden. Xingyue scoffed, turning away. Who cares if you are or not? Just don't embarrass me. If it weren't for the fact that you'd look pitiful going alone, I wouldn't bother tagging along. Huh? What do you mean, Xingyue? Lin Xing paused, momentarily confused by her words. Xingyue flared up. What do you mean, huh? Weren't you just saying that friends and relatives could join your activity? I meant you going alone if you fumble and embarrass our family. What then? I'm doing this for the honor of the Su family. Lin Xing's lips twitched as he silently stuffed the fruit knife into his bag. He understood that his sister was just putting on a brave front deep down. She was worried about him. Hurry up, we're going to be late. Xingyue urged, stepping outside, only to pause after a few steps, impatiently glancing back. What are you dawdling for? Quit acting like an old lady. Lin Xing chuckled softly, shouldering his bag and following her. Chapter 2. Has Brother Zai become handsome? The location of the event is an abandoned amusement park in the outskirts. Even before entering, one can feel a pervasive aura of desolation. Crumbling walls and rampant weeds abound. The dilapidated Ferris wheel creaks ominously in the wind, adding to the eerie atmosphere. Just as we arrive at the designated gathering spot, a shrill and cutting voice pierces the air. This the esteemed young Master Lin. What brings you out of your doghouse? I never expected you, with that zombie-like face, to be accompanied by a cute JK girl, afraid of being too lonely on your own. Have you hired a beauty for tutoring? With such charm, you must be shelling out quite a bit. Huh? The speaker is Li Weiwei, her heavily made-up face and ultra-short skirt making her stand out conspicuously among a group of girls. Upon hearing her words, Xingyue's brows furrowed in indignation, her almond-shaped eyes wide with fury. How can your mouth be so foul? Did you eat something disgusting for breakfast? You think I'm like you? Selling myself just because I have money? A woman of your age is simply asking for it. Li Weiwei's expression darkens, her voice rising in a shriek. What did you say? Repeat that. You little brat. Do you want to die? Xingyue, undeterred, stands her ground, hands on her hips, defiantly meeting her gaze. You. Li Weiwei trembles with rage, pointing at Xingyue, unable to articulate her fury. All right. Let us all just dial it down a notch. Zhang Tingting feigns a conciliatory tone, Yet her eyes gleam with schadenfreude that we're all classmates here. Let us keep the peace for prosperity. Peace for prosperity? Some people don't deserve that. Xingyue scoffs, pulling Lin Xing aside. Choosing to ignore them, Li Weiwei, fuming, stomps her foot and spits at Lin Xing's retreating figure. What a nuisance. This is just bad luck. At that moment, a sudden scream erupted from the center of the amusement park. The crowd erupted in chaos, scattering in terror, their frantic cries resonating throughout the park. What is happening? Someone shouted in panic. Run! There are zombies! Zombies! A voice shrieked, tinged with hysteria. Zombies? Lin Xing stared blankly for a moment. Before he could fully process the situation, he saw several figures staggering towards him, their faces a ghastly shade of gray, their tattered clothing hanging loosely. They emitted incoherent, guttural growls, their bloodthirsty eyes glinting with menace. The crowd plunged into utter chaos, screams, cries, and the sounds of collision blending into a cacophony. Xingzi, be careful, Xingyue cried out, yanking Lin Xing to safety just as a zombie lunged at them. Only then did Lin Xing snap back to reality. Witnessing the horrifying scene unfold before him, his mind a blank slate. Instinctively, he shielded Xingyue, intending to flee, only to realize it was already too late that a zombie roared, lunging at him, its sharp claws trailing a foul stench as they aimed for his arm. Ah! Xingyue screamed in terror. Lin Xing barely dodged, but the zombie's claws raked his arm. His shirt tore instantly, a searing pain shooting through his skin. Yet, to protect Xingyue from harm, he braced against the zombie's chin, gripping it tightly, pulling it close. Brother, let it go. At this rate, you'll lose your life. Xingyue's voice quivered with desperation. Lin Xing looked at the blood seeping from his arm. An overwhelming sense of despair washed over him. Xingyue, run now. Although he had so much to say, the urgency of the moment left him little room for anything else. The zombie clawed at him relentlessly, and as his blood drained, he felt himself growing faint. Was this it? Was he destined to die? Perhaps he would have to repay his sister in the next life. I'm sorry, Xingyue, for not becoming the brother you wished for. Just then, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Sister Protection Survival System activated. NC virus cleared. Further clearance requires serum. A system? Sister Protection? What on earth is this? Lin Xing's mind raced, barely able to comprehend before the system chimed in again. Detected the host's protective heart for his sister. Reward. Beginner Attribute Enhancement Card X1. Basic Combat Skills. Protective Heart. Is this really the time for such thoughts? Lin Xing mentally scoffed, yet survival instincts compelled him to instinctively choose to use the attribute card. Basic attribute card used. Strength, Agility, and Constitution each increased by 5 points. Current attributes. Strength 13, Agility 18, Constitution 15. A warm surge coursed through his body, flooding his previously weak form with newfound strength. His vision sharpened, everything around him slowed. Basic combat skills instantly filled his mind, countless fighting moves and techniques becoming as familiar as his own breath. Lin Xing was astonished to realize he seemed stronger. He looked at the advancing zombie, fear and despair replaced by an indescribable excitement and fighting spirit. System explanation. The host gains love-hate value and family value through pampering his sister, Xingyue. Emotion detection activated. The system can accurately sense the emotional fluctuations of nearby females within a 50-meter radius. Particularly intense emotions such as affection, jealousy, and resentment. Lin Xing understood that this system required interactions with his sister and other women to grow stronger. Pampering my sister, love-hate value, family value? Lin Xing's thoughts were in disarray. What does all of this even mean? Is now really the time for this? The zombies are right in front of me. Family value. What good does that do? He muttered internally, yet his hands continued to move. The basic combat skills felt surprisingly effective. He instinctively mimicked the moves flooding his mind, raising his leg to deliver a kick to a zombie's knee. With a crack, the sound of breaking bones echoed, and the zombie howled as it fell to the ground. Wait, Lin Xing was momentarily stunned. Was it really that easy? He had previously been a shut-in, utterly incapable of defending himself, yet now he could kick a zombie's leg with such force. The attribute enhancement card had a staggering effect. Detected the host has killed a low-level zombie. Love-hate value 0.1. Killing zombies grants love-hate value. He felt puzzled, but quickly realized the implications. She had been female in life. Xingyue, stay behind me, Lin Xing commanded. Pulling her close, he felt invigorated, the earlier fear dissipating significantly. Even his depression seemed to have lifted, replaced by an unusual excitement that it was as if he had activated a god mode in a game. Taking a deep breath, he focused, ready to confront the oncoming zombies once more. This time, he moved with newfound agility, dodging the zombie's grasp and delivering a swift strike to a zombie's neck with a dull thud. The zombie collapsed, lifeless. Xingzi, how are you? Xingyue was bewildered by the scene unfolding before her. In an instant, her typically breathless brother had transformed entirely. It wasn't a change in clothes or hairstyle. No, it was his aura. Yes, the oppressive, lifeless atmosphere surrounding him had vanished. In its place was something indescribable, an entirely different presence. Moreover, she rubbed her eyes, convinced she was mistaken. Had he grown taller? His muscles seemed more defined, not in an exaggerated gym rat way. But he appeared more upright, like a sapling that had suddenly sprouted and flourished. His look seemed to have improved slightly too. While still pale, he was undeniably more pleasing to the eye. Could it be that her calling him brother had induced this change? Was this the power of love? No, no, no. Xingyue, what are you thinking? Chapter 3. What prowess could a mere fish possess? As the siblings stood in shock, still reeling from the transformation, more zombies lunged at them. However, Lin Xing no longer felt the fear that had paralyzed him before. That a surge of energy coursed through him, compelling him to throw punches and kicks instinctively. His movements, though still a bit awkward, were powerful and explosive. With a series of thuds, the grotesque zombies were sent sprawling, crashing to the ground like rag dolls, the sickening sound of bones fracturing echoing in the air. In the blink of an eye, several more zombies were dispatched, momentarily ensuring the safety of his sister and their classmates. From a distance, a series of growls emerged, more terrifying than those of the previous zombies. An even more sinister presence drawing near. Hey, you pathetic fish! Xingyue approached Lin Xing, her tone icy. You fool! Don't just run off recklessly. Lin Xing snapped back to reality, glancing at his sister's feigned calmness. Unable to suppress a smile. What's this? Is our little princess afraid? Xingyue's eyes widened in indignation. Who is afraid? You pathetic fish, don't say such nonsense. I'm merely concerned that you, the useless one, will drag me down. All right, I'm the useless one, Lin Xing chuckled, ruffling her hair. The host's bold act of affection has pleased Xingyue. Family points 3. Family points can be used to enhance strength, agility, and constitution. Strength, bone density, muscle power. Agility, movement speed, physical agility. Constitution, vitality, maximum skin defense. However, this time, it's all up to me, this useless brother. TCH, just you? Xingyue rolled her eyes. I see you can't even protect yourself. Moreover, who allowed you to touch me without permission? Li Ming, watching from the sidelines, felt a wave of discomfort. He usually took pleasure in provoking Lin Xing to showcase his own superiority. Now, witnessing Lin Xing's sudden prowess, he was left in disbelief, his eyes wide as he scoffed, bitterly remarking, Tisish, what's there to be proud of? It's just luck, picking on a few soft targets. With these feeble zombies, I can take them down with a single punch. Li Weiwei chimed in, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Exactly. Maybe the zombies were just too weak. Zhang Tingting followed suit with a laugh, saying, oh, perhaps Lin Xing is just hiding his true abilities, pretending to be weak all along. Hearing this, Li Ming became even more emboldened. He wanted to impress the girls and suppress Lin Xing. His gaze landed on a slightly larger zombie, and he shouted, watch me. He charged forward. However, he had underestimated the threat, taking too bold a step and finding himself caught by the zombie's grasp. Let go. Why is this zombie so strong? Li Ming screamed like a slaughtered pig. His face turning pale, he flailed desperately to shake off the zombie, looking utterly pathetic. The girls, who had previously dismissed Lin Xing, now turned their attention to him, surprised by his earlier agility, and glanced at Li Ming's cowardice with newfound respect. Their looks towards Lin Xing brimmed with astonishment and curiosity, with a few girls whispering, Lin Xing, are you all right? Lin Xing, you're amazing. I never noticed before. Wow, Lin Xing, your moves were simply impressive. Lin Xing, have you been secretly training? That's so cool. The chorus of praise made Lin Xing feel a bit bashful as he scratched his head. Xingyue, hearing this, disdainfully scoffed. TCH, it's just luck. What's there to brag about? The expressions of the girls in the class shifted immediately upon hearing her words. They looked at Xing Yue with discontent, incredulous that she could be so arrogant after benefiting from Lin Xing's actions. Who does she think she is, judging her classmates like that? Li Weiwei was the first to speak, her tone laced with irony. Little sister, Lin Xing just saved all of us. Zhang Tingting echoed. Yes, little sister. Lin Xing is so brave. Why aren't you happy for him? Xing Yue snorted, unfazed. Happy about what? He wouldn't dare crush an ant on a normal day. Suddenly becoming so capable today must be pure luck. Encountering a few weak zombies, Lin Xing couldn't help but smile at his sister's stubbornness. All right. Enough with the noise that I honestly don't know how I suddenly became so strong. Perhaps I just unleashed my potential in a crisis. Xing Yue remained unrelenting, her sarcastic remarks continuing. Humph, potential or not, you might just turn into a quail any second now. Lin Xing shook his head helplessly, about to respond when he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. He staggered slightly, nearly falling over. Xing Yue was quick to support him, her tone still firm but her eyes revealing a hint of concern. Hey, you useless brother, can't you even stand straight? Lin Xing managed a weak smile. I'm fine. I might have just overexerted myself, feeling a bit tired. TCH, weaklings are just that. If you're tired, don't pretend to be strong. If you fall, I want to be responsible for you. Xing Yue's words remained harsh, yet her grip tightened. Just then, a thunderous crash resonated. The crowd turned to see a distant building collapse, clouds of dust rising that a colossal figure loomed in the distance. What? What is that? Li Weiwei pointed tremblingly towards it. Zhang Tingting's face turned ashen. Oh my, it's so big. What should we do? Lin Xing squinted, studying the massive figure closely. Suddenly, his pupils constricted, his expression changing drastically. This is bad. It's a mutated zombie. Everyone, run. Before he could finish, the monstrous entity charged toward them, towering at 2 stories high, muscles rippling, and terrifyingly fast, several times quicker than an ordinary human. Screams erupted as the crowd scattered in panic. Lin Xing grabbed Xing Yue's wrist. Follow me. Let go of me. Xing Yue struggled. I don't need your protection. Stop messing around. Lin Xing's tone turned serious for once. This was no time for bravado. The hostess' firm attitude stirred some excitement in Xing Yue. Affection points 2, Chapter 4. Holding my sister's little hand, Xing Yue protested. Yet her body obediently followed Lin Xing. As they dashed, she muttered. Stupid brother, why are you running so fast? Lin Xing had no time to bicker with his sister, scanning for a place to hide. Eventually, they found refuge behind a small building. Though Xing Yue felt a rush of excitement, she was also irked. This guy, who had always relied on her protection, was now trying to shield her. How absurd. Shouldn't a brother be hiding under her wings, accepting her protection? Xing Yue wrenched her hand from Lin Xing's grip. Hands on her hips, frowning as if she could crush a mosquito. Hey, useless Xingzi, who asked you to pull me around like that? It's disgusting. You're not trying to be the hero, are you? I warn you, I don't need your protection. Lin Xing was taken aback by his sister's sudden outburst, his hand frozen in midair, feeling awkward as he scratched his head. Given the circumstances, can't you just stop throwing a tantrum? That mutated zombie looks like a tough opponent. Upon hearing Lin Xing dare to scold her, Xing Yue's tone escalated. Who's throwing a tantrum? Do I seem like the kind of girl who throws tantrums? Meanwhile, the heavy footsteps of the mutated zombie grew closer, thudding against the ground like a drum, sending chills down their spines. Lin Xing knew that confronting such a behemoth head-on was akin to throwing eggs at a stone. He quickly called upon the system in his mind, seeking a glimmer of hope. However, the system coldly informed him that the scant 10 affection points were only enough to exchange for a rather dubious, minor fury potion, capable of tripling his strength for a fleeting 3 seconds. 3 seconds? A mere drop in the bucket. But at this moment, he had no other choice. Lin Xing gritted his teeth and decisively opted for the exchange. He surveyed his surroundings and finally set his sights on a rusty, abandoned iron rod not far off. With a swift movement, he seized the rod, its cold, heavy weight offering little in the way of reassurance. Not enough. Far from enough. Lin Xing's heart raced with anxiety. No, he needed to think of something. Otherwise, today might be his last. Right, the affection points. Interacting with my sister could earn affection points. Though he had no idea how useful that would be now, it was better than waiting idly. Right? With that thought, Lin Xing suddenly turned around and grasped Xingyue's small hand. Small, tender, and soft. Hey, useless Xingzida, what are you doing? Xingyue lowered her gaze, her lashes casting a tiny shadow over her exquisite face. Filled with disdain, yet she showed no intent to pull her hand away, only verbally chastising him. Truly disgusting, and no wonder you're such a failure. Even when facing death, your mind is still filled with such nonsense. It's tough for a peony too, right? Even when resorting to touching his sister, he still wanted to know what it felt like to hold a girl's hand. Disgusting, pathetic, a hopelessly nerdy loser. However, contrary to her harsh words, the system notification chimed in Lin Xing's ears. Affection points 1. Affection points 2. Affection points 3. The affection points were indeed rising rapidly. In a matter of moments, Lin Xing had accumulated 7 affection points, bringing his total to 13. Xingyue, seeing the monstrous zombie closing in on them, nearly about to stomp on their faces, suddenly yanked her hand away, fuming. What time is it? The zombie is almost on top of us. You still have the energy to mess around. As an older brother, can't you show some growth? I thought you might have had some significant transformation. Lin Xing understood that in this dire situation, it was either him or the zombie. There was no middle ground. With gritted teeth, he poured all 13 affection points into his strength attribute, the desperate gamble for a fleeting chance of survival. The system interface displayed his strength, agility, and constitution attributes clearly before him. The strength value fluctuated wildly, finally settling at a number that made his heart race. Without hesitation, Lin Xing downed the minor fury potion. The potion burned like fire as it coursed down his throat, igniting every nerve in his body that a surge of violent energy erupted from his core, rapidly spreading through his limbs. He felt every cell in his body rejoicing and exulting. Lin Xing's eyes burned red, akin to an enraged beast, as he charged fiercely towards the massive zombie. Xingyu watched in horror as Lin Xing recklessly hurled himself towards the terrifying mutated creature. Her heart constricted sharply, an indescribable wave of fear and anxiety engulfing her in an instant. Lin Xing, have you lost your mind? Xingyu screamed, her voice cracking. Her delicate face was etched with terror, and she instinctively reached out to halt Lin Xing's reckless advance. Yet, she could only grasp the corner of his garment, the thin fabric slipping through her fingers like elusive quicksand, vanishing in an instant. Don't go! You fool! Come back! Xingyu's cries were drowned out by the roars of the zombies. Although Li Ming's arm was scratched by a regular zombie, causing him to grimace in pain, the sight of Lin Xing daring to confront the colossal mutated zombie reignited his stubborn spirit. He gritted his teeth against the agony, not forgetting to mock Lin Xing. Humph. What a show-off. Do you really think a useless brat like you can take on a mutated zombie? Just wait to be torn to shreds. You actually think that casually taking down a few disabled zombies makes you impressive? Li Ming's once handsome face twisted with jealousy and schadenfreude, rendering it grotesque that a few boys beside him joined in the jeering, relishing the chance to see Lin Xing humiliated, right? Have you looked in the mirror? Do you really think you're a superhero? Haha, your little arms and legs aren't even enough to fill the gaps in a mutated zombie's teeth. Just wait and see how that mutated zombie flattens you into a pancake. To them, Lin Xing's actions were nothing short of self-destruction, utterly foolish. Zhang Tingting chimed in sarcastically, as she often did. Oh, come on. Don't be so harsh. Maybe Lin Xing really has some hidden strength. Li Weiwei exaggeratedly covered her mouth with laughter. Hidden strength? More like hidden death wish strength. If he really manages to defeat that mutated zombie, I'll twist my head off and kick it like a ball. The mutated zombie towered nearly 2 stories high, its muscles bulging like iron. Its skin bore an eerie bluish-gray hue, covered in festering sores and rotting flesh that emitted a nauseating stench. A pair of crimson eyes fixated intently on the rushing Lin Xing. That it opened its cavernous mouth, revealing jagged yellow teeth, drool mixed with blood dripping to the ground with a corrosive hiss. Yet, in the face of such a terrifying creature, Lin Xing showed no fear. That he gripped the iron rod tightly, using his momentum to leap high into the air. Die for me. In midair, Lin Xing twisted his waist fiercely, the iron rod whistling through the air as it crashed down onto the mutated zombie's head. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted as the iron rod collided violently with the zombie's skull. To everyone's astonishment, that seemingly indestructible head burst open like a watermelon, splattering red, white, and green matter everywhere. The massive form of the mutated zombie crumpled to the ground with a resounding thud, raising a cloud of dust. Silence enveloped the surroundings as everyone stood frozen, unable to believe their eyes. Lin Xing remained rooted in place, his chest heaving violently, the iron rod still smeared with the zombie's brain matter. He turned to the dumbfounded Xingyu with confidence, declaring, "Xingyu, I told you, this time, it's all on me." Chapter 5. Is this favorability real? The atmosphere was engulfed in silence, everyone stunned by the unexpected turn of events. Li Ming's jaw dropped, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. The boys who had just mocked Lin Xing now fell utterly silent, their faces shifting from pale to green with fear. Their once proud strength and courage seemed like a mere joke in the presence of Lin Xing. "What the hell? This is too unreal." One exclaimed, "Am I still dreaming? I can't handle all this craziness." The girls gasped in astonishment, covering their mouths in disbelief. Their gazes towards Lin Xing transformed completely. If there had been a hint of sympathy and disdain before, now only admiration and awe remained. A few bold girls even rushed forward, chattering excitedly. "Lin Xing, are you okay? You scared me to death just now. How are you? Are you hurt? Do you need me to check?" "Oh my god, Lin Xing, you were so cool just now, like a superhero." "Lin Xing, have you been hiding your strength all along? So you were just being low-key. So cool, and yet so profound." The chorus of admiration and inquiries surged towards Lin Xing like a tidal wave. Among the crowd, a girl in a floral dress gingerly approached, her cheeks flushed as she lightly tugged at his sleeve with a delicate finger. Her voice barely a whisper. Lin Xing, you have a girlfriend? If not, what do you think of me?" Another girl with a ponytail chimed in, her big eyes blinking eagerly. "Lin Xing, what type of girl do you like? Can you tell me in secret? I can help you strategize." Yet another girl with a bob cut refused to be outdone, pushing her way forward. "Lin Xing, let's add each other on WeChat. If you ever need anything, I'm always on call." Xingyu stood to the side, watching Lin Xing being adored like a star, her brows knitting tightly in displeasure. Her emotions were a tumultuous mix, a blend of sourness and bitterness. She crossed her arms, rolling her eyes dramatically, muttering to herself, "Humph, what's so special about this loser? A bunch of infatuated fools." Xingyu raised her chin slightly, her tone dripping with disdain. "Hey, loser, what's with that expression? Are you enjoying this?" Lin Xing chuckled, wrapping his arm around her shoulder and ruffling her hair playfully. "Not at all. I just feel a bit surreal." "Cut it out. What's so surreal? It's just a few simps showering you with compliments. Look at how smug you're getting. Oh, you're just putting on a show for this treatment. Huh? You were really risking it all. What if you couldn't win?" Xingyu's sharp tongue continued, yet she made no move to escape his touch. "Xingyu, Lin Xing hesitated. "What? Spit it out. Don't be such a coward. I just don't want to protect you." "Huh?" Xingyu paused, then let out a scoff. "Protect me? With you? Don't make me laugh. You should focus on protecting yourself first." "Hey, you too. What are you dawdling for?" Li Weiwei shouted from a distance. "Zombies could catch up at any moment. Hurry up and move. They're coming. They're coming. What's the rush? Can't you see a handsome guy and a beautiful girl chatting?" Lin Xing retorted, taking Xingyu's hand. "Let us go, my little princess." "Who's your little princess? Let go of me. I can walk by myself," Xingyu protested, yet she made no effort to shake off his hand. In fact, she even tightened her grip slightly, not knowing if she was feeling something. The close interaction between the host and his sister has made Xingyu's demeanor contradict her feelings, gaining 3 family affection points. Detected emotions from surrounding females towards the host's sister, Su Xingyu. Congratulations to the host for gaining 20 love and hate points. Current stats: Strength 35, Agility 18, Constitution 15. Lin Xing's gaze lingered on Xingyu for a few seconds. He understood that the priority was to ensure his sister's safety. She could not be harmed under any circumstances. Was there any way to shield her from injury? Ideally, something that could directly transfer damage. That way, even in danger, he could protect Xingyu at the first opportunity. Ding! Detected the host's intense desire to protect, triggering hidden quest. Heart of Guardian. Quest objective: protect Sister Xingyu from any harm for the next 24 hours. Quest reward: 50 family affection points, unlocking purchase rights for the special skill Heartfelt Guardian. Skill description: Heartfelt Guardian, passive. The host and the designated target share a bond, allowing the host to bear 50 of the target's damage. Unlock conditions: 50 family affection points, 100 favorability. Suddenly, a system notification echoed in Lin Xing's mind. He felt a surge of joy. This was like a pillow being delivered when he was sleepy. Heartfelt guardian, Lin Xing murmured, realizing this skill was tailor-made for him and Xingyu. With this skill, he could better protect Xingyu, providing her with a greater sense of security in this apocalyptic world. However, the conditions point 100 favorability, 50 family affection points. Lin Xing stealthily glanced at Xingyu beside him. She was walking with her arms crossed, deliberately avoiding eye contact, exuding an air of "don't come near me." Lin Xing pondered over these two numbers, his brow furrowing slightly. The family affection points were manageable. Although Xingyu often had a sharp tongue, she didn't seem overly averse to his touch, so a few more interactions should suffice. But this favorability. This girl probably didn't even have a favorability rating of 10 for him on a good day, let alone 100. It felt utterly impossible. Lin Xing scratched his head, feeling troubled as he tentatively inquired of the system. System, what is Xingyu's current favorability towards me? 100, reached love level, currently at maximum favorability. Huh. Lin Xing nearly jumped up. 100, full favorability. Are you sure there's no mistake? Is this data serious? Could it be that the system is outdated and malfunctioning? This girl usually looks at me with disdain, as if she wishes to shove me back into my mother's womb. I feel that if her favorability towards me is even 20, I should be grateful. But 100, is it not a reverse indicator? System, tell me honestly, is this favorability inverted? Is 100 actually minus 100? Could it be that this girl's favorability has exploded, breaking the limit, and thus turned negative? Is that why it shows 100? Lin Xing's heart raced with anxiety. The more he thought about it, the more absurd it seemed, and the more alarmed he felt. System, you better not betray me. If this favorability is genuine, wouldn't I, as her brother, be devoured by my sister? Lin Xing's gaze fell once again upon Xingyu. This time, there was a hint of ill intention in his eyes. Hey, you little fish, what are you mumbling about over there? Xingyu suddenly stopped, turned around, and looked at him with suspicion. And what were you just sneaking glances at? Don't tell me your prolonged single status has made you so desperate that you want to make a move on your sister? And know that it's nothing. I'm not as twisted as you suggest. Lin Xing hurriedly concealed his thoughts, his gaze wavering. That I was just pondering what our next course of action should be. Umph. Is that even something to contemplate? Of course, we should quickly find a safe place to hide. Xingyu rolled her eyes and replied irritably. You don't seriously want to go back and fight those zombies, do you? Don't forget, no matter how strong you are, getting bitten still means becoming a zombie. Just obediently follow behind me and don't cause any trouble. Chapter 6. Hurry up. Xingyu's pace gradually slowed. Beads of sweat began to form on her forehead, and her complexion took on an unusually pale hue. She bit her lip hard, attempting to mask her discomfort, but felt increasingly powerless. That it seemed her leukemia was acting up again. Huff. Xingyu gasped, feeling as though the world around her was fading to black. Her body felt drained of strength, her legs trembling. Unable to support her any longer, she stumbled slightly, her body uncontrollably leaning forward. Careful, Lin Xing, who had been closely monitoring his sister, acted swiftly. He dashed forward and steadied Xingyu's swaying form, wrapping an arm around her. He anxiously inquired, Xingyu, what's wrong? Where do you feel unwell? This isn't like you at all. Xingyu leaned against Lin Xing's embrace, feeling dizzy as her surroundings became increasingly blurred. She weakly shook her head, trying to regain her balance, but found her entire body devoid of strength, as if all her energy had been siphoned away. It's nothing, just that too much has happened today. I'm a bit tired. Lin Xing furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss with Xingyu's condition. She felt abnormally hot, her breathing rapid and erratic, and sweat streamed down her forehead uncontrollably. You're saying it's nothing? Look at all this sweat. Your complexion is dreadful. Stop pretending. He reached out a hand, gently wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead, the heat emanating from her skin making his heart ache. Did you eat something wrong this morning? Why are you suddenly so drained? The sister feels the host's concern. Affection points too. That insufferable little fish actually dared to lecture her. Xingyu felt slightly displeased by her brother's somewhat forceful tone. Yet her physical weakness left her with no strength to argue back. She averted her gaze slightly, muttering softly, I really am fine. I just need to rest a bit. Rest? What do you mean rest? Lin Xing interrupted her firmly, his tone leaving no room for rebuttal. I in your state. Can you even walk? Get on my back. He bent down, gesturing for Xingyu to climb onto his back. The sister looks at the hostess back and feels a stir of emotions. Affection points 5, Xingyu hesitated for a moment, glancing at Lin Xing's back. Throughout their childhood, she had rarely allowed her brother to carry her, feeling it would make her seem weak, especially in front of others. She was even less inclined to show vulnerability. Hurry up, climb on, Lin Xing urged, his tone laced with impatience yet hiding deep concern. Are you hoping to collapse here and be devoured by zombies? Xingyu understood her brother's worry, a warmth spreading through her heart. Although she still refused to admit defeat verbally, her body betrayed her as she leaned against him. She wrapped her arms around Lin Xing's neck, surrendering her weight to him. Humph, what a bother, I'm just a bit tired. No need to make such a fuss, she complained softly, her tone still proud, but noticeably softer than before. Lin Xing lifted Xingyu. Standing firm, he could feel her lightness, which only heightened his awareness of her frailty. Adjusting his hold to make her more comfortable, he began to walk forward with determination. Xingyu rested against Lin Xing's back. Feeling his broad shoulders and warm body, she slightly closed her eyes, unable to suppress the smile tugging at her lips. Perhaps having such a foolish brother wasn't so bad after all. The girls around them watched as Xingyu was carried by Lin Xing, their eyes nearly sparkling with pink bubbles. Whispers erupted among the crowd, swelling into a commotion. The girl with a bun tightly gripped her friend's sleeve, her nails nearly digging into the other's skin. Wow, Lin Xing is so gentle. Wah, the girl being carried is so lucky. I want to be treated like that too. Look at Senior Lin's neck. That girl is rubbing against him. What is the relationship between them? Could Lin Xing have a girlfriend? Impossible. She is cute, but she can't compare to us who have fully developed, and that girl's attitude is so terrible. Lin Xing treats her so well, and she acts so indifferent. Exactly. What is so great about this foul-mouthed brat? If it were me, I'd have tossed her to the zombies already. Shoo, keep your voice down. Don't let him hear you. Lin Xing is formidable. Be careful he doesn't hit you. The girls chattered, filled with envy, jealousy, confusion, and disbelief at a whirlwind of emotions intertwined, manifesting as piercing gazes that nearly skewered Xingyu. Surrounding women generate a plethora of emotions towards the host's sister. Congratulations to the host for gaining affection and resentment points 55. In Lin Xing's mind, the system's notifications sounded incessantly. He slightly turned his head, catching a glimpse of the scene unfolding behind him, his lips twitching involuntarily. These folks, truly, Lin Xing thought. Feeling a mix of exasperation and helplessness, he quickened his pace, eager to escape this embarrassing situation. In the crowd, Li Weiwei and Zhang Tingting exchanged glances, each reading thick jealousy and unwillingness in the other's eyes. Weiwei, who is that girl? Zhang Tingting bit her lip, her voice tinged with bitterness. Lin Xing is being so nice to her. How would I know? Li Weiwei replied irritably, her tone laced with annoyance. Maybe she has some distant relative, the kind you wouldn't connect with at all. But if they seem quite close, and that girl is just too beautiful. Zhang Tingting's gaze remained fixed on Xingyu, envy and inferiority creeping into her voice. Humph, what good is beauty? She is still a sickly weakling. Li Weiwei scoffed, a shadow passing over her eyes. Clearly a pampered little princess. In this apocalypse, such people last 3 days. Besides, we're not lacking. Our figures are just as good if not better. But not about how we treated him before. Zhang Tingting began, but was cut off by Li Weiwei. Enough with the buts. Men can be dealt with by slightly selling ourselves. With a few charming moves, all grievances can be forgotten. Let us think about how to win Lin Xing over. He is a valuable ally, and if we cling to him, we can survive. But that girl, forget her. A fierce glint flashed in Li Weiwei's eyes. She is merely a burden. Once Lin Xing tires of her, he'll naturally cast her aside. All we need to do is seize the opportunity to showcase our worth, and Lin Xing will surely notice us. By then, who would fear not having a good life? Li Weiwei's words acted like a calming balm, gradually soothing Zhang Tingting's restless heart. She nodded, her eyes rekindling with hope. Weiwei, you're right, we can't give up. We must show Lin Xing that we are far superior to that sickly girl. That will definitely succeed. The two girls redirected their gaze towards Lin Xing, determination brimming in their eyes. Meanwhile, their conversation was overheard by a figure hidden within the crowd. He was a slight young man, adorned with a pair of black-framed glasses, exuding an air of timidity. Yet, at this moment, his gaze shimmered with an intensity that belied his outward appearance. Adjusting his glasses, a knowing smile curled at the corners of his lips. How intriguing to truly intriguing that it seems that this apocalyptic game is far more exhilarating than I had anticipated. Chapter 7. If you can't beat him. Smother him with praise. The cacophony of the girls' chatter surged like waves, nearly igniting the very air around them. That in stark contrast, the boys presented a different tableau. Silence reigned, heavy and oppressive, reminiscent of the calm before a storm. With turbulent undercurrents swirling beneath, they cast complicated glances at Lin Xing. Envy, hatred, jealousy, and resentment intermingled, coalescing into a palpable hostility. They longed to eliminate Lin Xing, to take his place. This lad, who typically resembled a quail, timid and weak, was now basking in the limelight. What irked them most was that even the girls they admired, including their own girlfriends, now regarded Lin Xing with newfound interest, as if enchanted by his charm, particularly infuriating for Li Ming, who felt as though his own head was turning as green as the vast grasslands of Hulunber. His girlfriend was currently surrounded by a petite girl with a sweet demeanor, chattering animatedly with the others around Lin Xing. He could barely discern her words, lost in their frivolity, while he, the legitimate boyfriend, was left in the cold. Rage coursed through him, shaking him to his core, as he realized he was no match for Lin Xing. That guy possessed astonishing strength, able to send a zombie flying with a single punch. Given his current abilities, he stood no chance that if brute force was ineffective, then intellect must suffice. Yet, he was not the pinnacle of academic brilliance, his mind lagging behind Lin Xing's nimble wit. His admission to a prestigious university was merely a stroke of luck during the Gaokao. Having copied answers that fortuitously turned out correct, the more Li Ming contemplated, the more stifled and furious he became. His gaze fixated on Lin Xing's back, his eyes narrowing like a venomous serpent. Suddenly, his attention shifted to Xingyu, Lin Xing's sister, perched on his back. That a malicious thought crept into his mind. Since I cannot reach you, I shall target your sister. Let us see how arrogant you remain then. Li Ming chuckled coldly to himself. Stealthily retreating a few paces, blending into the crowd, his eyes remained glued to Xingyu. As if seeking the perfect opportunity, the slight young man with the glasses observed everything, pushing his spectacles up the bridge of his nose. A smirk playing upon his lips. A splendid show awaits. This Li Ming, such a fool, undoubtedly concocting some unscrupulous scheme. Nevertheless, I find it amusing. The bespectacled youth silently maneuvered, akin to a mouse slipping through the shadows. His sights set on the brooding Li Ming. Leaning closer to Li Ming's ear, he spoke in a hushed tone, audible only to them. Hey, brother, you seem to have a grudge against that Lin Xing. Don't you? Li Ming jumped at the unexpected voice. Turning to see the glasses wearer, a flicker of disdain crossed his features, yet he nodded in acknowledgement. The bespectacled youth's lips curled into a sly grin as he continued. I have an idea that could help you vent your frustrations. That it might even make that brat taste the bitterness of suffering. What do you say? Interested? Li Ming's eyes lit up at the suggestion. Eagerly inquiring, what idea? Speak quickly. Feigning mystery, the glasses wearer scanned the surroundings before lowering his voice, whispering a few words into Li Ming's ear. Initially taken aback, Li Ming's expression morphed into one of elation. He clapped the glasses wearer's shoulder, exclaiming, Brilliant, brother, your mind is truly sharp. Let us do it. From now on, you shall be my advisor, and I will be the executor. Li Ming inhaled deeply, calming his excitement, then suddenly raised his voice, calling out, Everyone, quiet down. I have something to say. The students hushed their discussions, turning their attention to him. Clearing his throat, Li Ming continued, With the chaos outside and zombies lurking everywhere, we must find a place to go. Right? What are everyone's plans? As his words echoed, the classroom erupted in a flurry of voices. That I want to go home. I want to find my parents. Go home. Are you insane? It's dangerous out there. Wouldn't he that be courting death? Then what do you propose? We can't just stay here waiting for death. I think we should find a safe place to hide and wait for rescue. Rescue? Do you really think there will be help in a situation like this? Amidst the cacophony, Li Ming's heart swelled with pride. This was the reaction he desired. Only by stirring the waters could he fish in troubled waters. At that moment, a few girls stepped forward, declaring loudly, We will follow Lin Xing. Wherever Lin Xing goes, we will go. Their faces radiated admiration and trust, viewing Lin Xing as their savior. Li Ming's eyes darkened with envy as he observed the girls. He had initially believed that by posing his question, he could sow discord and diminish Lin Xing's influence. To his surprise, it only heightened Lin Xing's esteem. Yet, This was fortuitous. He would first elevate Lin Xing to the heavens. Then watch as he fell hard. Li Ming smirked internally, masking his thoughts with a fa-ade of feigned kindness. Clearing his throat, he adopted a passionate tone, addressing the classmates. I know everyone feels lost and unsure of their next steps. However, we must remain calm. In times like these, unity is paramount as we face our challenges together. He paused, turning his gaze toward Lin Xing. Lin Xing, you are our savior. Without you, we might have already perished. Your skills and bravery are evident to all. Therefore, I believe that in this critical moment, we should heed Lin Xing's guidance. After all, he is the one with the most authority, wouldn't you agree? As Li Ming's words concluded. The classroom erupted in applause and cheers. The girls, particularly, blushed with excitement, their eyes filled with adoration for Lin Xing. Yes, we will listen to Lin Xing. Lin Xing, speak up. We trust you. Li Ming reveled in the fervor of the crowd. Delighting in the result he sought, he would elevate Lin Xing to the pinnacle before orchestrating his downfall, eager to witness how this so-called savior would navigate the impending storm. Chapter 8. The blunt sister Lin Xing was well aware that Li Ming harbored ulterior motives. Moreover, he was not suited for leadership, a mere homebody. Just as he prepared to suggest that everyone make their own decisions, Xingyu, who had been quietly perched on his back, unexpectedly spoke up. Why are you all asking Lin Xing? Are you all a bunch of headless flies? Though her voice was weak from fever, it could not mask her sharpness. You're all of an age where you should be independent, yet you act like helpless children. Do you need someone to control you to feel content? How pathetic. Her words struck like lightning, silencing the room. Everyone was taken aback by Xingyu's sudden and cutting retort. Li Weiwei and Zhang Tingting exchanged glances. Astonished and slightly embarrassed, the girls, who had been immersed in their admiration for Lin Xing, were now caught off guard by Xingyu's unfiltered criticism. Yudif, how can you speak like that? One girl, her face pale with anger, pointed at Xingyu but dared not approach her further. How am I speaking? Am I wrong? Xingyu scoffed, refusing to back down. Aren't you all just a bunch of overgrown infants? In school, you rely on teachers. At home, you depend on your parents. Now that trouble has struck, you seek someone to guide you. Can't you all think for yourselves and come up with solutions? Do you really need someone to make decisions for you? Or is being someone else's lapdog your only interest in life? Li Ming secretly rejoiced at her outburst, initially worried Lin Xing might refuse to comply. Now, with his sister stepping into the fray, he found it unnecessary to stir the pot himself. Lin Xing had already been thrust into the limelight by his sister's bold words. Lin Xing, though exasperated, recognized that Xingyu was defending him. Yet, her words were far too blunt. Why was she so willing to speak the truth? He turned to her, concern etched on his face, but it mattered not. If anyone dared to lay a finger on his sister, they would face dire consequences. Xingyu continued, her frail but piercing voice unwavering. Lin Xing is merely a recluse. What brilliant decisions do you expect from him? Don't come crying to him if he leads you astray. Xingyu's gaze swept over those girls who had once idolized Lin Xing. And you all, with your eyes practically on your foreheads, do you truly believe that Xingzi is a savior? If he were truly that formidable, would he still be bullied by you lot? Sigh. The sharp-tongued little girl, Li Weiwei, opened her mouth to retort, only to find herself at a loss for words. Humph. Xingyu snorted coldly, turning her head aside and ignoring everyone. Lin Xing understood the situation. He had now become the target of their ire. The sister feels displeased with those who wish to exploit her brother, striving to protect him. Familial affectionate. The surrounding females have developed intense emotions towards the host's sister. Congratulations to the host for gaining love-hate value 65. Current familial affection 18. Love-hate value 120. First activation of the sister's protective instinct, granting immunity from a fatal injury. This effect will automatically trigger when the host is faced with a fatal threat, safeguarding the host from death. Upon seeing this, Lin Xing's earlier worries dissipated entirely. This sister of his was truly a gem. Whether he was other savior was uncertain, but one thing was undeniable. His sister was his savior. Once a safe place was found, he must seek the opportunity to deepen their bond. However, there was a more pressing matter at hand. He glanced at the girls around him. Their expressions were far from pleasant, evidently incensed by Xingyu's words, especially Li Ming, whose eyes flickered uncertainly, clearly scheming something. Xingyu, take a breather. I'll handle the rest, Lin Xing said softly, His tone laced with a hint of affection. He understood that Xingyue's actions were all for his sake, and he could not let her earnest intentions go unappreciated. Although Xingyue was somewhat reluctant, she obediently fell silent. Yet her vigilant eyes continued to scan the surroundings, resembling a small beast guarding its food. Lin Xing took a deep breath, surveying the crowd before speaking slowly. That I know everyone is feeling lost and afraid right now. His voice was not loud, yet it carried an inexplicable strength that gradually quelled the restless crowd. However, I am indeed just a recluse with little advice to offer. His gaze fell upon Li Ming as he lifted his chin slightly. Li Ming, do you have any good suggestions? Li Ming felt a jolt in his heart. Taken aback that Lin Xing would suddenly direct attention towards him, he had initially planned to exploit Xingyue's words to sow discord, only to find himself outmaneuvered by Lin Xing. Li Ming stammered, momentarily lost for words. Xingzi, don't listen to him. This guy clearly has ulterior motives. Lin Xing smiled but remained silent, simply observing Li Ming. The latter felt increasingly uneasy under the scrutiny of Lin Xing and Xingyue, realizing he had thoroughly miscalculated this time. What suggestions could I possibly have? You might as well ask someone else to at that moment. A bespectacled young man standing at the back of the crowd adjusted his glasses and stepped forward. His name was Zhao Yu, typically an invisible presence in the department. That I have a proposal. I believe our priority should be to return to school. After all, for everyone, it was the most familiar place apart from home. Those longing for home should endure. Given the current situation, unless you're a local with a short distance to travel, you definitely cannot go back. Moreover, there are plenty of shops and pharmacies near the school, and everyone knows the way, making it easier to gather supplies. He then moved closer to Lin Xing, lightly nudging him and lowering his voice. We should also get some antipyretics for your sister. Her condition cannot be delayed any longer. On the surface, his words seemed considerate for the group, but they concealed ulterior motives. The abundance of shops and pharmacies nearby was indeed advantageous. However, it also meant a higher flow of people and increased danger. Furthermore, his specific mention of acquiring antipyretics for Xingyue, although appearing altruistic, was merely a means to exploit her illness for his own purposes. Besides, he had been searching for nearby pharmacies since earlier, and he had never referred to Xingyue as his sister. How did this fellow know? Meanwhile, Li Ming observed coldly from the side, secretly mocking. This Zhao Yu, who typically seemed honest and unassuming, unexpectedly jumped in to seize the spotlight at a critical moment. One couldn't help but wonder if he had anticipated the unfolding situation all along. Chapter 9. The Tsundera's sister. The scent of Lin Xing's sweat mingled with the heat, invading Xingyue's senses. It made her feel lightheaded, and the warm air she exhaled was suffused with a certain intensity. Drowsily, she mused about how long it had been since this sweaty idiot of a brother had carried her. The last time was when he was 12. It had been a decade. This insufferable brother only now remembers that he can carry his sister. What a dullard! With this thought, her irritation flared, and she bit down on Lin Xing's shoulder. Thinking she was unwell, Lin Xing said, just hold on a bit longer. We still have some distance to the city center. Once we find a pharmacy, I'll arrange for antipyretics right away. I promise to get you better. Who needs your pitiful assistance? Xingyue turned her head aside defiantly, insisting, I don't need your medicine. I can manage on my own. Don't think that just because you're carrying me, I'll be grateful. You should worry about yourself. Don't collapse before I do. And your sweat stinks. It's suffocating. How long has it been since you bathed? You look like you just came from a refugee camp. No wonder you can't even find a girlfriend. With a brutish demeanor like yours, anyone would have kicked you into outer space by now. Also, don't get any delusions. Who would want you to carry me? If I had the strength, I would have kicked you away long ago. Just wait until I recover, and you'll see. Xingyue's voice grew quieter, her last words nearly inaudible. She buried her face into Lin Xing's back, greedily inhaling the scent that belonged to her brother. That damned sense of security. She would never admit that she rather enjoyed this feeling. This foolish brother was truly infuriating. Yet he was still so warm. How delightful. Lin Xing felt a bit embarrassed. He had indeed exerted himself too much and was now quite sweaty. Usually, Xingyue was fastidious about cleanliness. Even the slightest stain on her clothes would elicit a lengthy complaint. He recalled an incident when he accidentally spilled juice on her skirt. A mere blotch. But she had been furious for 2 days and even made him wash all her clothes. Now, allowing her to be so close to him, inhaling his scent, was truly a disservice to her. Should he stop for a moment to let her breathe? Just as he was contemplating, Xingyue buried her head deeper into his back, her muffled voice reaching him. "You idiot. Are you trying to roast me alive? Why must you cling so tightly? My clothes are getting damp. I'm feeling a bit sleepy. If I doze off later, you better hold on to me." The sister expresses disdain for the host, but, due to her condition, has to cling to him. Familial affection 10. The surrounding females develop intense emotions towards the host's sister. Congratulations to the host for gaining love-hate value 20. Current familial affection 28, love-hate value 140. Lin Xing's heart skipped a beat as he pondered something, questioning the nature of this familial affection. System, can this familial affection continually enhance attributes? If I pamper my sister every day, will I not become a numerical monster, one punch capable of obliterating the moon? Ahem, once the hostess' strength, agility, and constitution reach 100 points, there will be a chance for a job change. Upon successful job change, familial points will convert into doting points, unlocking new career skills. So, to summarize, pampering my sister is the path to becoming stronger. That's about right. As they walked on, he finally spotted a pharmacy not far ahead. A pharmacy finally arrived. Goodness, I'm utterly exhausted. Lin Xing felt as if his legs belonged to someone else, heavy as lead. The little girl on his back, however, was sleeping soundly. Mumbling incoherently, he could only wonder what delicious dreams she was having. He carefully maneuvered to the pharmacy's entrance. Phew. Thankfully, the journey had gone smoothly without encountering any serious zombies, even if there were one or two who were a bit slow. They had chased after the crowd ahead. Perhaps they were drawn by the commotion. These zombies truly had their priorities wrong. The 60-odd people outside stood there like a flock of ducks awaiting slaughter. Their expressions filled with panic. They genuinely dared not run amok, fully relying on Lin Xing to shield them and clear the path. It was quite amusing. Just yesterday, they had all been so arrogant, and today, they had turned into cowards. Lin Xing sighed internally. These people were utterly unreliable. He had initially hoped that they might care for Xingyue a bit, allowing him a moment to catch his breath. But reconsidering, he dismissed the thought. Just them? Who knew who would end up caring for whom? It was far better to rely on himself, even if he had to carry Xingyue, using just his 2 legs. It was still 100 times better than depending on them. At the very least, he wouldn't lose his sister, nor would he allow her to be bullied. He lifted his gaze to the sign of the pharmacy, its surface marred by rust, appearing particularly dilapidated under the setting sun. The words XX Pharmacy were barely legible. This place seemed to have been deserted for an eternity. The air was saturated with the pungent odor of medicine, mingled with the scent of dust and decay, creating an unpleasant atmosphere. Xingyue shifted on his back, her small head nuzzling against the nape of his neck. As she murmured sleepily, "Have we arrived yet? Hurry, give me my medicine. My head hurts." Her voice was soft and drowsy, a stark contrast to her usual fierce demeanor. Lin Xing's heart softened, and his tone became gentler. "Almost there, just a little further. The pharmacy is right ahead. Be patient." As he spoke, he quickened his pace towards the entrance, his mind solely focused on finding fever-reducing medication for his little sister, ensuring she could sleep soundly. As for everyone else, they could wait. His priority was his sister. Your sister has developed dependency on you. Familial bond 5. Surrounding women harbor envy and resentment towards your sister. Love-hate value 15. Current familial bond 33. Love-hate value 155. Dependency, what is going on? This little girl has started to rely on me. A slight smile crept onto Lin Xing's lips, lifting his spirits considerably. Taking a deep breath, he pushed open the creaking glass door of the pharmacy. Inside, chaos reigned. Shelves lay overturned, and medications were scattered everywhere. The air was thick with the sharp scent of disinfectant, along with an indescribable foul odor that resembled the stench of blood. Lin Xing furrowed his brow, a sense of unease creeping in. Surely, there couldn't be any danger lurking within this pharmacy. He scanned the surroundings cautiously, his gaze alert as it swept through every corner of the store. Care was essential. There was no room for carelessness at this moment. For his sister, he had to remain vigilant. Chapter 10. Lottery. Boom. Golden Legend. To be on the safe side, Lin Xing decided to invest all of his familial bond points into strength and agility. Dismissing the need for constitution, he smirked, thinking, in this situation, if a zombie were to take a bite, what good would a thick layer of fat do? Useless. Current attributes: Strength 46, Agility 40, Constitution 15. He hurriedly inquired of the system whether the love-hate value could be exchanged for anything. The mechanical voice of the system emerged slowly. Items can be purchased, and a lottery can be drawn. It is advised that the host participate in the lottery with the current love-hate value. Purchasing items would only yield disposable ones. Each lottery ticket costs 50 love-hate points, and 3 draws are allowed. The system monotonously repeated a lottery, items. Lin Xing's mind raced, calculating the cost-effectiveness. Perhaps a lottery could turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. He resolved to go for it. System, let us draw 3 times. With determination, he silently commanded. The wheel began to spin, dazzling lights swirling in a mesmerizing display. Lin Xing held his breath, his eyes wide with anticipation. Stop. Congratulations, host, you have obtained enhanced hearing. Congratulations, host, you have acquired silent movement. Congratulations, host, you have received True Ancestor Pill. What on earth? True Ancestor Pill. Lin Xing nearly leapt in excitement. The name sounded exhilarating. He hastily clicked to view the item details. Enhanced hearing. Amplifies hearing capabilities and greatly enhances directional hearing. Silent movement. Reduces footstep noise by 70. True Ancestor Pill. Cleanses bloodlines, transforming into a noble pureblood. Consumption carries a risk of excessive blood loss, with a 99 mortality rate. A 99 chance of dying. Is this a joke? Lin Xing's lips twitched. Was the system serious? However, pureblood, that sounded impressive. He decided to hold on to it for now, as it might come in handy someday. No, that's bad luck. Let us hope it never comes to that. He shook his head, setting the matter of the pill aside. The priority now was his sister, Xing. Oh dear, this little troublemaker, burning with fever, must not face any further complications. He needed to find the pharmacy's medication quickly. Antipyretics were the key. His eyes scanned the pharmacy counter, his hands moving deftly, gathering acetaminophen, ibuprofen, and aspirin, no matter the brand. He shoved everything into a plastic bag. These times, any usable medication was valuable. Why bother being picky about brands? Medications were the hard currency of survival. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the air, echoing through the pharmacy. Xingyue's voice trembled, clearly frightened. Lin Xing swiftly turned, narrowly avoiding a zombie that had unexpectedly lunged at him from behind. What the hell? This zombie moved without a sound. If it weren't for the enhanced hearing he just acquired along with his improved agility, his little sister would have been in grave danger. He turned to see the pale-faced girl and teased her. What's wrong? Scared of zombies, my little princess? Xingyue's voice quivered, but she stubbornly replied, Who's scared? I just was startled by you, silly Xing. Just as expected, this little girl was as stubborn as a mule. All right, it's my bad for frightening our little princess. Is that better? He knew her temperament. The more he coaxed her, the more she would resist. Xingyue turned her head away, muttering something under her breath, likely another complaint about him being foolish. However, her voice was softer now, less sharp than before. Let us go. We got the medicine. Let us hurry back. Lin Xing lifted the bag filled with medication, extending his hand toward Xingyue. After a moment's hesitation, she placed her small hand into his warm palm. He carefully set her down on a chair at the back of the pharmacy, allowing her to rest. Her flushed cheeks indicated her fever, but she still managed to scold him, Be careful. You better not get bitten. With that, his familial bond increased slightly. Lin Xing felt a warmth in his heart. This little troublemaker certainly had a tough exterior. Don't worry. Watch as I perform a hand-to-hand combat against this zombie. He grinned, brandishing a fire axe as he turned around. The zombie was indeed formidable, moving with astonishing speed, akin to a gust of wind. If it weren't for the enhanced hearing and agility he had just acquired, he would have been in real trouble. With a swift swing of the axe, the blade whistled through the air as the zombie lunged at him. Its claws reeking of decay, he dodged just in time. Bringing the axe down with a resounding thud, bang, the axe struck the zombie's shoulder, sending sparks flying. The creature howled in pain, yet it showed no sign of slowing down. What kind of creature was this? Steel and iron? Lin Xing felt a jolt of fear. He couldn't afford to be careless. He sidestepped quickly, evading the zombie's attack. The two were locked in a fierce struggle within the cramped confines of the pharmacy. The axe glinting as it swung, the zombie howling, and the air filled with the nauseating stench of decay and blood. Xingyue sat anxiously in her chair, her small hands gripping the hem of her clothing. Her wide eyes fixed on the scene, her face a picture of tension. Catching sight of his sister's worried expression, Lin Xing's heart raced, and he exerted even more force. He could not falter. He absolutely could not embarrass himself in front of his sister. With a fierce roar, he seized the opportunity, dodging the zombie's claws and bringing the axe down forcefully across its neck. Crack! The sickening sound of shattering bone echoed through the air. The zombie's movements halted abruptly, and it collapsed to the ground, its vile black blood splattering everywhere. Lin Xing panted heavily, brandishing the axe and gesturing towards the twitching zombie, raising an eyebrow at Xingyue. What do you think? Am I impressive? Xingyue pouted, muttering under her breath. Puffed. Just a slow-moving creature, and you're exhausted from fighting it. What is there to brag about? Though her words were still sharp, her tone had softened considerably, and the worry in her eyes had dissipated. Just then, the pharmacy door swung open with a loud bang, and a crowd of over 60 people surged in, as if fleeing from a disaster, their eyes gleaming with desperation as they fixated on the shelves. Lin Xing, are you all right? Brother Xing, you're amazing. You took down a zombie all by yourself. Their excited chatter filled the pharmacy, creating a cacophony reminiscent of a bustling market. Lin Xing was momentarily stunned. These folks had a keen sense of smell, knowing to rush over at the first sign of commotion. Xingyue, already feeling unwell from her fever, was further agitated by the noise, her brows furrowing tightly as she shouted at the crowd. Be quiet. What are you all shouting about? If you need medicine, go get it yourself. Stop buzzing around like flies. Were these people like locusts? Were they planning to take over or something? Among the crowd, a girl with a sharp voice piped up. It's Li Weiwei. She was stuffing a few boxes of cold medicine into her bag as she spoke. What's wrong with us taking some medicine? In this apocalypse, who doesn't know how crucial medication is? This pharmacy doesn't belong to you. It's first come, first served, understand? Zhang Tingting chimed in beside her, also busy stuffing anti-inflammatory medication into her bag. Chapter 11. The chocolate is gone. However, Xingyue's face flushed with anger, her chest rising and falling with each breath. In truth, she did not truly care about that meager amount of medicine. It was simply infuriating that these people contributed nothing yet expected to reap the benefits. It was her own brother who fought valiantly against the zombies. Why should they get to benefit from his toil? Even if they had exerted a modicum of effort, Xingyue would not be so enraged. The thought only fueled her fury further, and she raised her tiny fist, angrily striking Lin Xing's waist. You lazy fool. You have no skills of your own, and yet you gift others with such grand offerings. Lin Xing merely smiled. Unperturbed, he walked over to the water dispenser, filled a paper cup with water, and offered it to Xingyue. Take your medicine first. Irritated, Xingyue accepted 2 pills and swallowed them with the water he provided. The tablets lodged in her throat, bitter and unpleasant, exacerbating her frustration. Cough, cough. You idiot. She glared at Lin Xing, her little face contorted in displeasure. This water is ice cold. I'm freezing. Lin Xing chuckled lightly, offering no rebuttal. He poured a cup of hot water, blew gently on it, and handed it to her. Is it hot enough, my little princess? Xingyue snatched the cup, taking small sips, her gaze unable to resist darting towards the group of people. The more she looked, the more incensed she became. Tell me, are you a fool? She whispered, leaning closer to Lin Xing, her teeth clenched. Why are you giving them medicine? We don't have enough for ourselves. Lin Xing, busy organizing the medicine bag, glanced up at her with calm eyes. There's plenty in the pharmacy. I brought you a full bag. Plenty, my foot. Xingyue's voice inadvertently rose before she quickly lowered it again. Did you not see how those wolves are acting? They would love to empty the pharmacy. What will we do if they actually try to take it? Let them try. Lin Xing shrugged dismissively. We have more than enough. Having so much for myself is pointless. Xingyue was almost laughing in her frustration. Was he genuinely this dense, or just pretending? Enough? Enough for what? Do you not have any sense of crisis? In this apocalypse, medicine is worth more than gold. You are so generous that you might regret it later. Her voice grew increasingly agitated, her face flushed crimson. And what gives them the right? You fought the zombies. You found the medicine. They have done nothing but wait to divide the spoils. Their audacity is astonishing. Lin Xing observed her puffed-up demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle, reaching out to ruffle her hair. All right, my princess is absolutely correct. They are quite shameless. You still dare to laugh. Xingyue's anger flared, swatting his hand away. I'm being serious. Can't you think for once? She truly could not comprehend how her brother could be so foolish. Continuously being used by these people, he had no obligation to protect them. Surely, he could just look after himself in this apocalypse. With this thought, she shot another glance at the crowd, seemingly realizing the reason behind his actions. Setting aside the men, just among the women, there were plenty of beautiful sisters, various types of gentle and lovely, agile and sweet, versatile and charm. There were gracious and generous types, pure and alluring elder sisters, and the quintessential innocent beauties, everything one could desire. Moreover, many of them had shown interest in her brother, their glances practically glued to him. Doomsday, was her foolish brother actually trying to collect a harem? Him of all people? What a delusion! Did he not consider his own worth? Now, aside from his strength, what else did he possess? Utterly dim-witted, yet he smiled like a fool every day. Truly infuriating, the more she thought about it. The angrier she became, feeling as though the medicine she had just swallowed might come back up. She shot Lin Xing another glare. Humph, I can't be bothered with you. You're just a useless fish. With that, she turned away, refusing to look at him. Lin Xing gazed at his sister's childish antics. His smile broadening, he understood that this little girl was worried about him, though her words were harsh. Her heart was still with him. What a contradiction she was. He was leading this group not just to garner favor, but to ensure that, given their previous camaraderie, they would not be left to face the zombies alone. All right, ignore me, he teased. Does my little princess want some biscuits? I still have a few pieces of chocolate in my pocket. Would you like some? Xingyue huffed, remaining silent. Yet her gaze couldn't help but dart towards his pocket. Chocolate, she felt a pang of desire. Fine. Considering his seemingly sincere attitude, she would begrudgingly forgive him this once. However, a harem was absolutely out of the question. Humph. Although she had previously told him to find a girlfriend. It was too much to have so many at once. Besides, was it not clear to her that this useless fish would be incapable of finding one at this rate? She would rather return to being a recluse. Eating what she cooked, wearing what she washed, using what she provided. How wonderful that would be. If it weren't for her terminal illness, she wouldn't be thinking about him daily. That it was all for the sake of ensuring that this foolish brother would have someone to care for him after she was gone. The sister's jealousy due to the host's actions increases familial points by 10, current familial points, 15. Lin Xing rummaged through his pocket, digging and digging until it was empty. Where's my chocolate? This can't be right. There should be some left. The biscuits are still here, but the chocolate seems to be truly gone. Xingyue's anger flared up instantly. Was this stingy Lin Xing a reincarnation of a miser? Was he toying with her? Her little face grew tense. How dare this insignificant fish act so boldly now? Did he think he could joke with her? The world had truly turned upside down. She was not one to just stand there gaping, nor did she feel any shame. Her small hand reached directly into Lin Xing's pocket. Humph, I must search. This is a necessity. Her tiny hand delved into his pocket. Searching vigorously, it seemed as though there was nothing there. This useless fish truly dared to play her for a fool. With her temper flaring, she clenched her fist tightly. Suddenly, her arm stiffened in a flash. As if jolted by electricity, she withdrew her hand. Swiftly, she formed it into a small fist, pressing it firmly against her chest. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. It was unbearably hot. Her heart raced wildly. In complete disarray. This foolish brother, no chocolate in his pocket. What is he hiding at biscuits? Ugh, this is maddening. The sister's heart races due to the host's situation, increasing familial points by 5. Current familial points, 20. Chapter 12. Let me rub it for you. Lin Xing felt as if he was holding in something monumental. His face twisted in agony. He stood frozen, one hand clenched into a fist. Biting his finger, the knuckles turning white, his other hand pressed against his abdomen, tears of pain welling in his eyes, suffering profoundly. The enhancement had indeed strengthened him, yet in some areas, he was as fragile as a paper tiger, imposing in appearance, but utterly ineffective. When it came time to be courageous, he was reduced to a quivering mass. Xingyue stole a glance at Lin Xing, her heart skipping a beat, a wave of inexplicable embarrassment washing over her. How utterly humiliating. What was happening? First, the chocolate incident had her heart racing, and now this. Couldn't he spare her a moment of peace? This foolish brother. Her face began to heat up once more. Whether from anger or embarrassment she could not tell. Regardless, her ears turned a bright red, resembling ripe shrimp, adorably so. Hey, what on earth are you doing? Xingyue's voice was soft, tinged with an unfamiliar concern. Definitely not worry. No, certainly not. Are you all right? She moved a little closer, mumbling softly, her eyes unable to meet Lin Xing's pained expression. She could only steal glances before quickly looking away. I'm fine. Find my foot. Lin Xing grimaced, struggling to articulate his words. Its just my stomach. Its cramping a bit. It started just now. It feels like a knife. Cutting a knife. Xingyue gasped, her face paling instantly. In no way. Is it really that painful? But it was just a little bump on your thigh. Why are you being so dramatic? Her voice quavered, the previous embarrassment forgotten, replaced by overwhelming panic. Of course it hurts. Lin Xing gritted his teeth, nearly on the verge of tears. Just try it and you'll see that it hurts like hell. Oh my gosh, is it really that serious? Xingyue fretted, pacing anxiously. What should we do? Do you need to take some medicine? She fumbled through the medicine bag Lin Xing had given her earlier, her little hands trembling so much that she almost dropped the bottles. What medicine should we take? Lin Xing, in agony, rolled his eyes. I find myself in a rather peculiar situation. It is not that I am experiencing a bout of diarrhea. Sigh. This is well. To put it succinctly, please do not pursue this matter any further. Just grant me a moment to compose myself. He is in such pain that he cannot utter a word, only gasping incessantly. Should I perhaps give you a gentle massage? Her voice, barely a whisper, resembles the faint hum of a mosquito, and Xingyue herself can hardly discern what she is mumbling. Her cheeks flush with heat, akin to the sweltering midday sun melting the asphalt on a summer's day. That kind of warmth. Her eyes dart around, yet she cannot muster the courage to look at Lin Xing. Her fingers entwine nervously, wishing she could burrow into the ground. Oh dear, what on earth was happening just now? Now, she has truly become the embodiment of a shameless younger sister. Stealing a glance at Lin Xing, she wonders what is his reaction. Why is he frozen in place? Does he think she is in some sort of predicament? I meant her stomach. Yes, the stomach. Did you not just say that your stomach was unwell? Xingyue. Oh Xingyue, you might as well perish on the spot. Bury yourself. Quickly, bury yourself. Do not emerge and disgrace yourself. Younger sister, flustered to the point of incoherence. Affection points 10, current affection points 50. Lin Xing gazes at her, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth, the mirth in his eyes threatening to spill over. Very well, a stomach massage it shall be. But do so gently. A shrill scream erupts, piercing the air like a high-pitched trumpet, shattering the tranquility and causing Xingyue's outstretched hand to tremble violently. In a way, what fresh calamity has emerged now? Her heart tightens, the earlier embarrassment disintegrating in the wake of this sudden shriek. What is happening? Xingyue, now agitated, feels her tone rising. Her previously rosy cheeks blanch in an instant. She whips her head around, searching for the source of the sound. The crowd has devolved into chaos, resembling a disturbed nest of hornets, buzzing incessantly, a cacophony that threatens to split her head open. Someone is biting people. A zombie is biting people. Help. Lin Xing, come quickly, there is trouble. The panicked cries echo, a symphony of fear. The air is thick with a palpable sense of, what shall I say, agitation, terror, and a hint of something unspeakable, a scent of blood. Xingyue's nose twitches, as if detecting an unpleasant odor. Instinctively, she edges closer to Lin Xing, clutching the hem of his shirt. Xingzi, what should we do? Her voice trembles slightly. Lin Xing furrows his brow, peering intently into the crowd that obscures his view. He had been grimacing in pain moments ago. But now, upon hearing the screams, his expression grows serious. Do not panic. I will assess the situation. With that, he strides towards the tumultuous crowd. Wait. Xingyue grabs him, her urgency palpable. Your stomach no longer hurts? Wasn't it a cramp? She is nearly stuttering in her haste, exasperated with her foolish brother for being so oblivious. He had been in such agony, and yet he is still concerned for others. Truly, utterly clueless. Lin Xing pauses, glancing back at her, revealing that infuriatingly playful smile once more. It is nothing that he beams, displaying a set of gleaming white teeth. The princess's little hand is all it takes to cure ailments. How cheeky. Xingyue rolls her eyes in exasperation, yet her heart relaxes slightly. This lazy Xingzi is, after all, quite dependable in critical moments. However, what on earth is a little hand of love? She pouts, muttering under her breath, though her tone softens. Be careful. Lin Xing pushes through the throng of people that I will take a look. He speaks as his gaze scans the ground. Good heavens, that a boy's ankle is firmly gripped by something. The boy's face is drained of color. Beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. His lips quivering uncontrollably. He wishes to scream, but dares not raise his voice, fearing the attention of something far more terrifying. Upon closer inspection, the entity clinging to the boy's ankle is none other than the severed head of the zombie Lin Xing had previously dispatched. How is it possible that a headless corpse can still bite? What on earth is going on? Has it come back to life? Lin Xing's eyelids flicker, sensing something amiss. The crowd has formed a wide circle, each person shrinking back like quail, hardly daring to breathe. What is happening? Lin Xing furrows his brow, asking aloud, "A zombie is biting people." A girl stammers, her voice quaking as if she might weep at any moment. "Well, I can see that," Lin Xing retorts, exasperated. "Is this truly the time for idle chatter? We must devise a plan." Chapter 13. This virus is indeed strange to know. The real issue is that zombie, even without its head, can still bite? Another boy stutters, seemingly rendered speechless by the bizarre scene before him. It can still bite without a head. Lin Xing echoes, a note of confusion and perhaps a hint of curiosity threading through his voice. This zombie.is rather intriguing. So what do we do now? Someone else asks, their voice tinged with a weepy tone, grating on the nerves. What do we do? We simply let it be, someone in the crowd suddenly exclaims, their words dripping with a sense of resignation. Can we refrain from such pessimism? Xingyue pushes through the throng to Lin Xing's side, casting an annoyed glare at the speaker. Who even said that? With so many people, it is impossible to tell. Xingzi, what is going on? Is it really a zombie biting people? Yes, it is indeed biting. Lin Xing nods, his eyes fixed on the bitten girl and the severed zombie head. So what now? Xingyue asks again, her voice barely above a whisper, laced with panic. What now? Lin Xing glances at the terrified faces surrounding him, then at his sister's anxious expression, and suddenly chuckles that of course that we save her. Xingyue is taken aback, questioning whether she has misheard. Save? Save whom? That unfortunate soul bitten by the zombie. Are you out of your mind? That is a zombie. Being bitten will turn her into a zombie. Xingyue's anxiety escalates, her tone rising in pitch. I know that, Lin Xing replies nonchalantly. You know yet? Xingyue is almost exasperated to the point of breathlessness, bewildered by her brother's lack of awareness regarding the gravity of the situation. Does he truly believe he is some sort of superhero, destined to save the world? Rest assured, it will be fine. Lin Xing pats Xingyue's head reassuringly. What do you intend to do? Nothing. I will help her recover. Lin Xing contemplates the value of having 120 affection points, hoping it might yield something beneficial. System, please use my affection points to draw 2 prizes. As you wish. Drawing in progress. Congratulations, host. You have received 30 delay NC virus spreading pills. Congratulations, host. You have received 30 strong body pills. Enhances physical constitution. Boosts cell vitality. Goodness, such a bounty. I must say, this system is indeed generous. The delay virus spreading medication, coupled with the strong body pills, should work in tandem to slow down and prevent the spread of the virus. Right? After all ailments stem from a weakened immune system, suffering a defeat. Let the virus spread slowly, and then use a healthy body to gradually counteract it. This logic seems sound. Lin Xing muses, observing the bitten girl. Speaking almost to himself, she was bitten not long ago. There is still hope. Seeing the potential, he does not hesitate, bending down to retrieve the axe from the ground. Wait, what are you doing? Xingyue gasps, startled. What does this foolish brother intend to do with the axe? Is he going to decapitate the zombie? But the head has already fallen off. What is the point? Even if he reduced the zombie's head to a pulp, the bitten person would already be beyond salvation. Right? The surrounding classmates are equally bewildered, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. Surely, he cannot be considering chopping off the girl's leg. Hush, keep your voice down. Someone nearby quickly covers the speaker's mouth, while their gaze remains fixed on the axe in Lin Xing's hands, filled with anticipation. Indeed, a swift chop would be clean and efficient. Who cares about that unfortunate girl's fate? Preserving one's own life is paramount. Amidst the myriad thoughts and speculations, Lin Xing's axe is set into motion. A chilling scream pierces the air. However, it is not the bitten girl who cries out, but rather, you. What are you doing? Do not chop me. Please, I beg you. Do not chop me. The crowd turns towards the source of the voice, their expressions frozen in shock. Lin Xing's axe has not aimed at the girl's leg, but rather that it is poised just before the severed zombie head. The gleaming blade reflects the sunlight, ominously close to the zombie's nose. A mere inch away, the head of the headless zombie appears to come to life. Features contorting, eyes darting wildly, it emits a garbled whimper, desperately recoiling as if terrified. The crowd. What is happening? The zombie head is scared. No. Xingzi. What are you doing? Xingyue is utterly bewildered, completely at a loss regarding her brother's actions. What madness is this foolish brother indulging in now? Lin Xing remained silent, merely pointing the axe at the zombie's head, then gesturing towards the bitten girl. He then addressed the zombie's head with deliberate enunciation. Let go. Remarkably, the zombie seemed to comprehend human speech and released its grip. Without hesitation, the moment it loosened its jaw, Lin Xing brought down the axe, cleaving the cranium in two. It was evident that the zombie still retained some semblance of life, for its brain remained intact. One must admit, the nature of this virus was indeed rather sinister. Let go. A ripple of astonished gasps erupted from the onlookers, disbelief etched on their faces as though they had witnessed a miracle. Xingyu stood frozen, blinking in disbelief. She glanced at the severed zombie head, then at Lin Xing wielding the axe, her mouth forming an O, unable to close for what felt like an eternity. No way. It just let go. That zombie head truly understood human speech. What on earth was happening? Lin Xing retrieved 2 pills from his pocket, one a pale blue, the other a soft green. He turned to the girl and urged, "Quickly take this medicine. Can you stand?" Truth be told, she could, but that moment prior it wasn't that she didn't want to scream. She was simply too terrified to make a sound. Thus, she had missed her chance. It was rather embarrassing to admit, though it wasn't immediately apparent. Standing up would certainly be. She lowered her head, her face a deep crimson, filled with shame, and shook it gently. Weak legs? Lin Xing, noticing her demeanor, had a good idea of what was amiss but refrained from further inquiry, instead moving to fetch a cup of water. Hurry and eat. Don't delay any longer. Thank you. The girl murmured her gratitude, her voice barely above a whisper. She cautiously accepted the potion, glancing at it, then at Lin Xing, her eyes betraying a hint of hesitation, mixed with a touch of bashful shyness that was hard to articulate. Lin Xing patiently awaited her decision, understanding that after such an ordeal, anyone would need a moment to gather themselves. Xingyu, observing from the side, felt a surge of frustration, her teeth gritting in irritation. Chapter 14. Sister's growing impatience. Witnessing Lin Xing's tender gaze, Xingyu's patience snapped. Tenderness towards that unfortunate soul bitten by a zombie. She had stood there for ages, filled with worry and fear, yet he had not shown her a fraction of that gentleness. How infuriating! Hot water. Where was her hot water? He had only given her 1 cup earlier. What did that imply? Did he think she was on par with this stranger? The little inner voice in her head began to stir restlessly, spewing out a barrage of complaints. So annoying. The audacity of it all. That girl, what was her name again? Who cared? She was curled up like a quail, head drooping, hair a tangled mess obscuring half her face. Her clothes were filthy and tattered, truly a pitiful sight. Yet, even in such disarray, her cheeks flushed bright red. Was it from pain or embarrassment? Either way, she looked as red as a monkey's behind, which was rather unsettling. And her voice was as irritatingly faint as a mosquito's buzz. And weak legs? What a pathetic act. It was merely a crush on Lin Xing. That was all. Did she think she could play the innocent? Lin Xing, the blockhead, had even brought her a cup of hot water with such care. The audacity. This was simply intolerable. Was he drawn to her curvaceous figure? Perhaps, stupid otaku, turning into a simpering fool at the sight of a pretty girl. She, Xingyu, the proud princess of the apocalypse, had never endured such indignity. The flames of jealousy ignited within her, making her cheeks burn and her eyes redden. Truly, that foolish brother, a colossal fool. This life was unbearable. At this rate, he would surely drive her to her wit's end. One day, she would also show kindness to others. Just wait and see. Meanwhile, Li Ming observed the entire scene, his lips curling in disdain, his eyes filled with mockery, as though he were on the verge of uttering fool aloud. Lin Xing was truly a source of amusement. This boy was nothing short of a simpleton. Those who act like saints in the apocalypse rarely last long. Did he not grasp that? And here he was, attempting to be gentle. What good would that do? Could it feed him? Could it fend off zombies? Not only was he burdened with a group of inept individuals, but he also offered precious medication to someone he barely knew. Lin Ming rolled his eyes internally, deeming him a wasteful fool. Even if the girl was adorable, given his current strength, couldn't he simply take what he wanted? In this apocalypse, the law of the jungle prevailed. The strongest dictated the terms. Did this boy truly believe that having some skills meant he could protect everyone? He was wasting time trying to cultivate some sentimental atmosphere. What was needed in this dire world? Strength. The ability to survive. Li Ming scoffed, pondering whether Lin Xing had lost his mind. Zhang Tingting approached, her tone dripping with sarcasm, while it seemed directed at Lin Xing. It was evident that her irritation stemmed from the presence of another woman, a newfound rival. To be so solicitous towards a stranger, had he truly taken on the role of a savior? He ought to consider his own worth. Lin Ming shot her a sideways glance, smirking. Who could say? Perhaps he simply enjoyed being a do-gooder, a saint in the apocalypse. Huh? He paused, lowering his voice with a hint of malice. Perhaps he was attracted to that girl's figure. Did you see her? Quite the assets. Zhang Tingting pursed her lips, her expression shifting to something subtly envious. Humph. As if anyone would cared. She's merely a bit plumper than me. Li Weiwei remained silent, listening to their exchange, her brow slightly furrowing. Yet she ultimately said nothing. She was wary of stirring the pot and losing her competitive edge with Lin Xing. Hey, Li Ming, how long can he keep up this charade? Zhang Tingting continued. Just wait until he encounters a real challenge. Then we'll see how he plays the saint. He'll be crying before he knows it. Lin Ming chuckled, speaking with conviction. Pretend. Not for long. I end this apocalypse. Pretending comes at a price. This simpleton will inevitably face dire consequences. Just wait and see. It won't be long before he realizes that this world is no place for a soft-hearted fool. He shook his head, already envisioning Lin Xing's tragic downfall with a sense of schadenfreude. The girl carefully accepted the warm water Lin Xing had offered, cradling it in her palms, taking small sips. After a few moments, she lifted her gaze, revealing her face. Oh dear, she was rather lovely. Her skin was fair, her eyes large, with a slight droop at the corners, exuding an air of vulnerability. Her cheeks were pleasantly plump. Not the gaunt, trendy look one often saw. Rather, she possessed a comforting, gentle beauty, the kind that would undoubtedly attract boys. Xingyu pursed her lips, feeling increasingly irritable. What's your name? Lin Xing's voice dripped with sweetness. Xingyu rolled her eyes. How come he had never spoken to her with such tenderness? Just moments ago, he had been ordering her around. I'm Lu Shir. The girl's voice was barely audible. Her face growing even redder, her head bowed lower. Thank you, for saving me. Lin Xing Lu Shir. What a pleasant name. Xingyu silently repeated it to herself, unable to resist stealing a few more glances at Lu Shir. She wore a dirty dress, torn in several places, yet even so, it did little to conceal her gentle, demure demeanor. TSK. What a master of playing the victim. Xingyu scoffed within, though she couldn't deny that the girl had something special about her. No need for thanks. It was but a simple act. Lin Xing smiled, his grin radiant, further fueling Xingyu's irritation. She felt goosebumps rise at his words. Lin Xing? How familiar. How long had they known each other? It was simply too much to bear. Moreover, how dare she call him brother when the real sister was right here? What gave her the right? Li Ming and Zhang Tingting continued their snide remarks from the sidelines, only serving to heighten Xingyu's frustration. These people were insufferable. All they did was mock. Her brother was acting with kindness, and they responded with ridicule. Truly a heartless bunch. Xingyu shot a glare at Li Ming and Zhang Tingting before huffily moving aside, downing the remaining cold water in her cup with a furious gulp. Humph. Drinking cold water. How infuriating. Stupid brother. Colossal fool. At this rate, he would eventually be tormented by these girls. Sister is still jealous of the host's actions. Family points 10, breakdown points 1. Current family points 80, breakdown points 1. Chapter 15, Sister's Breakdown. TSK. The cute sister with a tough exterior, truly endearing. Lin Xing's lips curled upward slightly, his spirits remarkably high. It appears that this strategy, which involves provoking others and creating misunderstandings, is proving to be remarkably effective. He discreetly cast a glance at Xingyu, who was pouting adorably while clutching her cup. Her little face was taut, likely due to her brother's antics resembling that of an agitated kitten. How delightful, truly delightful. Lin Xing felt a surge of secret satisfaction. It seemed he needed to orchestrate more such misunderstandings in the future. The increase in familial affection was almost alarmingly rapid, akin to the speed of a rocket launch. However, wait a moment. What on earth is this breakdown point 1? Breakdown point. What sort of new terminology is this? Lin Xing blinked. Feeling somewhat bewildered, he understood the concept of familial affection points. Their increase was a positive sign, indicating that his sister felt closer to him. But this breakdown point, the name alone suggested, it was something unpleasant. Breakdown. Could it mean that his sister was on the verge of a breakdown, transforming into that kind of deranged little sister? Lin Xing gasped, a chill creeping down his spine. No, it couldn't be. Could it? Although Xingyue could be sharp-tongued and a bit haughty, at her core, she remained a kind-hearted and lovable sister. How could she suddenly break down? Could it be because that she harbored too much jealousy, causing her to explode like a vinegar jar? Lin Xing's imagination ran wild, and the more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. After all, her reaction just now had indeed been rather intense, glaring. Drinking cold water and looking as though she might devour someone. But what exactly is the function of this breakdown point? Or rather, what are its side effects? Will it impact the familial affection points? Or perhaps it will alter his sister's personality? Or could it directly lead to a breakdown of the world? The more Lin Xing pondered, the more anxious he became, as if he had opened some Pandora's box. He needed to clarify what this breakdown point truly entailed. System, what is the purpose of this breakdown point? Responding to the host, an increase in breakdown points is actually a good thing. There is no need for concern. Your sister simply needs you more than before. A good thing? Lin Xing was momentarily taken aback, staring at the small text on the system panel, repeating it in his mind. An increase in breakdown points is a good thing. Is that for real? He scratched his head, feeling utterly perplexed. Breakdown? It sounds like something catastrophic is about to occur. How can the system claim it is a good thing? Is this system even reliable? Hey system, are you absolutely certain you haven't made a mistake? This breakdown point it won't cause my sister to break down, will it? Please trust in the system's expertise. Breakdown points are certainly not a bad thing. Expertise. Lin Xing's lips twitched. Aside from increasing the points, this system didn't seem particularly specialized. Then what exactly is this breakdown point? You must explain it to me. What if it truly leads to a breakdown? And you think a mere mention of expertise will suffice? I certainly don't want my adorable sister to go awry. You may understand it as the degree of your sister's need for you, her dependency, and her desire to be needed by you. Need, dependency, desire to be needed. Lin Xing mulled over these terms, his eyes gradually lighting up. Are you implying that the more breakdown points there are, the more my sister needs me? This can be understood as such. She will require you to the extent of being unable to part with you for even a moment. This is indeed an enormous blessing. He had previously worried that the breakdown points were something troublesome. As it turns out, it simply indicates that his sister needs him more. What a pleasant surprise, reflecting on the past, while Xingyue often bickered with him. More often than not, she took care of herself and showed concern for her own well-being. He had always wished to do something for his sister, to be relied upon and needed by her. Now, with these breakdown points, it felt like a timely gift. His spirit soared. He could hardly contain the urge to rush over and twirl Xingyue in his arms, exclaiming how ecstatic he was. However, upon further thought, it might be best to refrain from such an impulsive action. She would likely deem him insane. I must remain calm and composed. Lin Xing took a deep breath, striving to quell his excitement. Breakdown points are a good thing. My sister needs me more. He couldn't help but smile broadly. Grinning like a fool seems he must create more misunderstandings in the future. He felt a surge of happiness, envisioning a bright future ahead. With these breakdown points, the bond between him and Xingyue would undoubtedly reach new heights. As for how far these breakdown points could lead to a breakdown, well, he decided not to dwell on that for now. After all, the system had assured him it was a good thing, so it must be. After all, his current situation was largely thanks to the system. Meanwhile, Xingyue observed from the sidelines, realizing that her foolish brother had become utterly enchanted by Lu Shishir. Just moments ago, that sickening smile on his face. What was that about? This insufferable otaku, upon encountering a maternal figure, had succumbed completely. She regretted not giving him a proper education back then, to instill a healthy preference. How desperate could he be, wanting to flirt with every woman in sight? Stupid brother, are you some sort of stud? Lu Shirshir, smiling so sweetly, pretending to be gentle. Does she truly think she is some kind of savior? Oomph, is this what men fall for? Gentleness? Can gentleness be eaten? In a post-apocalyptic world, what good is gentleness? It would be far more practical to slay a few zombies instead. Your sister is still feeling jealous due to the host behavior. Familial affection points 5, breakdown points 1. Current familial affection points, 85, breakdown points, 2. The breakdown points have increased by 1. Hee, let us keep it up, striving to max out my sister's breakdown points and ensure she can't live without me. TSK. Enough is enough. Xingyue rolled her eyes internally. She stole another glance at Lin Xing, who was grinning even more brightly. His eyes were nearly squinted shut. One might think he had stumbled upon a gold bar. Is he so enamored with Lu Shirshir? Infatuated to the point of losing his mind? What a disappointment. She had thought her brother had matured somewhat, but it turns out he was still the same foolish man, unable to resist a beautiful woman. A sense of discomfort settled in her chest, an inexplicable feeling of unease that it felt as though her treasured possession was being coveted by someone else, leaving her feeling empty and sour. Humph, it seems all men are the same, Xingyue muttered quietly, her voice low but laced with palpable resentment. Hey, Xingyue, what are you mumbling about over there? Lin Xing's voice suddenly interrupted. Startling Xingyue, she quickly raised her head, meeting Lin Xing's cheerful face. Who's mumbling? I was just deep in thought. What were you thinking about? You look like you're frowning in concentration. Are you plotting against the zombie king? None of your business. It has nothing to do with you. She absolutely had to devise a plan. She couldn't allow him to get too close to that Lu Shirshir. With that thought, a slightly mischievous idea sprang to her mind that it was as simple as feigning vulnerability, something she could certainly manage. Chapter 16. It's just a matter of feigning vulnerability. I can do it better than you. The corners of her mouth curled slightly, her mind racing with schemes that resonated like a loud drum. Humph, feigning vulnerability? Xingyue thought to herself. I excel in this, while Lu Shirshir was still pondering whether Lin Xing, the dense blockhead, could lend her a hand. She was in for a surprise. The sister would take action. In the vicinity, a crowd of onlookers, young women and wives, were wide-eyed, eagerly anticipating the spectacle. Xingyue was well aware that if she didn't put on a good show at this moment, it would be terribly embarrassing. She swayed her little waist, gliding gracefully to Lu Shirshir's side. Her little hand, fair and delicate, reached out, with a radiant smile that was sweet enough to make one nauseous. She spoke words that were far from friendly. Sister, oh dear, look at you. How did you fall like this? How could you be so careless and get bitten by a disabled zombie? You must pay better attention. Next time you can't let yourself get bitten by such mindless zombies again. Come. Take my hand. Let me help you up. Lu Shirshir found herself at a loss. With everyone watching, if she didn't reciprocate, it would appear that she was being pretentious. With no choice, she steeled herself and extended her well-manicured hand to gently clasp Xingyue's little paw. To her surprise, as soon as their hands touched, Xingyue let out a sudden "oh" with a quivering tone, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Lu Shirshir's hand hadn't even been released, yet when she felt a sudden lightness in her grasp. Looking down, she saw the once smiling little girl now sprawled on the ground, her movements fluid and natural, as if she were a seasoned con artist. She feigned weakness, clutching her forehead, her brow furrowed tightly, and her little face as pale as if she had just emerged from the ICU. The sight was pitiful and frail, evoking a strong sense of sympathy. Xingyue? Lin Xing was startled. Just moments ago, she had been perfectly fine, so how could she suddenly collapse? He dashed over, supporting Xingyue with urgency. What's wrong? Where do you feel unwell? Xingyue leaned against Lin Xing, her little face ghostly pale, her brow knitted tightly. Brother, I don't know, I just suddenly felt dizzy. Everything went dark, and I have no strength. Her voice was faint, barely audible, akin to a mosquito buzzing. If it weren't for Lin Xing's keen hearing, he might have missed it entirely. Dizziness, darkness, lack of strength. Upon hearing these symptoms, Lin Xing's heart raced. This did not bode well. He hurriedly felt Xingyue's forehead and checked her pulse, muttering anxiously, "What is going on? How could this happen out of the blue?" Lu Shirshir stood aside, bewildered by this sudden turn of events. The once vibrant young girl has suddenly become so frail. Could it be mere coincidence? Her gaze flitted suspiciously between Xingyue and Lin Xing. Sensing something amiss, "Sister," Xingyue spoke again, her voice still weak yet tinged with a hint of grievance. "Sister, are you all right? Just now did I think I accidentally bumped into you." Lu Shishir was taken aback, only then realizing that Xingyue was addressing her. She hurriedly waved her hand, offering a gentle smile. "That it's nothing. Really, that I'm fine. How about you? Are you all right?" Xingyue bit her lip, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "I seem to be unable to stand at as," she struggled. Her body seemed to melt away, appearing utterly devoid of strength. Lin Xing, upon witnessing this, grew even more anxious and swiftly scooped Xingyue into his arms. "It's all right now. Where does it hurt?" Leaning against Lin Xing's embrace, Xingyue covertly cast a glance in Lu Shishir's direction, a barely perceptible smirk playing at the corners of her mouth. "Humph, who can't feign vulnerability? You think you can compete with me for my brother? Not a chance." The younger sister is delighted by the host's priority care, familial affection 5, current affection points 90. Sensing the malice from numerous girls around towards her sister, love-hate points 20. Current love-hate points 40. The surrounding onlookers, both older sisters and younger girls, were momentarily petrified, collectively speechless. Lu Shishir, though somewhat affected, still maintained an air of subtlety, practicing the art of feigned reluctance. Yet Xingyue was different. She boldly smeared the word pretense across their faces, as if fearing no one would notice. Having lived to this age, they had never witnessed such an audacious performance. Absolutely remarkable. TSK. This little girl is quite something. With such acting skills, she could easily surpass those at the prestigious Beijing Film Academy. Then, Xingyue's delicate voice floated like spring willow catkins, drifting into Lin Xing's ear. "Xingzi to note up brother to hands to feet to tummy." Each word tumbled out, muddled and unclear, as if she were deliberately feigning. Lin Xing, momentarily stunned, could only respond with a confused huh. Xingyue pouted, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, as if on the brink of crying. Yet she held it back that it hurts to rub it. Her demeanor would surely lead others to accuse her of dramatics. But Lin Xing paid no heed to such judgments. He only saw his sister's pale face and frail voice, his heart aching for her. Moreover, Xingyue had never once indulged in such displays of affection towards him. Making this moment all the more joyous, the pain must be severe for her entire aura to shift. "Where does it hurt? Your hands, feet, tummy. Is that all? Tell me everything, and I will rub them for you." He bent down, scrutinizing her face, terrified of missing any trace of discomfort. Xingyue extended her tiny hand, fair and delicate, pointing to her forehead, then to her arms, legs, and finally, with a look of utmost grievance, to her tummy. "It all hurts." Her voice was soft and laced with a cry. "Here dot, and here dot, and here it all hurts." Lin Xing's heart raced in panic. Could it be that something truly was amiss? He quickly set Xingyue on a chair. All right, I'll rub it for you. All of it." He gently massaged her forehead, being cautious as he touched her arms and legs. Finally, his palm rested on her little tummy, circling it softly. "How is this? Still hurting? Is it feeling any better?" Xingyue let out a contented hum, nuzzling her head against him. That it's a bit better, but not enough. "Brother," she called out sweetly once more. "I still want a hug. I need you to hold me tight." Lin Xing could never refuse. Seeing his sister in such a state, he would grant her any wish, even if it meant reaching for the stars. All right, brother will hold you tight." He immediately embraced Xingyue even closer, enveloping her in his warmth. "Is this comfortable? Am I holding too tightly?" "Yes, it's comfortable. Just right. It seems like my useless brother isn't so useless after all." Xingyue smiled contentedly, her small face pressed against Lin Xing's chest, relishing in the warmth of his embrace, feeling utterly blissful. "Humph, Lu Shishir, let your envy and jealousy simmer. My brother is mine, forever mine." The younger sister feels warmth from the host's embrace, familial affection 5, current affection points 95. Sensing the jealousy and malice from numerous girls around towards her sister, love-hate points 20, current love-hate points 60. Chapter 17. How affected the surrounding older sisters and younger girls watched Lin Xing dote on Xingyue, each feeling a wave of jealousy wash over them. "Oh dear. This little girl truly knows how to play the charm. Her act of fragility is simply impeccable." However, one must admit, this brother is utterly indulgent towards his sister, giving her whatever she desires. How enviable, especially for those who are still single. Witnessing a brother like Lin Xing only stirs their longing. If only they could have such a brother who needs a boyfriend. As for the men, well, one need not mention them. Their eyes were nearly popping out of their heads. Their expressions resembled that of someone who had just seen a celestial being descend, utterly exaggerated. If only they could have a sister like Xing, be she biological, half-related, or even the neighbor's daughter. As long as she could call them brother, they would surely cherish her like royalty. Who could resist? Who would not be enamored? It was simply indescribably precious. TSK. It was even more thrilling than the first sip of an ice-cold soda. Meanwhile, Lu Shirshir stood to the side, her smile slightly stiff as she observed the scene unfold. She had initially intended to draw closer to Lin Xing, but was thwarted by this little girl's antics. However, Lu Shirshir was not one to easily concede. She genuinely felt that Lin Xing had changed. She could not quite pinpoint how, but he had certainly become more alluring. What were Lin Xing's true feelings for his sister? Kinship? Or perhaps something more? As for Xing Yue, seeing herself as the apple of her brother's eye filled her with uncontainable joy. Who said that in apocalyptic times, one must resort to violence first? A touch of tenderness is equally delightful. The indulgence she received made her feel as if her tail could soar into the heavens. Her proud demeanor resurfacing. Humph, useless Lin Xing. Look at your lack of ambition. Of course, that was merely her facade, for her lips were curving into a grin that nearly reached her ears. Her tone was as haughty as ever. She could at least allow her brother to pamper her feet. However, as for the pressure TSK, he was still as useless as ever, barely providing any sensation. Lin Xing, can you exert a bit more strength? I can hardly feel a thing. Lin Xing's lips curled into a subtle smile, laced with a hint of affectionate mischief. He pressed down slightly harder on her tender foot. Xing Yue gasped unexpectedly. Her voice a blend of playful reprimand and surprise, the pitch of her tone rising slightly. It was akin to a kitten playfully mewing, or rather, a kitten being spoiled. This moment was nothing short of explosive. The men, already captivated, were utterly stunned by the sound, as if struck by thunder. Their very souls felt as if they might escape their bodies. Goodness, this little lady's voice is dangerously enchanting. It's simply lethal, more exhilarating than any live-streaming spectacle. All of them were captivated by her delicate little foot, ensconced in soft, white silk. How they wished to maliciously squeeze it. Not merely squeeze, they would gladly lick it if given the chance. Their eyes practically worshipped her, consumed by desire. All right, Lin Xing, it appears you're getting a bit too intense, that you're making me break a sweat. How pitiful. Xing Yue suddenly piped up, her tone still full of bravado, albeit softened just a touch. Yet, she secretly delighted in the fact that her brother had been massaging her feet for so long. The surrounding girls must have been burning with envy. She deliberately lifted her foot. The delicate appendage wrapped in silk glinting in the sunlight. Lin Xing, tell me, are you truly this inept? Can't even manage a proper foot massage. I truly wonder what you're capable of, with her mediocre skills. She could only begrudgingly allow him to tend to her precious feet. However, to be honest, if it were anyone else, humph, they wouldn't even get the chance to touch her. She would break their legs. This privilege was exclusive to her brother. Yet, Xing Yue's mind began to plot once more. Your kneading skills are utterly abysmal. When I'm in a good mood, I might just take it upon myself to teach you properly. You need to learn what true massage really means. She even attempted a clumsy imitation of a Japanese term, her tone lingering with a hint of self-satisfaction. The young ladies surrounding me are truly infuriating. Their chatter grating on my nerves and making my teeth itch. This little miss is the quintessential example of someone who flourishes with just a hint of attention, becoming rather audacious. Oh dear. This girl is simply too much to bear, Li Weiwei murmured quietly, her tone dripping with envy. Zhang Tingting rolled her eyes beside her, exclaiming, indeed, Lin Xing is to blame for indulging her whims. She is becoming insufferable. It remains unclear whether Lin Xing is genuinely fond of this girl, or simply drawn to her for other reasons. Li Ming shook his head disapprovingly. One cannot deny Lin Xing possesses an extraordinary tolerance, and he found himself somewhat admiring that quality. Alas, if it were my sister, I would have already given her a good thrashing. He hesitated to continue, aware of the numerous girls present. The sister is exceedingly pleased with the host's service, gaining 5 familial points, current total, 100. Sensing the pervasive malice, jealousy, and contempt directed at her from the surrounding girls, gaining 20 love-hate points, current total, 80. Lin Xing observed the familial points rising steadily, feeling a surge of warmth. Without further contemplation, He silently resolved to invest all his points into agility and strength. Current attributes: Strength 86, Agility 100, Constitution 15. Agility has reached its maximum of 100. Acquiring the skill Rapid Movement, enhancing reaction speed, movement speed, and attack speed by 20. A warm current coursed through his body, as if countless ants were crawling beneath his skin, creating a delightful tingling sensation. He clenched his fists, feeling significantly lighter, as though he had shed heavy shackles, every cell brimming with vitality. The exhilarating sensation of having achieved maximum agility quickened his heartbeat. Strength had also increased to 86. Though less dramatic than agility, it still made him feel capable of delivering a blow strong enough to fell a bull. Lin Xing pondered the unpredictable nature of the post-apocalyptic virus, prioritizing self-preservation. Should he encounter an insurmountable challenge, being able to flee swiftly was essential. Thus, he first maximized his agility. The group pushed through the glass doors of the pharmacy, returning to the street. The sunlight outside remained blinding, tinged with an ominous hue. The air was thick with the faint scent of blood and decay, far more pungent than before. In the distance, the low growls of zombies mingled with the terrified screams of humans, casting a shadow of dread over their hearts. The scene on the street confirmed their fears. The number of wandering zombies had noticeably increased. They were no longer scattered individuals, but rather groups of 3 or 5. Swaying as they roamed the streets, some already pursuing panicked survivors, the tense and oppressive atmosphere enveloped them, silently conveying that the situation had indeed become dire. Chapter 18. Can't run anymore. Lin Xing glanced at the horde of zombies and smiled. Remaining silent, he handed the axe in his hand to Xingyue. Then, with a swift motion, lifted her into a princess carry. Huh, Xingyue gasped, her cheeks flushing crimson. Zhang Yuxing, what are you doing? I can walk on my own now. Put me down. The onlookers were taken aback. Li Weiwei, Zhang Tingting, Li Ming, and Lu Shishir all stood in stunned silence. They had expected Lin Xing to at least consider their team members, yet here he was, carrying his sister and dashing off? This maneuver was too audacious. Lin Xing, wait for us. Li Ming was the first to react, shouting at the top of his lungs. The others quickly regained their senses and took off after him. But Lin Xing was remarkably swift. In the blink of an eye, he had surged far ahead, akin to an arrow released from its bow. My goodness. Is he even human? Zhang Tingting gasped, her lungs feeling ready to burst. Li Weiwei was no better off, grumbling as she ran. Is he in such a hurry to meet his maker? Lu Shishir gritted her teeth, trying to keep pace, but soon Lin Xing's figure vanished from sight, leaving them panting like bellows. Could they catch up? Not a chance. Their legs felt as though they might give way. Just moments ago, had they not witnessed Lin Xing's astonishing speed, they had exerted themselves to the utmost. But it was utterly futile. To make matters worse, the zombies were multiplying ominously. What were they to do? Their legs seemed to betray them. In their current condition, facing off against zombies felt like a death wish. The group felt a wave of despair wash over them. Akin to being toyed with by Lin Xing, he appeared to have grown immensely powerful, yet he showed no intention of seeking revenge or resorting to violence against them. Who would have thought that his method of retaliation would be so ruthless? Yet, reflecting on their situation, it was evident that not all of them had offended Lin Xing among their group. Only a handful had truly wronged him. Was he really so unforgiving? The sun beat down mercilessly, causing beads of sweat to form on their brows, a sensation that felt almost unbearable. Li Weiwei's frustration simmered to a boiling point. Why was he running so fast? Was he racing to the afterlife? Her voice cracked, tinged with tears. Zhang Tingting was equally breathless, feeling as though her chest would explode. My God, is he even human? Has he been fitted with a rocket launcher? Lu Shishir gritted her teeth, fixating on the direction Lin Xing had disappeared, her heart churning. She recalled Lin Xing's timid demeanor from the past, contrasting sharply with the image of him now, effortlessly carrying his sister and sprinting faster than a rabbit. Was this truly the same person? Time is indeed a terrifying force, capable of transforming individuals into strangers. The July sun scorched the ground, sending heat waves rising into the air. The mingled scent of sweat and blood filled their nostrils, inducing nausea. Li Ming wiped the sweat from his brow and spat. So, we're just going to let this slide? He surveyed the staggering, encroaching zombies, his voice trembling. Don't stop. We need to find a way to escape. Escape? Where can we possibly run to? They need not rely on their senses to know that they were surrounded by zombies. They felt like trapped beasts in a cage, with no escape route in sight. Running is futile, Zhang Tingting screamed, her voice pitched high. Can we outrun the zombies? Can we outrun Lin Xing? She collapsed onto the ground, tears streaming down her face. I can't run anymore. What? Li Weiwei shot her a fierce glare. What are you crying for? Does crying solve anything? In times like this, we need to remain calm and collected. Stop wailing. Despite her harsh words, Li Weiwei felt an equal measure of panic rising within her. Stealing a glance around, she noticed the zombies drawing ever closer, the stench of decay overwhelming. This time, it felt as though they were truly doomed. She recalled having mocked Lin Xing previously, calling him useless and a burden. In hindsight, it felt like poetic justice. Was this the proverbial karma? If only she had treated Lin Xing better back then, perhaps now, things would not have turned out this way. If only she were his girlfriend. She could be like that sister. What a vexing thought. How blind she had been. Li Weiwei stood there, gazing at the approaching zombies, her expression vacant, lost in thought. It felt as though she had slipped into an interminable dream. In that dream, she remained the esteemed heiress of the Li family, surrounded by sycophants showering her with flattery, while Lin Xing was merely a peripheral figure, summoned at her whim. Yet, the dream faded, revealing a harsh reality that felt utterly despairing. She suddenly realized how profoundly she had erred, a mistake of monumental proportions. But was it too late to understand? Probably. It was indeed too late. Just like a game nearing its conclusion, where one can only exit with a hollow GG. And they were left with no means of revival. This was it. They were surely doomed. Zhang Tingting collapsed onto the ground, wailing uncontrollably, tears and snot streaming down her face. Li Weiwei felt a headache coming on from the noise. Her anger boiling over as she turned to Li Ming. Aren't you the one full of bravado, always boasting about your prowess? Now that zombies are upon us, why don't you offer some advice? Just standing there like a wooden post? The nearby girls began chiming in, their voices laced with desperation. Exactly. Boys, think of something. You can't expect us to charge in and fight. They had all boasted about protecting them. Yet now, they were the ones fleeing faster than rabbits, relying on them. I might as well count on myself. A voice, heavy with resentment, echoed through the crowd. Several boys flushed with embarrassment at the women's accusations. Wanting to retort, but finding their resolve faltering. It was easier said than done. They were also vulnerable in the face of the zombies. If only they had firearms. Or at least a knife or sword. Chapter 19. Stop crying. Is this it? Are we just going to let it be? Li Ming fumed, his anger palpable, yet he felt utterly powerless in the current predicament. That brat Lin Xing took off with his sister, leaving us here to await our demise. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tingting's fury flared, and she shrieked. What do you propose we do? Chase after him and plead to be taken along? Have you lost your mind? Can't you see how fast he ran? A rocket launcher couldn't match his speed. You, who usually excels in physical prowess, are now stuck here just like the rest of us. Li Ming found himself at a loss for words. His face flushed with indignation. He wished to retort, but couldn't deny the validity of Zhang Tingting's words. Li Weiwei shot a fierce glare at Zhang Tingting. Could you refrain from uttering such despairing remarks? What purpose does it serve to dwell on these matters? We need to devise a plan. A plan. Zhang Tingting's voice rose, laced with a sobbing tone. What plan? We're surrounded by zombies, and Lin Xing has vanished without a trace. Tell me, what plan do you suggest? I truly can't run anymore. I feel like I'm going to die. Li Weiwei, feeling the weight of frustration, raised her voice slightly. All you do is cry. Can you not be of any use? I'm just scared. Zhang Tingting's sobs intensified, tears and snot marring her face. Wait, I don't want to die. Then stop crying. If the zombies hear you, they'll be even more excited. Li Weiwei, her chest tightening with anger, shouted at Li Ming. Aren't you a man? Why aren't you coming up with a solution? Are we just going to wait here to die? Li Ming, stung by Li Weiwei's shout, felt a surge of irritation and retorted. Come up with a solution? What solution could I possibly have? I'm not a superhero. Do you think solutions just fall from the sky? Besides, if it weren't for that bastard Lin Xing, would we be in this mess? Enough, enough. Let's all just tone it down a bit. Lu Shishir, who had been silent until now, finally spoke, her voice hoarse. What good does it do to argue? We need to think of how to survive. Survive? How do we survive? Upon hearing the word survive, Zhang Tingting's sobs grew more heart-wrenching. Sure, I really can't take it anymore. My legs hurt. My stomach aches. Li Ming, already frazzled, felt his temper flare even more at Zhang Tingting's weeping and bellowed. Can you shut the hell up? All you do is cry. It's driving me insane. Why are you yelling at me? Am I not allowed to cry? Why are you yelling at me? Zhang Tingting, frightened by Li Ming's outburst, trembled and cried even more pitifully to Li Ming. Seeing Zhang Tingting's tear-streaked face, felt a surge of anger. Without thinking, he raised his hand and slapped her across the face. Slap. Zhang Tingting was taken aback, her cries abruptly ceasing as she stared at Li Ming in disbelief, tears welling up in her eyes. You hit me? You actually hit me? Li Ming, you bastard! Zhang Tingting, in a frenzy, lunged at him. This time, Li Ming did not hold back, shoving her away, causing her to fall to the ground with a yelp. A fire burned in his chest, his mind buzzing with rage. His gaze darted around until it landed on Zhao Yu, whose glasses were askew on his face. Li Ming stormed over, grabbing Zhao Yu by the collar. Aren't you supposed to be the smart one? You used me before, so now come up with a solution, no matter what it takes. Zhao Yu, frightened, stammered. Without a solution, I might have one. Li Ming's eyes widened. Spit it out. Zhao Yu leaned closer, lowering his voice to murmur in Li Ming's ear. Upon hearing, Li Ming felt as though he had been bitten by a venomous snake, violently shoving Zhao Yu away, shouting, Are you even human? You beast! Zhao Yu stumbled back, nearly falling over, his eyes wide with confusion as his glasses slid down his nose. Li Ming was too engulfed in his thoughts to care about Zhao Yu. The notion he suggested was utterly despicable, if he heard correctly. Zhao Yu meant to capture a few women to feed to the zombies. What's worse, he had the audacity to suggest starting with the less attractive ones. Damn it! With the growls of zombies growing nearer, only 30 meters away, time was of the essence. Damn it! If they didn't act, they would truly be left with no choice. Li Ming's eyes turned bloodshot, resembling a rabid dog as he marched toward a girl. Which girl? Zhang Tingting. She was already crying, and now sensed something was terribly wrong, retreating step by step, her voice trembling. What are you doing? Don't come any closer. Please. In that dire moment, no one expected Lin Xing to return, like a gust of wind, rushing directly to Lu Sure. Sure, I'm leaving my sister in your care. Without waiting for a response, he turned and charged into the horde of zombies, still wielding the axe. My goodness. The speed at which he swung the axe was astonishing. The first zombie lunged at him, but the axe struck with precision, cleaving into its skull. Blood and gore splattered everywhere. Without pausing, he spun around and struck another zombie in the neck. The axe in his hands moved like a chef's knife slicing through vegetables, clean and efficient. Zombies roared and clawed at him, but they could not close the distance. His agility was akin to that of a monkey, weaving through the throng of zombies, the axe swinging in a relentless flurry. Thud, thud, thud. The axe met flesh with a dull thud. And within mere minutes, the ground was littered with zombie corpses, the stench overwhelming. The once fearsome 20 or so zombies had been dispatched single-handedly by Lin Xing and his axe. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. This kid is frighteningly powerful. Lin Xing had accurately predicted the moment to reappear. Just when they were on the brink of despair, this effect was remarkable. These love-hate points arrived at just the right time. Delighting him to he saw the notifications about the increasing love-hate points. A smile crept onto his lips. Clearly, his favorite segment of pampering his sister was about to commence. Hey, you useless brother, what exactly are you trying to do? Sure enough, Xing Yu's sharp voice rang out again, laden with disdain and a hint of barely concealed concern. What's with the back and forth? Did you rush out just to attract more zombies back here? Or has your brain been eaten by them? Her words were harsh, yet her gaze remained fixed on Lin Xing, a mixture of tension and curiosity evident in her eyes. Although she scolded him, her body instinctively shifted closer to him. Lin Xing, observing his sister's contradictory demeanor, felt a swell of satisfaction. He recalled that Xing Yu had a breakdown value that could be manipulated to his advantage. Leaning closer, he whispered to her, Actually, it's because I have someone I can't let go. Xing Yu, still grappling with her mixed emotions about Lin Xing's return to save others, perked up at his words. Huh? Who is it? The question escaped her lips, but her voice sounded dry and somewhat awkward. Lin Xing lowered his voice deliberately, infused with an air of mystery. Leaning in closer, his warm breath brushing against Xing Yu's air. For secrets, once spoken, they lose their magic. After a brief pause, he added, However, I can confide in you that this person is gentle, considerate, and remarkably good-looking. Humph, Xingyu pouted. Who would care about your secret, you weirdo? And don't ever joke like that again. I want to believe you. Yet, despite her words, her ears perked up, fearing she might miss a single word. Gentle, considerate, and understanding. Why does that sound so much like Lu Shirshir? Ugh. Xingyu swiftly dismissed the thought. She certainly was not concerned about Lu Shirshir. She was merely curious about what kind of scheme Lin Xing was concocting. It was definitely not jealousy, certainly not concern. I'm not joking, dear sister. You must keep this a secret for your brother, Lin Xing emphasized once more. Fully aware that Xingyu would undoubtedly misunderstand, as that was precisely the effect he desired. Sister's jealousy, sister's sadness, familial bond 6, chaos value 4. As he anticipated, the chaos value indeed surged, increasing by 4 points. Lin Xing expected Xingyu to react as she usually did, either exploding in rage, scratching at him, or at the very least, hurling some sarcastic remarks. However, this time, she reacted unusually, upon hearing his words. The light in her eyes seemed to vanish. Leaving them dull and lifeless, she wilted, akin to a frostbitten eggplant, her previously fierce demeanor dissipating in an instant. She stood there, motionless, her gaze vacant, lost in thought. After what felt like an eternity, long enough for Lin Xing to suspect that this girl might have been truly hurt, she finally parted her lips. Her voice barely audible. I understand. Lin Xing was taken aback. This was entirely different from the scenario he had envisioned. He had thought Xingyu would explode, argue with him, and demand explanations. Instead, she seemed to be on the verge of tears. Though she did not sob loudly, her tone and expression were unmistakably those of someone about to break down. Oh no, this has gone awry. Lin Xing's mind buzzed as he suddenly came to his senses. He realized that he might have crossed a line. His intention had merely been to tease Xingyu and perhaps increase the chaos value a bit, but it seemed he had inadvertently made his sister cry. What was he to do? Panic surged through him as he felt utterly lost, unsure how to comfort her. He had dealt with his sister's tears before, but this situation felt markedly different. Xingyu bit her lip. Her small face taut with restraint, as if she was desperately trying to hold back something, yet the tears in her eyes cascaded down, uncontrolled, like pearls slipping off a broken string. She hastily raised her small hand to wipe her face. Her voice thick with nasality as she mumbled incoherently. My eyes. Something got in them. Really. I'm fine. Brother. I'll be okay in a bit. This irritation is so bothersome. Why can't it just go away? Her voice carried a barely perceptible quiver, revealing the turmoil within, even as her stubborn lips refused to admit the truth. She even forced a smile, but that smile was more heart-wrenching than tears. Well, brother. You've grown up. You have someone you like. It's only natural. I should let go. Brother. You must treat the girl you like. A bit better. Be gentle. Be considerate. Don't make her worry too much. Don't treat her like you do me. Always making her angry. Xingyu took a deep breath, striving to hold back her tears. She thought that perhaps this was for the best. She could no longer be selfish, monopolizing her brother. She could not delay his pursuit of happiness. She cast a furtive glance at Lu Shirshir once more. She had to admit that woman. While not as captivating as herself, indeed possessed a certain charm and grace. At the very least, she was far superior to those frivolous girls who flocked around her brother. Chattering incessantly. In her heart, Xingyu silently awarded Lu Shirshir a passing grade. Surely. She could take good care of her brother, right? Even though. She still felt a pang of bitterness at the thought of giving her brother to someone else. Xingyu lowered her gaze, concealing the sorrow in her eyes. She was unaware of how much longer she had to live since the apocalypse began. She had been holding on, fearful of collapsing. Yet recently, she could feel her health deteriorating noticeably. Fatigue weighed heavily upon her. Even walking felt laborious, and fevers had become increasingly frequent and severe. She stealthily touched her forehead, which was beginning to heat up again. Sister's worry, sister's sadness, familial bond 3, chaos value 2. Current intimacy level 15, chaos value 8. Upon seeing the system prompt, Lin Xing felt even more anxious. The chaos value was still rising, indicating that his sister was genuinely upset. Xingyu lifted her head, striving to make her voice sound normal. Brother, you must take good care of yourself. She paused, as if summoning great resolve, before continuing. And about Lu Shirshir, you need to treat her well. She seems quite nice. Xingyu endeavored to recall Lu Shirshir's features, searching for something positive to commend her for. However, her mind was a blank slate, save for the words Lin Xing had just used. Gentle. Considerate, understanding. She inhaled deeply, forcing herself to finish her thought. She should be able to take better care of you. By the end, her voice had dwindled to a whisper, tinged with a barely detectable tremor. Xingyu felt her composure slipping away, tears welling in her eyes once more. She quickly lowered her head, not wanting Lin Xing to witness her disheveled state. Lin Xing, observing Xingyu struggle to suppress her tears while looking utterly heartbroken, felt a pang of deep sorrow. He understood that his little sister's thoughts were intricate and sensitive, and this time he had genuinely hurt her. This could not continue, he admonished himself silently. He felt a surge of determination and decided to disregard the complex gazes around him. Ignoring Lu Shishir's worried expression and the knowing looks from Li Ming and others, he stepped forward and unapologetically pulled Xingyu into his embrace. In an instant, the fragile defenses that Xingyu had been maintaining crumbled in the warmth of her brother's embrace. The pent-up feelings of grievance, anxiety, and bitterness poured out like a flood, her tears soaking Lin Xing's clothing. She clutched at his shirt, stifling sobs. Lin Xing gently caressed the top of her head, feeling her fragile body tremble in his arms, and his heart melted entirely. He lowered his head and whispered softly in her ear, "Silly sister, I never said who that person was." Xingyu's tears flowed even more freely, her voice thick with nasal congestion as she mumbled, It doesn't matter. I know. You don't need to comfort me. I can accept it." Her small frame stiffened slightly, forcing herself to accept this reality, her tone imbued with a tragic acceptance she herself did not fully recognize. Lin Xing sighed, an amalgamation of helplessness and affection as he ruffled her hair. "What do you even know?" "You know nothing." Xingyu, upon hearing this, abruptly lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes glaring at Lin Xing, a trace of stubborn pride lacing her voice. Who is the fool?" "I'm not a fool. I know everything about you." She sniffled, attempting to project confidence. Lin Xing, witnessing her heart-wrenching yet defiant demeanor, felt his heart soft and even more. A gentle smile graced his lips, his tone tender yet resolute. "Then you surely know that you will always be my top priority. Rest assured, as long as you are here, I will not choose anyone else." Lin Xing paused, his gaze deepening as if he were looking beyond Xingyu, to an even further place, unless he deliberately elongated his words, successfully capturing Xingyu's attention and momentarily distracting her from her tears. Upon hearing that statement, Xingyu felt an overwhelming wave of emotion, her tears almost ceasing, but upon hearing the word "unless," a sudden pang of anxiety gripped her heart. Sister's tension, sister's curiosity, familial bond 2, chaos value 1. She fought to suppress her nasality, striving to maintain her faltering facade of pride, yet her voice betrayed an inner turmoil, laden with a discernible tremor and a hint of sobs. Why are you saying these things to me? Perverted brother. Unable to find a girlfriend. So you come here to take advantage of your sister. Truly a hopeless, pathetic shut in. It's utterly disgusting. As she wept, she endeavored to unleash the most venomous words upon Lin Xing, attempting to mask her own panic and a faint glimmer of anticipation. Unless what? Unless that you no longer want me. Sister feels touched. Sister feels reassured. Familial affection 5. Current familial affection 22. Collapse value 9. The onlookers felt as if they were perched on needles, discomfort coursing through them like thorns in their backs, as if they had a fishbone lodged in their throats. Although Lin Xing had just intervened, ridding them of the surrounding snapping zombies and sparing them from a bloody battle, this act of kindness, while deeply etched in their hearts, was overshadowed by the scene before them. It was a veritable hell of another kind. It is worth noting that most present had just endured an emotional cataclysm. As the apocalypse descended, anxiety gripped the hearts of people, leading to fierce disputes among couples and friends over trivial matters, fears, and suspicions. Some had just faced rejection from their beloved, feeling as though their hearts were being torn asunder. Others had turned against longtime friends over a mere dispute regarding food distribution, and some had quarreled with their partners, who had once shared everything, over their disillusionment and despair regarding the future. They were all utterly drained, their spirits at an all-time low, desperately in need of comfort and healing. Yet here were Lin Xing and Xingyu, seemingly oblivious, enacting a display of deep sibling affection in front of a large audience. Was this not akin to pouring salt into their wounds? Sensing the myriad negative emotions directed towards her from the surrounding girls, love-hate points 30, current love-hate points 250, just then, a sudden commotion erupted not far away. "Look, what is that? It seems like a rescue team." Chapter 22. All terminated a rescue team. Could it truly be a rescue team? Is this real? Are we saved? A chorus of cheers erupted from the crowd as they all turned towards the source of the sound. Xingyu also lifted her head, following the gazes of the others. In the distant sky, a helicopter appeared, making its way toward them. Adorned on the helicopter was a conspicuous emblem, a red cross encircled by a ring of green olive branches. It was the emblem of an international rescue organization, Xing Yu's heart raced suddenly. The rescue team that has truly arrived? Instinctively, she glanced at Lin Xing, only to find his expression was not one of excitement like the others, but rather somewhat grave. Lin Xing's gaze remained fixed on the helicopter, his brow slightly furrowed. He felt an instinctive unease that things might not be as straightforward as they seemed. Several students, initially filled with hope, waved and shouted at the helicopter, attempting to attract the attention of the rescue team. They naively believed that they had finally found hope and could escape this wretched apocalypse. However, what awaited them was a merciless barrage. Rat-a-tat-tat. The cold bullets ruthlessly pierced their bodies, showering the ground with splatters of crimson blood. Young lives were abruptly extinguished, unable to even let out a complete scream. Blood stained the earth, and the eyes of all present were similarly tainted red. Run! They are not a rescue team. They are devils. Help! Help! I don't want to die. The crowd erupted into chaos, screams, wails, and curses blending into a cacophony, as if they had been thrust into a hellish nightmare. Those who had once brimmed with hope now fled like headless flies, terrified that they would be the next to fall to the bullets. Lin Xing's expression darkened, a glint of coldness flaring in his eyes. Without hesitation, he grasped Xing Yu's shoulder, pulling her close, his tone unwavering. Do not be afraid. Stay with me. Do not leave my sight. Xing Yu bit her lip tightly, striving to suppress her inner terror, and nodded. No matter how strong she tried to appear, at this moment, she could not deny that her brother's embrace was her sole source of security. Moreover, her brother had indeed grown up. Now he could stand on his own without needing her protection. The feeling of being protected by her brother was so bad after all. Familial affection 5, collapse value 1. Current familial affection 27. Sister's self-identity is becoming weaker, beginning to rely more on the host. Collapse value 10. Achievement initial dependence unlocked. Initial dependence. When the distance between sister and host does not exceed 5 meters. All attributes 50. Li Ming, take the others and retreat that way. Lin Xing swiftly surveyed the surroundings, pointing toward a relatively concealed abandoned building. Find cover. Do not scatter. Trembling from the gruesome scene, Li Ming's legs felt weak, yet he forced himself to nod. Okay. He turned and shouted, everyone, quickly follow me. Do not scatter. Everyone, can you hear me? This way. Follow me. Run. As he shouted, he took the lead, stumbling toward the direction Lin Xing indicated. Whether it was his voice that made an impact or the collective panic that rendered them directionless. A portion of the crowd, as if seizing a lifeline, turned and followed Li Ming. Of course, there were also those who knelt on the ground, clutching their heads and weeping, having given up the fight. Others stood frozen in shock, like lambs awaiting slaughter. Lin Xing, with Xing Yu in tow, nimbly slipped into a small corner of a building. Xing Yu clung tightly to Lin Xing's clothes, her face pale, her body trembling slightly. Sensing her shivering, Lin Xing tightened his embrace, using his warmth to convey a sense of safety. He whispered reassuringly, do not fear. Your brother is here. The roar of the helicopter grew louder, accompanied by the harsh sound of a broadcast echoing across the desolate ruins like a death knell. Everyone listen. Immediately cease all resistance. Cooperate with us for inspection. This is for your safety. I repeat, this is for your safety. The broadcast repeated incessantly, laden with an unmistakable threat. The helicopter began to descend slowly, the wind from its rotors stirring up dust and debris, obscuring the vision of the crowd. From the helicopter, several fully armed individuals jumped down, clad in matching black uniforms, wearing helmets and gas masks. Their faces remained obscured. They wielded a peculiar instrument, the front of which emitted a strange red light. Those who remained frozen and had not yet managed to flee became their primary targets. The leader raised the instrument, aiming it at a trembling girl. The device emitted a series of beeping sounds, the red light sweeping over her, unqualified. The cold voice that emerged from beneath the gas mask was devoid of any emotion. No, please. I am not. The girl cried out in terror, attempting to plead her case, only to be interrupted by the crack of a gunshot. Bang! The bullet mercilessly pierced her chest, blood gushing forth, staining the ground beneath her. Next, the leader, expressionless, motioned for his subordinates to proceed. Unqualified. Bang! Unqualified. Bang! The sound of gunfire rang out, akin to the grim announcement of death, ruthlessly claiming lives. Xing Yu bit her lip hard, barely restraining a scream. She witnessed this brutal scene firsthand. Fear and despair engulfing her like a tidal wave. She shut her eyes tightly, refusing to look any longer. Brother. Why are they doing this? Xing Yu's voice, trembling with tears, was barely audible. Lin Xing's gaze darkened ominously. He did not answer her question, for he too was uncertain of the answer. However, an ominous premonition gnawed at him. These individuals were certainly not a rescue team. They resembled hunters, and they, the survivors, were their prey. Unqualified. Another cold proclamation caused Lin Xing's heart to plummet. Logically speaking, none of these individuals had been infected. He had no idea what the so-called standards of unqualified entailed. A strong sense of unease coiled around him like a venomous serpent. The figures in black began a systematic search of the nearby buildings. Chapter 23. Why did you kiss me so forcefully? The heavy footsteps drew nearer, each thud resonating in Lin Xing and Xing Yu's hearts. Lin Xing's brow furrowed. He sensed danger closing in. If it were merely a close-quarters brawl, with his body enhanced by the system, he could easily manage. However, the presence of firearms complicated matters significantly. The threat of firearms was something he could not afford to ignore. Detected that the host is facing a crisis, the system strongly recommends purchasing the Absolute Cutter, priced at 250 love-hate points. Friendly reminder, this sword can help you slice through bullets. With it, you can stroll through a hail of bullets with the grace of a master. Lin Xing's eyes lit up. It could slice bullets. This system had proven to be quite reliable all along. He gritted his teeth and plunged all 250 affection points into it. In an instant, a blade materialized beside him. Yet, this sword surprisingly had usage conditions. Absolute Cutter, length 90 centimeters. Weight approximately 1.5 kilograms. Crafted from a mysterious alloy. The blade is both lightweight and exceptionally hard. The following effects can only be activated upon transitioning to a sword-related profession. Energy field. A faint energy field forms around the blade. When a bullet enters this range, the energy field automatically identifies it and precisely guides the blade to execute a clean cut through intricate calculations. Time dilation perception. The wielder experiences a slight slowing of time at the moment of drawing the sword, granting them extra moments to locate and cleave through swiftly flying bullets. Self-recovery. The blade possesses a self-repair function, allowing it to swiftly recover from any damage incurred while cutting through hard objects, including bullets. Maintaining the blade in optimal condition. Lin Xing gazed at the sword, then at the usage conditions, cursing inwardly. At a time like this, they still required a job change. Was this just toying with people? He calculated, realizing he still lacked 82 points of affection. This system truly knows how to choose its moments. TSK, still so far to go. Lin Xing cast a quick glance at the affection points. Feeling a twinge of irritation. 82 points was no small figure. Initially, he had intended to take his time, gradually nurturing his relationship with his sister, for after all, feelings must be cultivated slowly to be meaningful. He glanced at Xing Yu. But given the current situation, there was no time for dawdling. His gaze unconsciously shifted to something more. How should one put it? Making Xing Yu feel a bit frightened and oddly perplexed. A look one would never see on her foolish brother's face. Xing Yu felt a chill run down her spine under his scrutiny, his gaze akin to that of a hungry wolf. A foolish brother. Xing Yu's voice began to tremble, and her small frame instinctively recoiled, attempting to hide herself in the corner. What kind of gaze is that? So disgusting. Can you not look at me like that? She muttered. All the while secretly observing Lin Xing's expression, her mind racing with wild thoughts. She had realized that every time they reached such a critical juncture, this insufferable brother seemed to transform into someone else. Always wanting to do something to her. Perhaps the adrenaline rush of the moment brought forth these bizarre thoughts. I warn you, foolish brother, if you dare to go too far. I will never speak to you again. Without hesitation, Lin Xing grasped Xing Yu's wrist and leaned down to kiss her. Sister's affection points 10. Xing Yu was momentarily stunned. What is happening? Although there had been instances before where the foolish brother had pulled her around, this feeling was entirely different. A tingling sensation surged from her wrist straight to her heart. Moreover, why did he suddenly kiss her? Her mind became a whirlwind, unable to process what was happening. Normally, if Lin Xing dared to touch her this way, she would have slapped him away without a second thought. Such reckless behavior demonstrated a complete lack of respect for her. Yet now, inexplicably, it didn't seem so unpleasant. Moreover, upon reflection, the time spent with this insufferable brother might truly be limited. So just this once, let him have his kiss. After all, it's not a big deal. Just this guy. One kiss should be enough, right? Why is he still going on and on? Affection points 5, affection points 6, affection points. Lin Xing's fingers tightened around her wrist, his heated breath cascading over her hand, planting kiss after kiss with an insistence that left no room for refusal. He felt like an entirely different person than the cheerful, foolish brother she was accustomed to. She felt slightly breathless and finally pushed him away, unable to suppress a soft murmur. That's enough. Right. Lin Xing seemed not to hear her, stubbornly leaning in for another kiss, his gaze fixed intently on her. That look. How should one describe it? A mix of intimidation and something resembling grievance. Xing Yu felt a shiver run down her spine from his gaze, instinctively wanting to withdraw her hand, but he held her even tighter. "Don't move." Xingyu was taken aback. Why was this insufferable guy suddenly so serious? Moreover, his grip was so tight it almost hurt her wrist. How long did he plan to keep kissing her? Resigning herself, she surrendered to his whim. She no longer wished to resist. Let this foolish brother do as he pleased. As she prepared to accept everything and slowly closed her eyes, Lin Xing suddenly stopped kissing her. Xingyu blinked in surprise, her eyelashes fluttering as she gradually opened her eyes. Wait, is that it? She had expected something more to follow. Humph, truly the same cowardly fool. Hey, you. Xingyu was about to mock him to alleviate the strange atmosphere when she suddenly found herself gazing into Lin Xing's pitch-black eyes. Almost there. Lin Xing suddenly uttered, his voice low. Almost what? Xingyu was baffled, unable to follow his train of thought. What nonsense was this insufferable guy spouting? What did he want? He had kissed her, touched her. And now he was acting like this. Did he not have enough? As the thought crossed her mind, her cheeks flushed crimson. Ugh, what am I thinking about? This foolish brother must have ulterior motives. What do you mean almost? She couldn't help but press him, a hint of curiosity slipping into her tone unbeknownst to her. Lin Xing chose that moment to wrap his arms around her and gently pat her back. Speaking softly, I'm sorry, Xingyu. You've worked hard. Congratulations, the host has met the job change conditions. Strength has reached 100, gaining the ability, Violent Strike. Violent Strike. Attacks have a 10 chance to deal 5 times the damage. Constitution has reached 100, gaining a special constitution, Delayed Toxicity. Infection delay. Whether it be a virus or toxin, once in contact with an individual possessing the delay toxicity, the transmission rate will significantly decrease, and the infection cycle will typically be extended by several times. Mild symptoms. Even if ultimately infected, due to the aforementioned defensive mechanisms, early symptoms are often mild, providing the patient with a valuable buffer period. Adaptation and evolution. Prolonged exposure to various types of pathogens will enable the host's body to gradually adapt, potentially developing stronger resistance. Xingyu was utterly stunned. Her mind a blank slate. What is this? An apology, or perhaps consolation, or merely a crude jest? She couldn't comprehend it, truly couldn't. What was this insufferable brother thinking? One moment fierce, the next overly gentle. He was simply utterly unpredictable. Xingyu pouted, muttering softly to herself in frustration. Then, as if in defiance, she turned away, refusing to look at him. Chapter 24, Successful Job Change. Him. Lin Xing cleared his throat, striving to sound composed. Sister, no, Xingyu. The situation earlier was special. A special circumstance. Xingyu huffed, refusing to respond, merely turning her head aside, her ears flushed red. A special circumstance. Does a special circumstance permit one to kiss a family member so casually, and for so long? Humph. Insufferable fool. Lin Xing caught a glimpse of Xingyu's reaction from the corner of his eye, feeling a slight sense of relief. It seemed his sister wasn't as angry as he had anticipated. Given her fiery temperament, he had expected an explosion. Would she refuse? Certainly. Would she cooperate? Not a chance. Yet, against all odds, everything had gone surprisingly smoothly. If it weren't for the dire situation, he would have certainly pressed on in that atmosphere. He silently justified himself while calling out to the system in his mind. System, what professions are available in the sword class? Sword class professions are divided into various branches. Which branch would the host like to understand? For example, strength-oriented, agility-oriented, skill-oriented, or special ability-oriented? Show me all of them. Special ability-oriented sword professions include Phantom Swordsman, Sword Master, Demon Sword Controller, Bloodblade Dancer, Time-Space Sword Master. And so on. A barrage of names dazzled Lin Xing. Phantom Swordsman. Sounds like an assassin. Sword Master. Isn't that akin to cultivating immortality? Demon Sword Controller. That feels a bit ominous. Bloodblade Dancer. What a cringeworthy name. Time-Space Sword Master. That title does have a certain grandeur to it. He couldn't quite discern which was superior. Suddenly, his gaze halted, fixating on a profession he was certain of. This profession was truly divine. Siscon Berserker. Confirm, confirm. Hurry up and confirm. Lin Xing urgently shouted in his mind. Without bothering to read any introductions, he simply wished to hastily transition. Job change commencing. The system's cold voice echoed, followed by a warm current surging through Lin Xing's body. He felt every cell in his being rejoicing. An unprecedented sense of power filling his limbs and core. Hey, what are you dawdling for? Xingyu. Noticing Lin Xing hadn't moved for a while, couldn't help but poke him with her elbow. I am asking you, what was that special circumstance? You need to clarify. Lin Xing snapped back to reality, nearly losing control of the sudden surge of power within him. He felt as though he could punch a cow to death. No, 100 cows. Oh, the special circumstances merely to soothe your frightened soul. Lin Xing hastily concocted an excuse, feeling awkward even as he spoke. What nonsense about soothing the soul, that reason was utterly pathetic. Wasn't it? Xingyu rolled her eyes, clearly unconvinced by his flimsy words. Soothe the soul? I suspect you are merely taking advantage of the situation. Scoundrel, you lecherous fool. Hey, how dare you speak to me this way? I am your elder brother. Lin Xing deliberately adopted a stern expression, attempting to uphold the dignity of an older brother, even though it seemed he had little dignity left in her presence. Brother? Huh? Who acknowledged you as my brother? All you do is bully me day in and day out. Fine. I was wrong, young lady. It is my fault for attempting to soothe your soul at such a time. Lin Xing quickly conceded, for he had never won an argument against his sister and had no desire to do so now. That's more like it. Xingyu pouted, muttering softly, this time, I shall pretend nothing happened. You mustn't do this again. Do you hear me? Yes, I promise there will be no next time. Lin Xing nodded vigorously, though he mused to himself. Next time? Who knows if there will even be a next time? Even if there is, considering my sister's attitude just now, she will likely forgive me again. He glanced at his character panel, pleased to see that his familial affection value had surpassed 100. His sister was truly a tsundere, clearly overjoyed inside while outwardly feigning indifference. Familial affection has transformed into indulgence value. The love value system is no longer limited to females. Males can also generate various negative emotions towards the host, thereby increasing love-hate value. The range for acquiring love-hate value has expanded from 50 meters to 100 meters. Congratulations, host, for achieving the accomplishment brotherly love and sisterly respect. Brotherly love and sisterly respect effect. Emotional interactions between the two will become more intense. Twin amplification. Deep intimate interactions can randomly increase attribute points. Detected that the host has been promoted to SisterCon Berserker. The following are career skills: passive skill, SisterCon domain, centered around the sister. Within a radius of 500 meters, the host's attributes are greatly enhanced. Any damage sustained by the sister will be fully borne by the host. Combined with the Heart of Guardian, any damage the sister incurs will be endured at 150. Active skill, Sister Power Burst, consumes a certain amount of stamina, greatly increasing the host's attack, defense, and speed for a short duration. During this period, the protective instinct towards the sister reaches its peak. Berserker's Fury, when the sister is threatened or harmed. The host will enter a state of rage, significantly enhancing all attributes, duration depending on the severity of the sister's threat. If the sister breathes unclean air, all attributes are multiplied by 2. If a single hair is harmed, all attributes are multiplied by 3, and so forth. Lin Xing looked at the series of skill descriptions, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. SisterCon Domain, Sister Power Burst, Berserker's Fury. The names of these skills are far too straightforward. Yet, the effects are quite substantial, especially that SisterCon Domain, a radius of 500 meters. Does that not imply that as long as a sister is by his side, he effectively has a permanent buff, and that Berserker's Fury, going wild when his sister is threatened? This profession was tailor-made for her protection. Hey, scoundrel, why are you grinning like an idiot? Xingyu, seeing Lin Xing lost in thought, could not help but berate him. She truly worried that this foolish brother of hers never took anything to heart. In this apocalyptic world, where fear abounds, disaster would surely befall him eventually. Lin Xing suddenly snapped back to reality, realizing he had been daydreaming. No, this is not the time to be dazed. Those men in black are still searching outside. He took a deep breath, tightening his grip on the absolute cutter. The blade was cold to the touch, feeling as though it had melded with his arm. It's nothing. Lin Xing smiled at Xingyu, a hint of barely perceptible confidence in his grin. I feel like I have become stronger. Xingyu raised an eyebrow, her expression one of disbelief. Just boasting again. You have no real skills, yet you prattle on. However, deep down, she felt an inkling that perhaps something truly was different just moments ago. Her scoundrel brother's gaze seemed sharper than usual, and he appeared to exude an indescribable aura. Had he indeed grown stronger? It better be true, or else if those villains capture you, I shall not come to your rescue. Rest assured, with my sister around. How could I possibly allow them to take me? Foolish brother, always so glib, as if I were to cherish you. Stop being so self-important. If you were captured, it would be easier for me, and I wouldn't have to keep taking care of you. You scoundrel. Chapter 25. The fastest blade in the country at that moment. A figure clad in special forces attire had almost reached their vicinity. The heavy footfalls abruptly ceased, replaced by the faint rustle of fabric. Lin Xing's pupils constricted. He distinctly sensed that danger was perilously close. Xingyu, take cover. Xingyu also recognized the gravity of the situation, biting her lip tightly and nodding vigorously. Click. The faint sound of metal clashing was the sound of a firearm's safety being disengaged. Just as the tension reached its peak, a shadow lunged out from around the corner, gun barrel directed straight at Lin Xing. It was a man clad in black tactical gear, his face obscured by a mask, revealing only a pair of icy, bloodthirsty eyes. Die, the man sneered, pulling the trigger in that instant. But Lin Xing moved. Whoosh, the blade sliced through the air, trailing a chilling glimmer. Quick, too quick. Lin Xing could even see the faint white trace left by the blade's friction with the air. Thud. Blood erupted. The man's arm, which held the firearm, was severed at the wrist along with the gun that had yet to fire a single bullet. Ugh! A piercing scream shattered the silence as the man clutched his severed arm. His eyes wide with disbelief. He hadn't even seen how Lin Xing had struck. Pain surged like a tidal wave. The man staggered backwards, colliding with the wall, leaving a horrifying trail of blood. Lin Xing showed no signs of stopping. Seizing the advantage, he surged forward, the blade slicing again. Thud! The sword plunged accurately into the man's throat, pinning him against the wall. Blood gushed forth, staining the man's mask as well as Lin Xing's clothes. Sister Condomain enhanced Lin Xing's strength, speed, and reflexes to a terrifying degree. He resembled a god of death emerging from hell, his eyes filled only with frigid killing intent. Scoundrel. Xingyu was stunned by the sudden turn of events. Covering her mouth with wide eyes, struggling to believe that this was her typically timid, easily bullied scoundrel brother. How could his actions and killing be so clean and efficient? Lin Xing slowly turned to face Xingyu, his eyes still harboring remnants of the killing intent. However, upon seeing her terrified expression, that killing intent vanished in an instant, replaced by a gentle warmth. It's all right, Xingyu. He approached her, gently patting her back to soothe her shaken emotions. Xingyu opened her mouth as if to speak, yet found herself utterly at a loss for words. She looked at the blood-staining Lin Xing's body and inhaled the metallic scent of blood in the air. Her heart a tumult of emotions. Fear, yes. Terror, certainly. But more than that, an indescribable sense of security washed over her. She knew that whenever she faced danger, her brother would unhesitatingly stand in front of her. Even if he had to become a monster. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from all directions as more men in black, alerted by the commotion, quickly converged upon them. Lin Xing's gaze sharpened, positioning himself protectively in front of Xingyu. He slowly raised the blade, its tip angled toward the ground. Come, let me see how many of you are enough to kill. Lin Xing's voice was low yet resonated clearly in the ears of every black-clad figure. Kill him. Avenge the captain. The men in black roared in fury, lifting their firearms as they frantically opened fire on Lin Xing. Bang, 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 bang. The gunfire erupted, bullets raining down like a torrential downpour. Lin Xing's expression was cold. He crouched slightly, the blade tracing phantom arcs before him. Energy field, activated. Time dilation perception, activated. To Lin Xing, the bullets that had previously been too fast for the naked eye to track now became vividly visible. He swung the blade, accurately slicing through each bullet. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew. Bullets were cleaved in two, losing their momentum and falling powerless to the ground. Lin Xing moved through the hail of bullets as if strolling through a park, impervious to harm no matter how densely they rained down. Monster. He is not human. Retreat. Quickly retreat. What the hell is this? An awakened ability user. Run. The men in black, terrified by Lin Xing's terrifying prowess, screamed in panic. Turning to flee. Wanna run? Lin Xing sneered. Too late. Sister power burst. The aura surrounding Lin Xing erupted, his speed instantly multiplying several times. He darted through the ranks of the men in black like a specter, each swing of his blade claiming a life. Thud. 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 Blood and flesh flew, screams echoed. The men in black stood no chance against Lin Xing's onslaught, each one falling into a pool of blood. In a matter of mere minutes, the originally imposing figures clad in black were utterly vanquished by Lin Xing. The streets lay strewn with corpses, a river of blood flowing freely. The air was thick with the nauseating stench of blood. Evoking a sense of revulsion, Lin Xing stood amidst the fallen, drenched in crimson, resembling a demon emerging from the depths of hell. He slowly turned to face Xingyu. Xingyu stood there in a daze, gazing at the hellish scene before her, her small face as pale as death. Xingyu. I did not wish to do this. Perhaps we would all perish. Or endure something even more unbearable. He feared that Xingyu might come to despise him for his actions, that she would perceive him as a monster. Are you all right? Lin Xing was stunned. He had not anticipated that Xing Yu's concern was not for the lives he had taken, but rather for his own well-being. I am fine, Xing Yu. Lin Xing shook his head, striving to muster a smile. I'd have protected you. Haven Ti. Xing Yu remained silent, merely stepping closer to Lin Xing, her small hand reaching out to gently wipe the blood from his face. Stupid brother, you can dodge bullets, yet you can't evade blood. Lin Xing was momentarily at a loss for words. He certainly could not admit that he had been too engrossed in the act of slaying to avoid the splatter of blood. Moreover, was there truly a comparison to be made between dodging bullets and blood? Bullets posed a threat, while blood did not. His sister's focus was always so uniquely peculiar. Xing Yu's small hand, cool to the touch, delicately brushed over his face. The tension that had gripped him began to ease. Truth be told, he had been quite anxious moments ago. Were it not for the thought of protecting his sister, he might have fled. After all, the notion of dodging bullets seemed utterly absurd. Hey, I'm asking you a question. If you're so adept at avoiding bullets, how come you can't avoid blood? Or is blood more terrifying than bullets? Seeing him silent, Xing Yu could not help but unleash her sharp tongue, yet her hands continued their gentle task. Her little face remained pale, the remnants of fear still flickering in her eyes. But her tone had reverted to its usual disdain. Ahem. Well, avoiding blood is mainly unnecessary. Xing Yu shot him a disapproving glance, applying a bit more pressure as she roughly wiped his face with her sleeve. Unnecessary? You must be truly foolish. It's filthy and disgusting. Why must you smear my clothes with blood? Though she complained, her actions became more meticulous, ensuring not a single spot was left untouched, even the corners of his eyes. Honestly, you were so worried, yet your words remained so fierce. Chapter 26. The melody of sisterly scolding. Lin Xing gazed at his sister, who was so close, her earnestness warming his heart. How could it be that when his sister scolded him, it sounded so delightful? He wished she would scold him a few more times. He feigned silence, allowing her to murmur her grievances. So filthy, so stinky, why must you rub blood all over me? However, this time, I suppose you did have a bit of use, she muttered under her breath, the corners of her mouth curling slightly upward. Useful? Is that a compliment? Lin Xing's eyes brightened, feeling invigorated. The sensation of being praised by his sister was truly delightful. It surpassed the thrill of defeating 100 black-clad foes. All right, it's all clean now. Xing Yu finally straightened up and took a step back, appraising him from head to toe. Not bad. Barely acceptable. The crowd behind them began to murmur, heads popping up one by one, reminiscent of timid mice daring to peek out of their holes after a storm. Li Weiwei's eyes widened, her mouth agape as if an egg could fit inside. I must be seeing things. Is that a blade? Cutting bullets? My goodness, is he even human? She felt her mind swirling, as though struck on the head with a mallet, buzzing incessantly. Zhang Tingting tugged at her sleeve, her voice trembling. Weiwei. He. The words caught in her throat, refusing to emerge. It was too surreal. Even films would dare not depict such a spectacle. This was beyond comprehension. Li Ming swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing audibly. He rubbed his eyes vigorously and pinched himself, wincing at the pain. This isn't a dream, not an illusion. Is he truly this formidable? It's as if he is cheating. He suddenly recalled playing games in the past, where powerful players dealt massive damage in a single blow. Could it be that Lin Xing was one of those hidden elites? Lu Shirshir, typically so composed, found herself gasping in disbelief. The air was thick with the scent of blood, pungent and suffocating. The gunfire had left her ears ringing. Yet Lin Xing, he had managed to. Her gaze settled on Lin Xing, the figure drenched in blood, fighting valiantly, as if he had clawed his way out of hell. It was terrifying, yet oddly comforting. Yes, a sense of security. For reasons unknown, she felt that with him around, there was nothing to fear. This feeling was peculiar, yet it brought a strange sense of peace. Oh my heavens. Among the crowd, someone murmured in a quivering voice, is he truly human? Perhaps that a deity descended to earth. Was it the man's prowess that was remarkable, or the blades? Or did he even acquire such a weapon? They cautiously edged forward, eager to see better, yet wary of the danger that proximity might entail. The feeling was a mix of curiosity and trepidation, akin to witnessing a spectacular display of superhuman abilities unfolding before their very eyes. Exciting, yet slightly unnerving. Love-hate value 50, indulgence value 1. Indulgence value reaches 100, new profession can be acquired. What? A new profession? The mere thought of it sounded intriguing. System brother? Ahem, buddy pal? Is there a profession related to my sister? Once he voiced the question, he felt a tinge of embarrassment. Was he being too obvious? The system remained unusually silent for a moment, its tone tinged with exasperation and a hint of acceptance when it finally responded. The host is truly a devoted sister complex, but utterly hopeless. Rest assured, there will be one. The host will know when the time comes. There truly is. Then I can rest easy. A profession related to his sister. The mere thought was exhilarating. He rubbed his hands together, eager to discover what this new profession entailed. His sister was the most adorable creature in the world. Wait, this doesn't seem like the right time to think about that. There are still heaps of corpses outside. And what about the others? How are they faring? Right? It seems I had forgotten to gather supplies amidst all this chaos. Given the current situation, what's the point of going to school? We need to find a place to store supplies quickly. And his sister was right there beside him. He had to remain composed, mature, like a reliable brother who could protect his sister. He had to maintain the image he had so painstakingly established. Lin Xing surveyed his surroundings. The original group of over 60 had dwindled to a mere 40 or so that were not returning to school. Lin Xing suddenly declared. The classmates were momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend his statement. Not going back to school. Then where are we headed? Li Ming was the first to voice his confusion, scratching his head in bewilderment. Zhang Tingting quickly chimed in. Yes, if we're not going to school, where can we be safe? Lu Shishir adjusted her glasses, calmly assessing the situation. The school is undoubtedly unsafe now. Those people were clearly targeting us. Returning there could be even more perilous. Li Weiwei remained lost in the shock of what had transpired, her gaze unfocused as she muttered to herself. The blade cutting bullets, how did he do that? Xingyu rolled her eyes, muttering under her breath, You bunch of fools, whatever brother says goes. Why ask so many questions? Though her voice was low, those around her still heard, turning their attention to Xingyu and Lin Xing. Lin Xing ignored the others, focusing on Xingyu with a gentle gaze. What do you think, Xingyu? Where should we go? Xingyu pouted, her tone still brusque. How should I know? I'm not omniscient. Why are you asking me? Just decide for yourself. Truly, it was frustrating that even such trivial matters required her input. I'm your sister, not your mother. Yet, despite her words, her eyes secretly watched Lin Xing. Eager to see how he would decide, Lin Xing smiled. Already anticipating his sister's response, my thought is to find a spacious location with a relatively concentrated supply, to store some provisions first. The situation at school is unclear. Returning recklessly would be too dangerous. Store supplies. Li Ming blinked in confusion. Where do we even store them? A supermarket? A mall? The supermarket is too crowded, right? The mall doesn't seem too safe either. Zhang Tingting expressed her hesitation. Lu Shishir pondered for a moment and suggested, I think we could consider the warehouse district or a large logistics center. Those places have ample space and resources and comparatively fewer people. A logistics center? That sounds feasible. Li Ming's eyes lit up. Indeed, logistics centers are typically situated in the suburbs, where the population is sparse and the space is ample. It is a splendid idea. Others nodded in agreement. Finding wisdom in Lu Shishir's words, then let us proceed to the logistics center, shall we? No objections? Lin Xing decisively declared. The classmates exchanged glances, then unanimously shook their heads. Who would dare voice dissent after Lin Xing's earlier display of prowess? Such feats of skill were beyond the realm of mere mortals. Following a figure of such caliber could only lead to fortune. No objections, no objections. Lin Xing, you have the final say. Li Ming was the first to express his approval. His enthusiasm palpable. Zhang Tingting quickly chimed in. Yes, we shall heed your guidance. Although Lu Shishir remained silent, she subtly nodded, her gaze betraying a hint of trust and curiosity. As for Li Weiwei, she appeared lost in thought. Repeatedly murmuring, blade and bullet. Blade and bullet. Xingyu let out a huff, muttering under her breath. A bunch of fair-weather friends. But at least they are wise enough this time. To have my brother lead them is surely a blessing they have earned over 3 lifetimes. Lin Xing paid little heed to his classmates' reactions. His focus was solely on his sister. This little girl was growing increasingly adorable with each passing moment. He longed to find a place to lavish her with affection. Chapter 27. Team Leader. If it must be, then so be it. Lin Xing turned to his classmates and announced, Since there are no objections, let us set off. Sure. Do you know the location of the logistics center? Lu Shishir nodded. I know a few. There is one not too far from here. We can first visit the nearest one. Very well, let us depart. Lin Xing waved his hand, signaling everyone to follow. Lin Xing. Li Ming suddenly spoke up, a hint of embarrassment coloring his voice. Does this mean that we now have a team? And, who is the team leader? Team leader. Lin Xing was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. He had not contemplated such a role. However, he glanced at Xingyu, his gaze softening. The team leader, of course, is our dear Xingyu, who had been lost in thought, abruptly raised her head upon hearing her name, her expression one of disbelief. Huh? Me? Team leader? Are you joking? She pointed at herself incredulously. What? Does my dear sister not wish to be the team leader? Or does she fear the responsibility? Lin Xing teased. You needn't worry, dear sister. I shall support you. What is there to fear? Who says I am afraid? Humph, if I must, then I shall. She retorted defiantly. Besides, who needs a clumsy fool like you for support? You are but a mere advisor. Xing Yue tossed her head back proudly, a hint of satisfaction gracing her features, only to swiftly adopt a stern demeanor. But, if I am the team leader, you all must listen to me. Anyone who dares disobey will face my wrath. As she spoke, she shook her small fist, striking a pose of fierce authority. Her classmates were charmed by Xing Yue's adorable antics, laughter erupting among them. Yes, yes, we shall listen to Team Leader Xing Yue. Team Leader Xing Yue is formidable. Li Ming even shouted a rallying cry, prompting another round of laughter. Xing Yue, flattered by their praise, felt a flush creep onto her cheeks, though her lips betrayed a smile. This group of simpletons is finally showing some discernment. Lin Xing, observing his sister's blend of pride and cuteness, felt his heart swell with affection. Having his sister as the team leader, perhaps it was not such a bad idea after all. At the very least, it would bring her joy. Moreover, with his sister by his side, he felt an invigorated sense of purpose. To safeguard her smile, he would strive even harder. Well then, now that we have chosen a team leader, let us set forth, onward. Our destination. The logistics center. Charge! Li Ming exclaimed excitedly, leading the charge forward. Upon arrival, this is the place. Lu Shishir pointed to a massive structure ahead. The logistics center was even larger than anticipated, resembling a steel fortress standing resolutely in the desolate countryside. Its exterior was clad in gray metal panels, coated in layers of dust and rust, giving it a somewhat dilapidated appearance. Several large trucks were haphazardly parked at the entrance, their cabs askew, resembling abandoned toys. Scattered across the ground were various debris, cardboard boxes, plastic bags, and fragments of indeterminate origin. This place appears rather desolate, Li Ming remarked as he surveyed the surroundings, hesitating. Shishir, calmly assess, Lu Shishir advised. The more desolate the area, the fewer zombies there will be. Moreover, the ample space suggests a significant stockpile of supplies. Shishir is correct. Let us venture inside. Lin Xing nodded in agreement. He had another consideration. This location's remoteness would facilitate his ability to care for his sister more effectively. Now, who shall open the door? Zhang Tingting pointed toward the firmly shut entrance, her apprehension evident. I shall do it, Lin Xing declared, stepping forward. Wait. Xing Yue interjected suddenly, blocking his path. Stinky brother, are you trying to play the hero again? You're just a novice pretending to be a master. Lin Xing began to explain, but Xing Yue cut him off. No. You were still injured. She pointed at the bloodstains on his clothes, her tone resolute. Let someone else do it. I am not injured. That blood belongs to others. Lin Xing couldn't help but chuckle at her overprotectiveness. Others' blood? You think it's fine to smear it all over yourself? It's disgusting. Xing Yue shot him a glare before turning to Li Ming. You go. Me. Li Ming pointed at himself in bewilderment. I can't do it. What is there to fear? You are a grown man. Are you afraid of zombies? Xing Yue insisted, hands on her hips, her demeanor fierce. Hurry up. This is a command from your team leader. If you don't, I will beat you. Li Ming recoiled slightly, thinking to himself, how infuriating. A little brat ordering me around. If it weren't for the fact that I can't take on your brother right now, I would have taught you a lesson. He glanced at Lin Xing, and then at Xing Yue, finally steeling himself to approach the door. I'm going. I really am. Li Ming took hesitant steps toward the massive entrance. Glancing back repeatedly, he took a deep breath and abruptly yanked the door open. Creak. The jarring sound of metal scraping echoed in the still air, tightening everyone's hearts. As the door swung open, darkness loomed within, revealing nothing clearly. A musty odor assaulted Li Ming's senses, causing him to instinctively cover his nose. He peered inside, his voice trembling slightly. No one is here. Then go inside. What are you waiting for? Xing Yue urged from behind. Li Ming felt as though he could shed tears. This little lady was so detached from the situation. He braced himself and stepped into the warehouse. Wait, I'll go with you. Lin Xing, feeling uneasy, followed closely behind. Observing this, the others also trailed in after them, entering in a steady stream. Inside the warehouse, the atmosphere was even darker than outside, with only a few feeble beams of light filtering through the holes in the roof, barely illuminating the surroundings. This place is enormous. Li Ming marveled at the towering shelves before him. The shelves were filled with various goods, all covered with plastic tarps, obscuring their contents. Everyone, be cautious. Spread out and search for food and water. Lin Xing advised. All right, the classmates responded, beginning to fan out in search of supplies. Wow, there is so much food here. Zhang Tingting suddenly exclaimed with excitement. She lifted a tarp from one of the shelves, revealing a mountain of instant noodles, biscuits, and sausages. Were rich. Li Ming rushed over, his eyes sparkling at the sight. This much food could last us for months. The others gathered around, their faces alight with joy. Wonderful, we are saved. So much food, we won't have to starve. I can finally eat my fill. Some even broke down in tears of relief. Since the apocalypse began, they had lived in constant fear, struggling with hunger. Now, confronted with such a bounty, they felt hope rekindled. Chapter 28. What a small world indeed. Food. So much food. The classmates cheered with glee, rushing toward the mountains of supplies. Xingyue couldn't help but swallow hard, muttering to herself, "Humph, a bunch of Navi folks, all they know is to eat, eat, eat." Yet her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she stealthily approached a pile of snacks. Lin Xing chuckled, about to remind everyone to maintain order and refrain from crowding. Oh, quite the lively scene here. A voice, laced with scrutiny, suddenly echoed from the depths of the warehouse. Instantly, the classmates froze, their movements halted, smiles vanishing from their faces. Lin Xing's expression hardened. He swiftly turned to the source of the voice. Emerging from the dim shadows was a group of individuals. At the forefront stood a girl clad in athletic wear, her hair tied up in a high ponytail, her features strikingly bright. Trailing behind her were approximately 50 individuals, both male and female, each wielding an array of weapons, ranging from baseball bats to steel pipes, and even a few fruit knives. The atmosphere instantly became tense, the previous joy evaporating, replaced by an unsettling anxiety. Li Weiwei recognized the newcomer and was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "He's Xiaoman." The girl with the high ponytail also spotted Li Weiwei, her face flashing a hint of surprise before breaking into a smile. "Weiwei, is that really you? I thought I was mistaken. Xiaoman, it truly is you." Li Weiwei joyfully rushed over and grasped the hand of the girl with the high ponytail. "What brings you here? Are you also searching for supplies?" The girl known as Xiaoman affectionately patted Li Weiwei's hand, yet her gaze drifted past her, landing on Lin Xing, her expression darkening with displeasure. "Humph, why is this troublesome fellow here too?" The name Xiaoman struck Lin Xing like a thunderclap. Memories from high school flooding back as if playing on a reel. Xiaoman.to Lin Xing. That name was synonymous with nightmares. In those days, this girl, emboldened by her burly boyfriend, had dominated the school, often tormenting Lin Xing's fragile heart. To call her the instigator. That was quite accurate. Lin Xing stood there, silent as a statue, feeling as though he had been rendered mute. Oh, if it isn't the illustrious young Master Lin? What a rare sight. So, the apocalypse has finally coaxed you out for a stroll. After 3 years of hiding, you've decided to emerge from your gilded cage. I wonder what is so appealing about your little den. It must be rather dismal to be cooped up all day, avoiding the world, isn't it? Lin Xing was all too aware of the reasons for his retreat. What was the point of going to school? Except to be bullied? The most pressing concern was his adorable younger sister at home, that not seeing her would only deepen his sense of suffocation. He pressed his lips together, not even raising his eyelids, dismissing Xiaoman's taunts as if they were mere farts. "Cat got your tongue?" Xiaoman stepped closer, her high heels clattering against the concrete, the sound sharp and grating. Or perhaps. Oh, let me guess. You're speechless with excitement at seeing an old classmate? She covered her mouth, feigning laughter, her smile more terrifying than the faces of the zombies outside. Xiaoman. Enough? Li Weiwei couldn't bear it any longer, stepping forward to shield Lin Xing. "What's the matter?" Li Weiwei, feeling protective, Xiaoman arched an eyebrow, her gaze flitting between Lin Xing and Li Weiwei, her expression revealing she had unearthed a grand secret. "Let me tell you, some people are simply hopeless. Why bother defending him? It's a waste of sentiment. You, just come with me." Li Weiwei stepped forward and took her arm, pulling her aside. "That guy is different now. Don't provoke him." She lowered her voice, almost pleading. "I beg you, just talk to him nicely before he gets angry." "Talk nicely?" Xiaoman laughed, as if she had heard the most ridiculous joke, suddenly pointing at Li Weiwei. "What could I possibly say to someone like him? It would be a waste of breath." "Li Weiwei, when did your standards drop so low? You find that kind of pitiful creature appealing?" She turned back to Lin Xing, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "So, young Master Lin, are you planning to play dead forever? Or do you only know how to hide behind women? I never thought someone like you could survive this long. What a miracle. I half expected you to have rotted away in some dark corner by now." Ha ha ha. Her minions erupted in laughter, each word laced with blatant mockery and malice. Xingyue, listening nearby, felt her face darken, anger bubbling within her. How could this foolish brother endure such insults without retaliating? She despised anyone bullying her brother, especially this ancient scourge. Hey, you old hag, clean up your mouth, Xingyue interjected, hands on her hips, unrelenting. Just because you look like a wreck doesn't mean everyone else is as hideous as you. And who are you calling a wreck? You're the foul rat in the sewer, utterly disgusting. The young girl unleashed her full fury, her sharp tongue at its peak. Xiaomin's face turned ashen, her smile freezing in place as if she had just swallowed a fly. She hadn't anticipated that the timid Lin Xing from back then would now have such a sharp-tongued little firecracker by his side. Even more astonishing was that this little firecracker dared to insult her to her face. You insolent brat, what did you just say? Xiaomin's voice rose, glaring at Xingyue with an expression full of threat. Xingyue remained undaunted, defiantly lifting her chin. But I said you're old. I said you're ugly. I said you're foul-mouthed. What are you going to do about it? Feel free to stew in your anger. You, Li Weiwei's face flushed with anger, about to retort, but Lin Xing gently tugged at her arm. After all this time, he had finally allowed Xingyue to express her frustrations. Her incessant chattering was nothing short of delightful. Next time, he would encourage her to speak even more. For now, he would let it slide. After all, meeting an old acquaintance was indeed a bittersweet affair. He raised his head, finally meeting Xiaomin's gaze, his voice calm and devoid of emotion. Xiaomin, it's been a while. Xiaomin exaggeratedly clutched her chest. Well, the sun must be rising from the west. Young Master Lin is actually speaking. I thought your tongue had been cut out. I wonder, during these past few years of hiding at home, have you been practicing your verbal sparring? Lin Xing smirked, his lips curling into a sarcastic arc. Xiaomin's expression faltered, her smile faltering. You. Chapter 29. Don't be so fierce, we're all on the same side. What is the matter? Can T take a little criticism? Lin Xing took a step forward, his gaze piercing into hers. When you bullied me back then, I don't recall you being so sensitive. What nonsense are you spouting? Xiaomin's voice trembled slightly, yet she maintained her defiance. Nonsense. Lin Xing chuckled coldly. Oh, you want me to recount the times you cornered me at school, one by one? Xiaomin's face turned a ghastly shade, her eyes flickering nervously. The atmosphere around them plummeted to a freezing point. Li Weiwei and Zhang Tingting held their breaths, fearful that a misplaced word would turn them into collateral damage. Xingyue, hiding behind Lin Xing, observed the scene with curiosity and excitement, her face alight with glee. So, her timid brother could actually get angry. Clearly, there was a story between these two, and it was far from pleasant. She inched closer to Lin Xing, whispering, "Go for it, big brother, show her what you're made of." Though her voice was soft, it rang clear in the quiet warehouse. Lin Xing's lips curled upward, warmth flooding his heart, with his sister by his side. He felt empowered. He was ready to confront Xiaomin, making it abundantly clear that he was no longer the soft target he once was. Xiaomin, feeling the intensity of Lin Xing's gaze, became increasingly uncomfortable, her eyes darting away. This guy felt completely different now. Could it be that he had truly transformed, as Li Weiwei claimed? She looked at the axe at Lin Xing's waist and the sword strapped to his back, a twinge of fear creeping into her heart. What if this guy decided to go all out? The old grievances, how dare you bring them up? Who bullied you? I don't recall anything. Besides, weren't we all just joking around back then? Is it really necessary to hold a grudge for so long? Joking around? Lin Xing scoffed, a mocking smile creeping onto his lips. Xiaomin, do you call that joking? How about we joke around right now? Just like old classmates catching up. Xiaomin's face shifted through shades of anger and embarrassment, rendered speechless by Lin Xing's retort. The surrounding minions sensed the tension, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness. No one expected the once timid Lin Xing to now stand up to Xiaomin with such defiance. And yet, he was delivering blows she could not counter. Xiaomin began to retreat, stepping back into a safer zone. Xingyue, stifling her laughter, muttered under her breath, "Heh, that was brilliant. You nailed it. Looks like this little fish has learned a thing or two from me." Xiaomin took a few steps back, immediately pointing at Lin Xing with a shrill voice. "Lin Xing, don't push your luck. Do you really think I'm afraid of you just because the world has gone to ruins? Let me tell you, I have people and weapons at my disposal. Taking you out would be as easy as squashing an ant." Her gang of thugs rallied behind her, brandishing their weapons, the atmosphere turning dangerously tense. "Oh, getting desperate, are we?" Lin Xing chuckled lightly, his eyes betraying not an ounce of fear. Xiaomin, your abilities are quite limited. You only resort to bullying others. That it was the same back then, and it remains unchanged now. You have shown no progress whatsoever. I truly feel pity for you. He Xiaoman trembled with rage, raising her hand in a bid to strike. Xiaoman. Li Weiwei rushed forward to restrain her, urgently exclaiming, "Don't be impulsive. Let's discuss this calmly." "Discuss calmly? With him?" He Xiaoman bellowed. "Li Weiwei, have you lost your mind? Are you siding with him? You might actually be right. That fellow is rather intriguing," Li Weiwei stammered. Momentarily taken aback by He Xiaoman's outburst, Lin Xing's eyes narrowed as he stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Li Weiwei, locking his gaze onto He Xiaoman. "He Xiaoman, if you're upset, direct it at me. Not heard. If you have grievances, feel free to vent them on me." Just then, a robust figure emerged from the crowd behind He Xiaoman. This man stood like a small mountain, his arms thicker than Lin Xing's thighs. That he approached Lin Xing, his enormous hand pressing down on Lin Xing's shoulder. Lin Xing was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected gesture. The hand on his shoulder lacked force, feeling almost playful, as if a child were engaging in a game. "Oh, He Xiaoman, who is this? Your new flame?" The tone was flippant, laced with overt scrutiny and disdain. "The previous one was the one you kicked to the curb, right?" He Xiaoman nearly spat blood, her face flushing a deep shade of crimson as she pointed at Lin Xing, her finger trembling in agitation. What nonsense are you spouting? New flame or old flame? I have only been involved with this one." Li Weiwei, overhearing, couldn't help but burst into laughter. "I'm sorry, Xiaoman, I couldn't hold it in." He Xiaoman's expression soured, and just as she was about to retort, Lin Xing interrupted. "Am I speaking nonsense?" Lin Xing feigned innocence, raising his hands in a shrug, his gaze sweeping over the hand resting on his shoulder. "This gentleman seems rather enthusiastic towards me." I thought. That he paused dramatically, elongating his words. "We have some misunderstanding." Xingyue, behind them, covered her mouth, her shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter, her face flushed with mirth. "Silly brother, your knack for jabbing at others is truly entertaining." Li Weiwei and Zhang Tingting also caught on to Lin Xing's mockery, their lips twitching as they struggled to suppress their amusement. The large man clearly failed to comprehend the nuances between Lin Xing and He Xiaoman. Finding Lin Xing's lack of fear somewhat commendable, that he grinned foolishly, patting Lin Xing's shoulder with a bit more force. "Brother, what misunderstanding? We're all friends here. No need to be formal." "Friends?" Lin Xing's eyes sparkled with mischief as he turned to He Xiaoman. "He Xiaoman, this big fellow claims we're friends." He Xiaoman stomped her foot in frustration, itching to tear Lin Xing's smug face apart. "You stop with your sarcasm." He Xiaoman gritted her teeth. "What friends? Who's friends with you?" She spun around to shout at the large man. "Wang Dali, shut your mouth. Who told you to speak out of turn?" Wang Dali scratched his head, looking wronged. "I just thought this brother seemed decent and wanted to greet him." "Greet him?" He Xiaoman's anger boiled over. "Are you out of your mind? Hurry up and deal with him for me." Chapter 30. "Big guy, are you up to the task? Deal with me?" Lin Xing raised an eyebrow, his gaze surveying Wang Dali before settling back on He Xiaoman. "What? Can't argue back, so you want to resort to violence? You haven't changed one bit. Enough chatter." He Xiaoman was beside herself with fury. "Wang Dali, go teach him a lesson." Wang Dali's simple face flickered with hesitation as he glanced between Lin Xing and He Xiaoman, clearly conflicted. "Xiaoman, this doesn't seem right. That I find this brother quite likable. How about we just let it go?" "Let it go?" He Xiaoman screeched. "Wang Dali, are you an idiot? Didn't you hear how he just humiliated me? Are you still my boyfriend, or not?" I doubt. Wang Dali shrank back, like a child caught misbehaving. "What do you mean I?" "Go on. Take action." He Xiaoman pointed at Lin Xing's nose. "If you don't take him down today, we are breaking up." The mere mention of breaking up struck Wang Dali like a thunderclap. He shot up, his expression suddenly fierce, glaring daggers at Lin Xing. "You kid, don't blame me. Blame your loose tongue." No sooner had he spoken than Wang Dali's massive palm swung toward Lin Xing's face. Lin Xing's gaze sharpened, and he sidestepped effortlessly, evading the blow. Wang Dali, taken aback by Lin Xing's quick reflexes, roared in fury and swung again. Lin Xing remained unperturbed, gracefully shifting his feet, akin to a leaf floating through the air. Wang Dali's attacks, though seemingly ferocious, couldn't even graze Lin Xing's garments. That all you've got?" Lin Xing scoffed. "Your boyfriend is all show, but no substance." He Xiaoman seethed, her frustration boiling over, yet she found herself at a loss. She hadn't anticipated Lin Xing's remarkable agility. He had transformed from the boy who used to be kicked around like a ball. Wang Dali grew increasingly frantic. His movements became clumsier and more erratic. Exposing numerous openings, Lin Xing seized the moment, delivering a swift kick to Wang Dali's abdomen. Wang Dali let out a grunt, staggering back several steps, nearly losing his balance. You! Wang Dali clutched his belly, glaring at Lin Xing. What's the matter? Not satisfied. Lin Xing sneered. Shall we go another round? I suggest you refrain from defending your troublesome girlfriend. A woman like that will only lead to your downfall. Upon hearing this, Wang Dali's face turned an angry shade of crimson, his eyes bulging in disbelief. Who are you calling a woman? Try saying that again. I dare you. His voice boomed like thunder, echoing in everyone's ears. Xiaomin was equally stunned by Lin Xing's biting words, which shattered her composure. She had never been insulted like this before, especially not in front of so many of her subordinates, leaving her utterly humiliated. Wang Dali, what are you waiting for? He's already crossed the line. Xiaomin stomped her feet in fury, pointing at Lin Xing. Wang Dali, incited by Xiaomin's outburst coupled with Lin Xing's previous taunt, was consumed by rage. The most intolerable thing for a man is to have his capabilities questioned, especially in front of his girlfriend. Damn it, I'm going to teach this foul-mouthed brat a lesson today. Wang Dali roared, raising his fist and charging at Lin Xing this time. His punch was noticeably quicker and heavier, cutting through the air with a fierce whoosh, clearly fueled by genuine anger. Lin Xing's expression hardened. Unlike before, he chose not to evade. Instead, he pivoted slightly, his right hand striking out like lightning, seizing Wang Dali's incoming fist. Wang Dali felt a tremendous force grip his fist as if it were caught in an iron vice. Rendering him immobile, he struggled to break free, but it was futile. His wrist throbbed painfully, and the ferocity in his expression shifted to sheer bewilderment. Lin Xing's lips curled into a sardonic smile. That I asked at it. It seems your strength is rather limited, with a gentle twist of his wrist. A sharp crack echoed. Arg! Wang Dali let out a blood-curdling scream, his face paling instantly. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, and he clutched his wrist in agony. Dali go! Xiaomin's subordinates gasped in shock, rushing forward, brandishing their makeshift weapons, glaring fiercely at Lin Xing. You dare to harm Dali go? Brothers, let's take him down together. Avenge Dali go! A cacophony of shouts erupted as they charged at Lin Xing. Wielding baseball bats, steel pipes, and kitchen knives, Xingyue watched from behind, stifling laughter, muttering softly, "Oh dear, are they angry now? What a useless bunch." Did they truly believe those flimsy weapons posed any threat? Li Weiwei and Zhang Tingting grew tense, aware of Lin Xing's prowess, yet still apprehensive given the overwhelming numbers. Just don't go too far with those fish. Xingyue couldn't help but call out. Lin Xing turned back, flashing a reassuring smile at them before shifting his demeanor, his gaze sharpening like a blade. Perfect. Let's send you all on your way, he whispered, his voice soft yet dripping with chilling intent. As the throng surged forward, Lin Xing advanced rather than retreating, moving with an ethereal grace akin to a specter. He glided through the crowd effortlessly, as if a fish swimming through water, exhibiting remarkable agility. The weapon swung at him appeared to move in slow motion, failing to even graze his attire. Bang! Crack! Ouch! The warehouse echoed with muffled thuds and cries of pain. Lin Xing, relying solely on his fists and feet, felled each assailant with ease. Those armed subordinates crumbled before him like paper, scarcely able to lay a finger on him before collapsing, their wails filling the air. Xiaomin, initially brimming with bravado, directed her subordinates to attack Lin Xing. However, when she witnessed her little brothers falling down in droves, like wheat being harvested, the smile on her face froze completely, replaced by shock and fear. How could this be possible? Lin Xing, how did Lin Xing become so formidable? She stared in disbelief as Lin Xing moved through the crowd like a tiger among sheep, dominating and wreaking havoc. Those little brothers who usually flaunted their bravado before her now resembled a flock of lambs awaiting slaughter, utterly defenseless. In less than a minute, the ground was strewn with bodies, their wails echoing through the air. The only ones still standing were Xiaomin and a dozen or so girls behind her. The warehouse fell into an eerie silence, punctuated only by the groans of the injured. Lin Xing clapped her hands and once again fixed her gaze on Xiaomin. So, Xiaomin, do you have any tricks left? Provoking various emotions among the crowd. Love-hate value 100. Xingyue's favorability 2, collapse value 1. Current love-hate value 150. Favorability 3, collapse value 13. Chapter 31. A beautiful shot. Xiaomin took a deep breath. suppressing the fury boiling within her, and forced a smile onto her face. Lin Xing, we are old classmates. There's no need to make this so awkward, though. Lin Xing raised an eyebrow. Now you remember we're old classmates. That was all a misunderstanding. Ti Xiaoman stepped closer to Lin Xing, her tone softening. That a misunderstanding. Lin Xing laughed, a broader smile spreading across her face, her eyes narrowing into slits, yet the mirth did not reach her eyes, instead evoking a chill. Well, if it's a misunderstanding, then that's easy to resolve. Ti Xiaoman's eyes brightened, thinking there was a chance, and hurriedly responded. Yes, it's all a misunderstanding. How about we just let it go? We can still be friends. In this apocalypse, having more friends means more paths to take, right? Ti Xiaoman forced a smile. Don't you think? You're right, Lin Xing nodded, but I tend to hold grudges. Ti Xiaoman's expression stiffened, her lips seeming frozen, unable to move. Before she could comprehend the situation, Lin Xing suddenly moved with a speed that left her no time to react. Smack. A crisp sound echoed as Ti Xiaoman received a solid slap on the face. The force wasn't particularly strong, but it was deeply humiliating. She was stunned, her mind blank, and her ears rang. Smack. Another slap. This time on her other cheek, Ti Xiaoman felt a burning pain on her face, tears threatening to spill. Smack. Lin Xing continued to rain down slaps, alternating sides, leaving Ti Xiaoman dazed, her hair disheveled, her meticulously applied makeup ruined, a picture of utter disarray. The onlookers were left speechless, not daring to breathe. Shocked that Lin Xing would actually dare to strike, and with such decisiveness, Xinhua watched from behind, thoroughly entertained. TSK, my silly brother has quite the rhythm when hitting someone, smacking away. Huh, wait, smacking. Anyway, the little fish did well. Li Weiwei and Zhang Tingting were also stunned. Secretly relieved, they were fortunate to have only exchanged words with Lin Xing. Otherwise, their fate might have been dire. Once Lin Xing ceased her assault, Ti Xiaoman covered her face, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at her. Both aggrieved and furious, she wanted to curse, yet dared not, fearing that it would provoke Lin Xing further and earn her a few more slaps. She sniffled, her voice quivering. Have you had enough of hitting me? Lin Xing regarded her with a faint smile, her gaze calm. This is barely 10 slaps. You've slapped me over 100 times. Not to mention the other punches and kicks. Weren't you looking to make friends? Isn't this your way of befriending someone? Ti Xiaoman gritted her teeth, tears welling in her eyes, stubbornly refusing to fall that in her life. She had never been so humiliated, especially not in front of so many people. It was an utter disgrace. Lin Xing, you bastard. Finally, she couldn't hold back and shouted. Lin Xing seemed unfazed by her furious retort, still smiling, his tone light. Are you done cursing? Once you're done, it's time to say thank you. Thank you? Ti Xiaoman could hardly believe her ears, questioning whether she had misheard. This brat hit her and now expected her to express gratitude. Was he out of his mind? Yes, indeed. Thank you. Lin Xing nodded as if it were the most natural thing. Of course, you should thank me. Thank me, Lin Xing, for being magnanimous and not stooping to the level of a petty woman like you. In the warehouse, the air seemed to freeze. A strong scent of rust mixed with dust invaded the nostrils. A chilling draft making the hairs on one's body stand on end. Ti Xiaoman's facial muscles twitched, teetering on the brink of tears or laughter, her expression grotesquely contorted. Thank you, as she managed to squeeze out those two words, her voice trembling at the end. What? Lin Xing feigned ignorance, digging into his ear and raising his voice. What did you say? I didn't catch that. Speak up, Ti Xiaoman. What's wrong? Haven't you eaten? Thank you, Lord Lin Xing. Ti Xiaoman suddenly lifted her head, her eyes bloodshot, glaring fiercely at Lin Xing, her words forcefully articulated as if shouted from her throat. Thank you, Lord Lin Xing, for not lowering yourself to the level of a mere woman. Oh, Lin Xing raised an eyebrow, seemingly pleased with her address. Now that's more like it. Finally some proper words. He chuckled lightly, his tone softening slightly, but still exuding an air of condescension. Remember, keep your eyes open in the future. Don't provoke just anyone, especially not me, your Lin Xing grandfather. Ti Xiaoman felt her insides seethe with rage. Yet, the situation was dire, and she could only endure, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than tears. So can I leave now? Lin Xing tilted his head to the side. I have no issues on my end. He paused, casting a glance toward Xinhua. However, you might still need to make amends with my sister. Make amends? Ti Xiaoman blinked in confusion. What do you mean? Lin Xing pointed toward the timid Xingyue hiding behind, speaking leisurely. After all, you just argued with my sister. This matter can't just be brushed aside. Wouldn't you agree? Argued. He Xiaomin recalled Xingyue's earlier jab at her, her teeth grinding with irritation. But now, she dared not explode. So, what do you want? He Xiaomin's voice was barely audible. What do you want? A few bowing apologies, a simple apology. That's all basic etiquette, right? Bow. He Xiaomin nearly leaped up in shock, bowing to a little girl. That felt worse than death. Of course, Lin Xing seemed to see through her thoughts and added leisurely. Just apologizing might not suffice. How about that you take on the role of my sister's servant, attending to her needs? Sound good? You seem to be quite perceptive. My sister has a bit of a temper. So you'll have to be accommodating. Xingyue pouted, looking disdainful. Who said I have a bad temper? And I don't need this old woman serving me. He Xiaomin turned pale, her face shifting colors as if she had entered a dye house. A servant? Serving this little girl? What kind of international joke was this? Who did she think she was? After all, she was a well-known figure in this linen district, a name she made up. To be reduced to a servant? She might as well stab herself. What's wrong? Lin Xing's brow arched, his tone icy. Unwilling. Unwilling, that's fine. We can change the method? Chapter 32. The little mistress's scolding changed the method? He Xiaomin's heart sank. What other methods could there be? Would they dismember her or force her to kneel and beg for mercy? Remembering Lin Xing's earlier ruthless actions and the sight of her little brother strewn about, He Xiaomin felt a chill run down her spine. Lin Xing had truly changed, becoming someone she no longer recognized. The Lin Xing who had once been meek and easily bullied had vanished, replaced by a formidable force standing before her. She bit her lip, suppressing her humiliation, and forced a stiff smile that I have no objections just being a servant. Doesn't seem quite appropriate. She attempted to refuse delicately or negotiate. For He Xiaomin to become someone's servant, how could she maintain her reputation? What about her face? Furthermore, her close friendly Wei Wei was right there watching. Not appropriate. Lin Xing laughed dismissively. Where is the inappropriateness? I think it's perfectly fitting. You bullied my sister, making her feel wronged. Now, serving as her maid is only just. Xingyue listened in delight. Although she still put on a tough front, her heart was already dancing with joy. Silly brother, you've done splendidly this time. It's time to teach this arrogant woman a lesson. Leave it to Xingyue. Watch how I deal with her. But He Xiaomin wanted to say something, to negotiate. I'm not very good at serving people. Saying that, even she found it somewhat laughable. When had He Xiaomin ever needed to serve anyone? It is always others attending to her, isn't it? If one cannot manage, they can certainly learn. Lin Xing lightly interrupted her words that it is not a difficult task. Serving tea, fetching water, massaging backs, kneading legs. These are all manageable, are they not? Moreover, my sister is not a demanding person, as long as you obediently comply. I assure you, you will be treated to the finest delicacies. Of course, should you choose to disobey, the consequences are yours to bear. The last four words were delivered with an abrupt chill, imbued with a sinister undertone. He Xiaomin felt a shiver run through her heart. Treated to the finest? Did she, He Xiaomin, truly covet such trivialities? What she desired was dignity, respect. Yet, in this situation, did she still have any room for choice? Glancing around at the unfriendly gazes of the surrounding girls, and then at Lin Xing's ambiguous expression, He Xiaomin realized that she was likely doomed today. Well, then, very well, I shall not be a maid. The words escaped her lips as if they had drained her of all strength. Humiliation, anger, and resentment surged within her, constricting her chest, nearly suffocating her. The moment Xingyue heard He Xiaomin finally acquiesce, her face lit up with joy. The disdainful expression she wore moments ago transformed into one radiant with sunshine. Now that's more like it. How perceptive of you. Rest assured, I am not a tyrannical mistress. As long as you obey, I promise you shall not be treated poorly. As she spoke, she playfully patted He Xiaomin's shoulder, assuming an air of superiority that made Li Wei Wei and Zhang Tingting stifle their laughter. He Xiaomin, upon receiving that playful pat from Xingyue, nearly erupted with indignation. This little brat was truly insatiable, but what could she say now? She could only suppress her fury and muster a smile that resembled a grimace. Yes, thank you, Mississippi Miss. Xingyue tilted her head, blinking her eyes, seemingly dissatisfied with the address. Calling me miss is so mundane. With a clever glint in her eyes, she devised a new title. How about that you call me Little master from now on. How does that sound? Doesn't it have a nicer ring to it? Little master. He Xiaomin felt darkness encroach upon her vision, nearly fainting. Little master, how shameless could this little girl be? But, looking at Xing Yu's enthusiastic face and then at Lin Xing's meaningful gaze, He Xiaomin understood that she was utterly ensnared by this brother-sister duo today. She vividly recalled how Xing Yu's foolish brother had been bullied before. His face as pale as a ghost, utterly devoid of spirit. The fire of resentment ignited within her. Finally, she could release this pent-up frustration. The impish girl, with a mischievous glint in her eyes, raised her eyebrows and commenced her torment. First, you will bow 3 times. Little Xing Yu stood with her hands on her hips, her voice sweet yet commanding, every bit the tyrannical little landlady. After you finish with mine, you shall bow 3 times to the others. Did you hear me? Bowing? Truly bow? He Xiaomin's face contorted as if she had bitten into a bitter gourd, a melange of emotions washing over her. The humiliation was palpable, akin to ice shards piercing her heart. What? Unwilling, are we? Lin Xing's indifferent gaze swept over, sending a shiver down He Xiaomin's spine, her hair standing on end. She knew this man meant business. There was no room for jest. The Lin Xing of now was a far cry from the timid one of yore. When he was ruthless, he was truly formidable. The Li Wei, standing nearby, dared not breathe, tugging at He Xiaomin's sleeve in a silent plea to avoid confrontation. One cannot contend with the powerful. It is common sense. Zhang Tingting silently inched backward, fearful of drawing trouble upon herself. He Xiaomin clenched her teeth, nearly digging her nails into her flesh, while a torrent of curses surged through her mind. Yet, she knew she had to endure this trial. I will bow. Upon hearing this, Xing Yu's face brightened, her smile radiating with triumph. Now, that's more like it. The little girl clapped her hands, instructing her to act swiftly, maintaining proper form, and ensuring each bow resounded. Otherwise, it would have to be repeated. He Xiaomin shut her eyes, and when she opened them again, her gaze was devoid of hope. Slowly, she knelt upon the frigid concrete, her knees protesting painfully, as if countless needles were piercing her flesh. Humiliation washed over her like a tidal wave. She lowered her head before Xing Yu and bowed 3 times, each strike of her forehead against the ground resonating with a dull thud. After completing her bows to Xing Yu, she silently rose and approached Lin Xing, who stood there, observing her in silence. His gaze was calm, devoid of pity or triumph, merely unsettlingly serene. He Xiaomin knelt before him once more, bowing 3 times again. This time, she did not weep nor plead for mercy. She merely completed this humiliating ritual in a mechanical fashion. Xing Yu stood with her hands on her hips, chiding her with a series of remarks. Old woman, so dry and lifeless, can't even bow properly. TSK, you might as well not bow at all. You may leave now. Little master does not wish to see you for the time being. Provoked various emotions in the crowd. Love value 50. Xing Yu's pampering value 2, collapse value 1. Current love value 200, pampering value 5, collapse value 14. Chapter 33. I must eliminate these 2 He Xiaomin. She covered her face and sobbed as she fled, truly crying as she ran. Tears streamed down her face. Retreating to a corner of the warehouse, she turned her back to everyone, her shoulders shaking with each sob. The surrounding people exchanged glances, momentarily silent. How to put it? It was evident to any discerning observer that He Xiaomin had brought this upon herself. After her earlier arrogance, being slapped in the face was indeed deserved. Furthermore, Lin Xing had not committed any outrageous acts thus far. He had merely delivered a few resounding slaps. Well, they were quite loud indeed. Yet, considering the harsh realities of this world, having someone like Lin Xing willing to protect them as they clung to his coattails was already a blessing. They all understood that from start to finish, they had contributed nothing. They were merely along for the ride. Lin Xing had exerted effort and, had been the one to take action, safeguarding them. This debt of gratitude must be acknowledged. As for any lingering thoughts of dissatisfaction, not really. It was more of a sense of appreciation. Yes, appreciation. Perhaps a touch of admiration as well. If one were to insist on any grievances, it would simply be could he perhaps just a little refrain from being so overly affectionate. This excessive display of affection was rather suffocating. Especially that little girl, Xing Yu, referring to her brother as a fool and a simpleton. The sweetness in her gaze was enough to make one's teeth ache. In this apocalyptic world, Witnessing such could be considered a rare spectacle, right? Li Wei, in the past, would have rushed over to console He Xiaomin, who was sobbing so pitifully, offering comforting words and a tissue. After all, they were merely plastic sisters, and surface-level gestures were expected. Yet now she felt as if her feet had taken root, daring not to move that it was crucial to prioritize self-preservation. Leaving a poor impression on Lin Xing? Absolutely not. Observing the closeness between Lin Xing and Xingyu, she knew that if she wished to ascend to the position of primary consort, it would be a near impossible feat. That little brat looked fiercely protective of her brother. However, a glimmer of hope ignited within Li Wei, if not as the primary consort, perhaps as a secondary one, or as a warm companion, there might still be a chance. After all, what man isn't drawn to beauty? In this apocalyptic world, beautiful women were a rarity. She considered herself reasonably attractive, and with a little initiative, perhaps she could catch Lin Xing Seyes for He Xiaomin. Li Wei cast a glance at the corner, where He Xiaomin continued to sob. A cold smile creeping onto her lips in this world of survival, who still cared about sisterly bonds. Those who understood the times were truly wise. Surviving was of utmost importance, and to thrive, one must seize the opportunities at hand. Clinging tightly to Lin Xing as a sturdy support, Zhao Yu stealthily approached, positioning himself beside He Xiaomin, who was still weeping in the corner. What a disgraceful sight. Originally, Zhao Yu had planned to return to school. Having amassed a stash of goods and connections over the past month, envisioning himself as a king upon his return. Yet, unexpectedly, Lin Xing had emerged, ruining his plans entirely. Now, witnessing He Xiaomin crying like a lost soul, a spark of inspiration struck him. Hey, stop the wailing! That He Xiaomin, caught off guard by his touch, whipped around, her tear-streaked face a sight to behold. Upon recognizing the feeble bespectacled boy, her irritation flared. Who are you? Are you annoying me? Zhao Yu scoffed, dismissing her attitude. Spitting on the ground, he cast a disdainful glance at the few of his underlings still sprawled on the ground. TSK. Why cry? How embarrassing. Do you want revenge? I have a plan to deal with that brother-sister duo. He Xiaomin paused, her sobs quieting as she asked through her sniffles. What is the plan? Don't boast. That Lin Xing is quite formidable now. With your scrawny frame, he could probably crush you with a single finger. That you've seen how powerful he is. Just look at those sprawled on the ground. Who could possibly stand against him? She pointed at the large figure still lying on the ground, her face etched with despair. You see that inept, hulking brood of mine. Even now, he trembles in fear. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yu's disdain only deepened. That's merely your useless lot. Muscle-bound men. How pedestrian they are, strong of limb yet feeble of mind. Intelligence is a splendid trait, yet they lack it. As for me, I am different. I can assist you effortlessly and without a trace, ensuring their demise. I guarantee that you shall reclaim your dignity tenfold for the humiliations suffered today. Zhao Yu's eyes darted shrewdly, exuding a sinister air. Earlier at the pharmacy, he had procured quite a bounty. All it takes is to mix something like digoxin into their food, and they will surely meet their end, straight to the afterlife. That I have also obtained zombie blood. And oh, how exquisite it would be to add that, even if they survive, they shall become zombies, left to suffer the torment of a life they cannot escape. Upon hearing this, He Xiaomin's eyes sparkled with a fierce intensity, like twin flames igniting in the night. Revenge, let us annihilate them. This thought burgeoned wildly within her. Excellent. Let us proceed with annihilating those scoundrels, He Xiaomin declared fiercely, tears still staining her cheeks, yet her expression morphed into one of ferocity. But Zhao Yu's demeanor suddenly shifted. The obsequious smile he wore moments ago vanished, replaced by a cold, scrutinizing gaze. I can indeed assist you. That is without question. However, my ability to help does not imply an obligation to do so. Do you understand? He Xiaomin was taken aback. She had thought she found a savior, only to discover this man's sudden change of heart. She furrowed her brow, her tone sharp. What do you mean? Are you toying with me? Zhao Yu scoffed, dismissing her inquiry with a curl of his lip, his gaze roving over her with an unsettling intensity. Toying with you? I, Zhao Yu, am not so trivial that I merely wish for you to comprehend that in this world, there is no such thing as a free lunch. If you desire my assistance in avenging you, something must be given in return. Wouldn't you agree? He Xiaomin's expression darkened, understanding Zhao Yu's implication in an instant. A surge of anger welled up within her, yet she reminded herself that she needed him. forcing down her fury to muster a strained smile. Soda, what do you want? Zhao Yu smirked, his smile lewd and his gaze brazenly assessing He Xiaoman. His eyes wandering over her face and form. He leaned closer, whispering in her ear with a sticky voice. Do I need to spell it out for you? You are a clever individual. You should understand. As long as you cooperate fully, I promise to help you redeem yourself. Now, follow me. This place is too crowded. He Xiaoman seized Zhao Yu's arm with a grip so fierce that her nails nearly pierced his skin. Her voice was low, tinged with a sob, yet laced with a fierce determination. The surrounding onlookers glared at her like daggers, making her skin crawl, especially that Lin Xing, whose calm gaze was unnerving, sending shivers down her spine. And that little brat, Xingyu, her smugness was infuriating. He Xiaoman, having endured such indignities all her life, could not swallow this insult. She would not stand for it. He Xiaoman dragged Zhao Yu, almost pulling him deeper into the warehouse's shadowy corners. Move, move. Hurry up. Chapter 34. Scum. I'll devour you. Li Weiwei realized she must forge a solid relationship with Xingyu. After all, Lin Xing dotes on her so much. She needed to cling tightly to this little lady's coattails. Being a subordinate? What of it? It's far better than being treated like a doormat. In the future, being a subordinate might even lessen her burdens. She approached with flattery. Captain Xingyu, what shall we do next? Xingyu's eyes flickered. Captain, this woman changes her tune rather swiftly. Just moments ago, it was all sisterly camaraderie. Now she is addressing her as captain. Yet, this title is quite pleasing to the ear. What shall we do? Xingyu huffed, patting her stomach. It's pitch dark now. What else is there to do? Eat, drink, and rest. Tomorrow will take care of itself. Upon hearing the prospect of food, Li Weiwei's eyes sparkled, her stomach growling audibly. She was indeed hungry. Eat, of course. We must eat. Captain Xingyu speaks wisely. Xingyu glanced at her sideways, then surveyed the others. These fellows were so scared earlier they didn't dare utter a sound. Yet now they are quite demanding. Eat, eat, eat. I've already said there is food. Stuff yourselves. Eat whatever you desire, but don't act like starving ghosts when you're done, and don't litter. Understood? The crowd erupted in joy, nearly bouncing with excitement, expecting to queue for food. Little did they know, Xingyu was generous enough to allow them to feast freely. Yet, they still hesitated, eyes fixed on Lin Xing, awaiting his command. Lin Xing shrugged, indicating that everything was at the captain's discretion. Thus, the implication was clear. Indulge as you wish. The crowd cheered, and the atmosphere instantly brightened, dissipating the earlier oppressive gloom. A palpable excitement filled the air, as if they had narrowly escaped disaster. Affection value 100, current affection value 300. So another 100 affection points. This Xingyu girl truly has a knack for understanding people's hearts. Lin Xing couldn't help but reach out, gently tousling Xingyu's lustrous hair. His fingers brushed against her strands, soft and silky. Get away. You're messing up my hair. Who gave you the right to touch me so freely? Lin Xing looked at her flustered demeanor, his smile widening. He deliberately teased her, speaking slowly with a hint of mockery. Oh, is that so? Yet, I find it quite charming. Disheveled, like a little wildcat. You. Xingyu stomped her foot in frustration, her fair cheeks flushing a deep crimson, reminiscent of ripe peaches, tempting to pluck. You resemble a little wildcat. Your entire family is like little wildcats. As she spoke, she hurriedly arranged her hair, fingers dancing through her locks like a diligent little bee. Busy and meticulous. Suddenly, an idea struck her, her lips curling mischievously. Little wildcats feast on scum. Keep up your prattling, and I'll have you discarded. Lin Xing observed her earnest expression, feeling a warmth blossom within him. This girl, despite caring so much about her appearance, pretends to be nonchalant. Truly adorably charming. He cleared his throat, a hint of seriousness in his tone. Ahem. Well, Xingyu, actually what? Xingyu raised her head, her eyes narrowing with suspicion, as if bracing herself for another of Lin Xing's potentially infuriating remarks. Lin Xing smiled gently, his gaze soft enough to melt ice. Actually, that no matter how you appear, you are beautiful. In my eyes, you shall always be the most stunning, the most delightful. Xingyu's cheeks flushed a deep red, nearly crimson. Spare me your flattery. Who needs your opinion on beauty? I wouldn't even look twice at someone like you. All you can do is spew such nauseatingly sweet words, sending shivers down one's spine. Xingyu turned her head away, refusing to meet Lin Xing's gaze. Yet, her slightly trembling eyelashes and the involuntary upward curve of her lips revealed her true feelings. How vexing. You only know how to flatter with words. There is not a shred of action behind it. You know I'm beautiful. Yet you don't. Xingyu muttered under her breath, her fingers unconsciously twisting at the hem of her clothes. You might as well find me more delicious food instead. I wonder what delightful treats await us. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, calculating. Chocolate, chips, or perhaps ice cream. Oh, how annoying. Stop thinking. Xingyu stomped her foot, seemingly angry with herself. Regardless, it's not because of your sappy words that I'm pleased. Indulgence value 1. Indulgence value 2. Indulgence value 3. Breakdown value 2. Current indulgence value 11. Breakdown value 16. Lin Xing watched the conflicted look on Xingyu's face. His heart softening that he promptly scooped her up in a princess carry. Wow. What are you doing? Why do you always ambush me out of nowhere? Xingyu gasped, startled as her feet left the ground. Instinctively wrapping her arms around Lin Xing's neck. Come on, my little greedy kitty captain. Let us go pick out some food. Lin Xing looked down at the girl in his arms, his voice laced with amusement. Xingyu was taken aback by this sudden gesture, her face turning even redder, a mix of embarrassment and anger. Her legs flailed in the air, akin to a kitten being lifted, adorably fierce. Let me go. You pervert. Who asked you to carry me? I can walk by myself. Put me down, Lin Xing. If you don't release me soon, I'll be really angry. Scum. Dimwit. Can't you understand human language? Let me go. Lin Xing not only refused to let go, but instead held her even tighter, playfully shaking her a bit. Oh dear. Stop squirming. Be careful not to fall. I can't bear to see my little sister bullied by the floor. His tone was indulgent, his gaze soft. Why you dare to shake me? Xingyu grew more irritated, her small fist raining down on Lin Xing's shoulder like a flurry, yet they were soft and lacking any true force. Lin Xing, you are bullying me. I won't pay attention to you anymore. Humph, bad guy, big bad guy. Xingyu pouted, her eyes slightly reddening. Yet, her flustered little demeanor appeared exceedingly adorable in Lin Xing's eyes. Unable to resist, he leaned down and gently rubbed his cheek against her puffed face, his voice low and tender. All right, no more sulking, my little ancestor. Later, whatever you wish to eat, just take it. All right, chocolate, chips, ice cream. Everything will be yours, how about that? Listening to his almost childlike coaxing tone, the little awkwardness in her heart dissipated instantly. She secretly lifted her gaze to sneak a glance at Lin Xing. Seeing his affectionate smile, and her heart swelled with sweetness. Humph, you think such trivial things can win me over. Such an unworthy fish. She buried her head in Lin Xing's neck, no longer struggling. However, her small hands tightly clung to his neck. Fearing that he might actually set her down. In the warehouse, the others witnessing this affectionate scene all turned their heads away. This dog food. Truly suffocating. It even had a hint of poison. Chapter 35. It's all right. The host will bear it all. Lin Xing carried Xingyu, wandering around the warehouse. Although he claimed it was to let her choose her snacks, he already had a clear idea in his mind. This girl adored those sweet, indulgent treats the most. Chocolate, ice cream, candies, cakes. He specifically chose a corner and piled all these goodies together. Here, my little glutton, your exclusive treasure trove. Xingyu's eyes sparkled like two shining stars. She jumped out of Lin Xing's embrace and dove into the pile of snacks. Wow, so many delicious things. Humph, sweet and fragrant is the best. As she stuffed chocolate into her mouth, she couldn't help but tease Lin Xing. But, you unworthy fish, you're still sour and stinky. Lin Xing merely smiled, watching her with fondness. The way she ate was reminiscent of a little hamster, her cheeks puffed up, utterly adorable. Indulgence value 1. Indulgence value 2. Lin Xing listened to the system's notification, feeling delighted. This indulgence value was rising rapidly. It seemed that feeding the little glutton was indeed the right choice. Host. The love-hate value and indulgence value will no longer be displayed one by one. You can check it yourself if needed. All right, I understand. The others also found their own spots and began to feast heartily. The warehouse was filled with the sounds of ravenous eating. The joy of surviving the ordeal, combined with the temptation of delicious food, allowed everyone to relax. Only two individuals were the exception. He Xiaoman and Zhao Yu hid in the deepest corner of the warehouse. After the exhilarating battle, they too had entered a truce period. Zhao Yu took out a small paper bag from his pocket. Inside was white powder, colorful pills crushed and mixed together. It contained some dark red liquid, exuding a nauseating stench. This was the zombie blood he had secretly obtained from the pharmacy, along with various medications he had scavenged. Digoxin, tranquilizers, chlorpromazine. A concoction of white powder. These drugs, when used alone, could be lethal. Moreover, when mixed together and combined with zombie blood, he suddenly asked Xiaoman with a glint of cunning in his eyes. Do you think they would notice if we added this to beer or drinks? Xiaoman paused for a moment before realizing, you mean, exactly, go ask them what they want to drink. Then, After all, you are nominally a maid now. Just pretend you've come to terms and apologize to them. It flowed naturally. He Xiaoman thought this idea was quite good. Zhao Yu, though appearing lackluster most of the time, had quite a brain in critical moments. All right, let's do it. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her disgust and walked towards Lin Xing and Xingyu. Brother Lin Xing, and my precious little master. I've come to apologize to both of you. It was my fault for being ungrateful. In the future, I will certainly serve my little master well. She gritted her teeth, delivering the last sentence as if she had made a significant resolution. Xingyu lifted her head, casting a sidelong glance at Xiaoman, appearing quite mature. Knowing your mistakes is good. I want to hold it against you. Lin Xing also looked at Xiaoman, his gaze calm, revealing no signs of anger or joy. He felt that this woman's change in attitude was rather swift, almost unnaturally so. However, he didn't delve deeper. Brother Lin Xing, what do you and the little master wish to drink? I'll go get it. Xiaoman tried to make her voice sound normal. Just beer will suffice, Lin Xing replied nonchalantly. Xingyu, what about you? Lin Xing turned to ask Xingyu. I want to drink alcohol too, Xingyu declared suddenly, her tone resolute and unquestionable. Lin Xing was taken aback. He had never seen Xingyu drink and had no idea why she suddenly wanted alcohol today. Can you drink? Xingyu shot him a glare. Unworthy fish, don't underestimate me. I am quite formidable. Lin Xing relented. All right, I'll get you some beer, but you can only have a little bit. Xingyu waved her hand impatiently. How tedious. An unworthy fish worrying about unnecessary things. Just don't get drunk later, or I'll consider you a rogue. Seeing this, Xiaoman quickly said, I'll go get it. She turned around and hurried towards the other side of the warehouse, where various drinks and alcoholic beverages were piled. She picked 2 cans of beer, both in cans. Then, with her back to everyone, she stealthily pulled out the small paper bag that Zhao Yu had given her from her pocket. Using her nail, she gently pried open the tab of the beer can, revealing a narrow slit. Then, she poured the powder from the bag into the beer can bit by bit. After adding the powder, she also poured in the dark red liquid. As the liquid made contact with the beer, a foul odor immediately erupted. Xiaoman suppressed her nausea, pressed the tab back down to make the beer can appear as intact as possible. Unless someone looked closely, it would be difficult to notice. She gently shook the beer can to ensure the powder and liquid were thoroughly mixed. Once she completed all this, she turned around, holding 2 cans of beer, her face once again adorned with a smile. Here, brother Lin Xing, and little master, your beer. Lin Xing took the beer without much thought and directly pulled the tab, the sound of it popping open echoing. Xingyu mimicked Lin Xing, opening her beer can as well. The two of them, under Xiaoman's nervous gaze, tilted their heads back and drank the spiked beer. Lin Xing quickly finished his drink. After a while, the system notified him. Lin Xing gulped down several swigs of the beer, wiped his mouth, and burped. Why does it feel that like there's an indescribable strange taste, like the water from a spoiled rag left out too long? After a short while, the familiar mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind. Lin Xing thought, here it comes, I knew this beer was problematic. Detected that the host has ingested toxic substances. The voice paused, as if analyzing the components. The type is a bit mixed up, but do not panic. With your anti-toxicity constitution and your robust physique, this mere dosage of poison cannot harm you. Upon hearing this, Lin Xing's anxious heart settled back down. Hey, this system is still quite reliable. What about Xingyu? Lin Xing still felt uneasy and hurriedly asked. After all, Xingyu's small frame was not as resilient as his. What if something went wrong? He dared not think. The mechanical voice of the system sounded again. All damage Xingyu receives will be transferred to you at a rate of 1.5 times. So, you need not worry. She will definitely be fine. You just wait to suffer the consequences. Chapter 36. Xingyu gets drunk. However, after a while, there was still not much of a sensation. The most noticeable change seemed to be a slightly increased heartbeat and a slight dizziness. Feeling as if she was just a bit tipsy, Lin Xing glanced at Xingyu, who was already in a daze, her eyes heavy with sleep. Hey, Xingyu, can you still walk? Lin Xing gently nudged her. Xingyu mumbled, her little head swaying like a bobblehead. Unworthy fish where are you going? Take me with you. He guided Xingyu to find bedding, blankets, and pillows, then led her away from the noisy area to the depths of the warehouse. Of course, he only took one set, all in the name of conserving resources, certainly not for any ulterior motives. This warehouse was large, and with only about 100 people, it was likely they wouldn't cross paths unless they searched carefully. Although it is certain that Xiaoman is responsible for this poisoning, it would be prudent to settle accounts tomorrow. as she is unlikely to cause any further trouble. Instead, it is Xing Yue who has succumbed to drunken ramblings. Mixed fish, her voice, soft and tender, carries an alluring lilt. Mixed fish, come here. With a delicate gesture, Xing Yue wraps her arms around Lin Xing's neck, clinging to him like an octopus, warm and soft. She exudes a sweet aroma reminiscent of beer mixed with milk. Mixed fish. You feel so warm. She nestles her face into the crook of Lin Xing's neck, nuzzling against him. Lin Xing feels a rush of warmth flood through him. This little enchantress belongs to someone, doesn't she? It's utterly intoxicating. Mixed fish. Have you secretly indulged in delightful treats again? Suddenly, Xing Yue lifts her head, her gaze hazy as she looks at Lin Xing, her small nose twitching adorably. Lin Xing is at a loss for words. This girl, even in her drunken state, has food on her mind. No, it's just a bottle of beer. Humph, you're lying. You smell distinctly of chocolate. She points accusingly at Lin Xing's chest. Glancing down, Lin Xing discovers a chocolate stain on his shirt collar. Mixed fish. You smell so delightful. Is that the scent of chocolate? Is it your fragrance? She muses, sniffing him like a playful puppy. How can this seemingly foul mixed fish smell so sweet? At this point, Lin Xing can no longer contain himself. He feels as though he might explode. This girl, in her drunken stupor, is so irresistibly alluring. They have wandered into a dim corner of the warehouse, and as they venture deeper, the darkness envelopes them. This fortuitously prevents any disturbances. He searches for a relatively clean spot, ensuring there are no unpleasant sticky substances. With a soft whimper, the little one burrows into his embrace, her face rubbing against his chest. It's so chilly. But mixed fish. Is so warm. Lin Xing quickly spreads out the bedding he brought. First, he lays a mat, then covers it with a thick quilt, ample enough for the two of them. Come now, little ancestor. The bed is warm. He gently coaxes her, akin to soothing a kitten. In her drowsiness, Xing Yue's little hand instinctively clutches his clothing, refusing to let go. Mixed fish. Together. All right, together, Lin Xing concedes, helpless against her drunken clinginess. He carefully lies down beside her, adjusting the quilt to wrap them snugly. Instantly, the makeshift bed radiates warmth. Xing Yue finally settles down, her head nestled in the crook of his neck, finding a comfortable position and ceasing her movements. Mixed fish. What is this? Before Lin Xing can fully process her words, she swallows something with a soft N. Startled, he lowers his head, confused about what she just touched or consumed. Xing Yue, what did you just eat? Her gaze is glazed, her cheeks flushed, and her eyes barely open as she mumbles, something salty, fishy, a bit unpleasant. Lin Xing's heart races, a terrifying thought flashing through his mind. Could it be the precious ancestral pill in his pocket? He hastily reaches for his pants, only to find it empty. Gone. This little ancestor. When did she manage to swipe it? He hadn't noticed a thing. But now, the crux of the matter is not that. That substance has a 99% chance of being fatal. What is happening? Xing Yue, spit it out. You can't eat that. Panic-stricken, Lin Xing's voice wavers, desperate to pry her mouth open yet fearful of hurting her. Xing Yue, slightly displeased by his urgency, furrows her brow and pouts. What's the matter? Mixed fish. Why are you being so fierce? I'm just sleepy. Sleepy, my foot. At your age, you should be able to sleep. System, help me. Host, do not worry. Your sister will be fine. You will bear her suffering. Rest assured, it will hurt but not be fatal. However, the potency of the ancestral pill exceeds expectations. The specifics depend on your tolerance. Therefore, it is recommended that you spend 200 love-hate points to purchase pain relief medicine. Its effects are remarkable. Tolerance, to endure for my sister, that's not endurance. That's indulgence. As long as Xing Yue is safe I can bear the pain it's better than witnessing her in distress. As for the love-hate points, I can always buy them once I start feeling the pain. Xing Yue snuggles closer to Lin Xing, her petite frame nearly pressed against him, her intoxicated eyes stealing glances. Noticing Lin Xing's unchanged demeanor, she feels a twinge of frustration. She has been so explicit, signaling him to lull her to sleep, yet he remains oblivious, a blatant hint, and he doesn't get it. Xing Yue bites her lip, anxiety creeping into her heart. Today, she deliberately drank that beer to lead the dense Lin Xing away. After all, with her illness, who knows when she'll have to say goodbye, perhaps tomorrow. Thus, before her departure, she yearns to experience everything with her brother, to fulfill all that needs to be done. And she knows all too well about her usual fierce demeanor. Insulting him or criticizing him relentlessly. It would be challenging to elicit any further advances from him. She understands Lin Xing better than anyone. As if she were a worm in his stomach. Even after all her harsh words, he simply smiles and dotes on her, never considering any other implications. Hence, today she altered her approach, opting for this soft and gentle demeanor to convey her feelings, hoping he would see her as the pitiful little sister deserving of his affection. Chapter 37. Sister transformed into a blood princess. Brother moi meow. Lin Xing shudders violently. Goosebumps rise on his skin. This tender, saccharine tone evokes memories of Xing Yue at 7, a sweet and innocent child trailing behind him, calling him brother. Yet, she has since transformed into a prickly hedgehog, wrapping herself in sarcasm and pride, never revealing her soft underbelly. Now, this long-forgotten warmth, imbued with intoxication and innocence, has breached Lin Xing's defenses, leaving him momentarily flustered. Xing, what's wrong? Xing Yue does not respond immediately. Instead, she buries her little head deeper, nearly pressing her entire face against Lin Xing's chest. Her warm breath seeps through his thin shirt, caressing his skin. Cold, hug me. She nudges closer, her small hands clutching his clothing tightly. As if fearing he might escape, Lin Xing's heart melts into a puddle. Instinctively, he tightens his embrace, drawing her closer. Are you cold? Brother will keep you warm. Yet Xing Yue is relentless, her small hands roaming over his chest, her voice grumbling softly. Liar. Still cold. Here. Her tiny hand finally rests over Lin Xing's heart. Pressing gently, he feels a rush of heat flood his face, his heartbeat pounding like a drum, resonating painfully in his ears. Does this girl even realize what she is doing? Taking a deep breath, he suppresses the turmoil within and tries to maintain an even tone. Xing Yue, be a good girl and don't move around. Brother will keep you warm. But Xing Yue seems oblivious, continuing to wriggle in his embrace, her little head rubbing against him. No, I want it here. It's warm. As she speaks, she presses her face against Lin Xing's heart, nuzzling against him. Lin Xing can only lie there stiffly, allowing Xing Yue to explore at her leisure. Suddenly, she lifts her head, her dazed gaze locking onto Lin Xing's eyes. Brother, she murmurs softly, her voice tinged with confusion, a hint of grievance, and an indescribable longing. Lin Xing's heart skips a beat, instinctively responding. Xing Yue burrows into the quilt, her voice muffled. I don't smell strange, do I? I sweated a lot today and haven't tea-bathed. Lin Xing pauses, his nose twitching as he inhales deeply. Indeed, there is a faint, indescribable scent. It's not quite sweat. Rather, it carries a hint of a milky aroma. Milky sweat scent. No, it's fragrant, akin to a little kitten. A little kitten? Xing Yue repeats dreamily, her eyes growing even more dazed. Am I a little kitten? As she says this, she cuddles closer, playfully mewing. Lin Xing nearly bursts into laughter at her antics. This girl, utterly inebriated, dares to utter anything and do everything. The venomous little firecracker transforms instantaneously into a soft and adorable little kitten, and this stark contrast is rather lethal. Xing Yue suddenly interjects, so, big brother, do you like little kittens? Lin Xing is momentarily taken aback. The abrupt shift in topic catches him off guard. Little kittens? Why this sudden mention? Yet, since his sister has inquired, he must respond. Of course I do. Then how about I become your exclusive little kitten? Meow. Xing Yue deliberately elongates her final syllable. Imbued with a hint of flirtation, Lin Xing feels his heart skip a beat. An exclusive little kitten. What mischief is this girl up to now? Before he can ponder further, a sharp pain pierces his chest, as if something has struck him with great force. This feeling. Could it be that poison starting to take effect? Instinctively, he raises his hand to clutch his chest, but an uncontrollable surge of warmth floods through him. Hissed, he inhales sharply, sensing something within his nostrils threatening to burst forth. Big brother? What's wrong with you? Xing Yue keenly perceives Lin Xing's discomfort, a flicker of concern flashing through her dazed eyes, quickly replaced by excitement and teasing. Why is your face suddenly so red, and your heart racing so fast? Could it be that you're enchanted by your little kitten? She giggles, her petite form wriggling in his embrace. What a lecherous big brother. It's just a matter of letting you be the litter box attendant. Why get so worked up? Lin Xing feels a warm liquid uncontrollably trickling from his nose. He hastily raises his hand to touch it. His fingertips stain bright red. Wow! Xing Yue exclaims, her eyes widening. Big brother, you have a nosebleed. It was just a matter of being the little kitten's litter box attendant, and you got so excited you bled. Silly big brother. Blood continues to flow unabated. Yet Xing Yue remains relentless, her small hand entwined around his neck, whispering teasingly in his ear. Meow litter box attendant big brother. I don't want to sleep yet. I still want big brother to Tio hug me kiss me meow. This little minx has become a veritable temptress, and if he does not act soon, he fears his blood will continue to spill. Forget the nosebleed, forget the heartache. He must first soothe this pestering little demon. He wipes his nose with his sleeve and promptly leans down to capture that enticing little mouth. Meow. Ooh. Brotherly Berserker, passive skill twin enhancement has been activated. Random attribute 9. Attribute 1. 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 Attribute 9. As dawn breaks, Lin Xing slowly opens his eyes. Xingyue is still slumbering beside him. Wait. Lin Xing rubs his eyes, ensuring he is not mistaken to Xingyue's hair that has turned white. It was black and smooth just last night. Could it be that he inadvertently dyed it white? What a ridiculous notion. He, Lin Xing, is no hairdresser, lacking such skill. Ah, the true ancestor pill. Damn. Isn't that supposed to turn someone into a vampire princess? He turns his head to scrutinize Xingyue closely. Her white hair, peaceful sleeping visage, and her already fair skin appear even paler. Exuding a sickly pallor, the blue veins are clearly visible that she does resemble the legendary vampire somewhat. However, don't vampires fear sunlight? Yet here it is, morning light streaming through the warehouse window onto Xingyue's face. And she seems unaffected. Could it be that a modified version of a vampire? One that does not fear sunlight. He gently pokes her cheek. It feels soft and pleasant. Chapter 38. What have you done to me? Xingyue lets out a soft murmur, her eyelids fluttering, signaling her awakening. Lin Xing quickly retracts his hand, feigning nonchalance, and lies back down, closing his eyes. He is eager to see how this little girl will behave after transforming into a vampire princess. Will she suddenly open her mouth to reveal two sharp fangs and take a bite out of his neck? The thought is both thrilling and it's somewhat frightening. After all, he certainly does not wish to become a cadaver like those in vampire films. At last, Xingyue opens her eyes, drowsily. She sits up, rubbing her sleepy eyes, her small mouth stifling a yawn, appearing still half asleep. She feels a chill enveloping her. Something is amiss, very amiss. The blanket has slipped away, and disregarding everything else. She glances down. Lin Xing lies beside her, sleeping soundly, his breathing steady, embodying tranquility. That scoundrel. Xingyue grits her teeth, her cheeks flushing crimson. What on earth happened last night? She desperately tries to recall, fragmented memories flooding her mind. Beer. Acting coy. Little kittens. And hugs. Ah. Xingyue covers her face, wishing she could disappear into the ground. Little kittens. That was absolutely not her. She must have been drunk, babbling nonsense. It had to be. Cautiously, she shifts her body, attempting to sneak away and make a quick escape. But the moment she moves, a wave of soreness washes over her, as if her bones had been dismantled and reassembled, especially. Hiss. Xingyue gasps, nearly brought to tears by the pain. No need to think too hard. It must be that scoundrel brother who took advantage of her. Lin Xing. You wicked villain, scoundrel, cretin, taking advantage of someone in distress. You're not worth anything. But what about those red marks? Surely, she couldn't have inflicted those herself. Xingyue steals a glance at Lin Xing. The collar of his pajamas is slightly open. Several claw marks, both new and old, are faintly visible, overlapping in a manner that is infuriating. Xingyue's frustration escalates. Could it be that she truly did something unspeakable to that scoundrel brother last night? No, impossible. While she may have had some thoughts, she never intended to go that far. She, Xingyue, a pure and innocent maiden, how could she possibly engage in such proactive behavior? It must be a misunderstanding. It absolutely must. Taking a deep breath, she forces herself to calm down. The most crucial task now is to ascertain the situation. First, let us see if that scoundrel brother is awake. Cautiously, Xingyue leans closer, gently pushing Lin Xing's arm. Hey, scoundrel, wake up. Lin Xing feigns sleep, pretending to be a lifeless pig. Scoundrel, get up. Xingyue raises her voice, shaking him more vigorously. Lin Xing, bleary-eyed, finally opens his eyes, feigning confusion. Xingyue, what time is it? What time is it? The sun is high in the sky. You foolish scoundrel, sleeping so soundly. Xingyue retorts, her tone somewhat irritable yet tinged with guilt. Lin Xing rubs his eyes and sits up, yawning. I was a bit tired yesterday. Tired? What were you tired from? It's not like you. Humph. Almost let it slip. Xingyue hastily halts, glaring at Lin Xing with annoyance. Lin Xing, oblivious to her unusual demeanor, assumes she is just being her usual thunderous self. Chuckling as he says, all right, I was wrong, my little lady. What do you want to eat? I'll go find it for you. Xingyue ignores him, her gaze scanning his face, attempting to glean any hints about his recollection of last night's events. Does he remember anything? Or has he forgotten everything? Hey, scoundrel, did you get drunk last night? Lin Xing pauses, scratching his head, as if he recalls a bit. What about it? Xingyue quickly averts her gaze, pretending to be indifferent. It's nothing, just asking. Remember to wear clothes next time you sleep. Lin Xing stands up casually, but his mind is still lingering on Xingyue's adorable demeanor from the previous night. Xingyue watches Lin Xing's retreating figure, her heart racing with anxiety. Looking at the scoundrel brother, it seems he remembers nothing at all. Could it be that last night's events that have entirely slipped his mind? Phew. Xingyue exhales deeply, feeling as if a heavy burden has been lifted. If the scoundrel brother remembers nothing, then that would be simply splendid. Let us treat last night as merely a dream. Wait, a dream. Suddenly, Xingyue recalls something, hastily grabbing a lock of her hair and bringing it before her eyes. White? It's actually white? Ah! Xingyue emits an earth-shattering scream, her voice cracking. What on earth is happening? Why has her hair turned white? You scoundrel! What have you done to me? Xingyue whips her head around, her eyes wide as saucers. Like two fiery cannonballs aimed directly at Lin Xing. Hey, scoundrel, speak. Was it you who did this? She approaches him with fierce determination, brandishing the lock of white hair before his face as if ready to poke it into his nose. Lin Xing, startled by her outburst, shakes off his sleepiness and blinks in bewilderment. Huh? What do you mean I did something? Why are you going crazy this early in the morning? She spoke hurriedly, her hands fumbling as she seized a small mirror from beside her and began to scrutinize her reflection. Upon glancing at herself, Xingyue nearly gasped in shock. The reflection was unrecognizable. Not only was her hair a glaring white, but her eyes had turned red, not the healthy kind of rosy hue, but a peculiar, rabbit-like crimson. Oh my goodness! My eyes, they have turned red too. Xingyue shrieked again, nearly dropping the mirror. This moment, panic engulfed her, and tears threatened to spill over. Wasn't it just a slight, intimate moment with that scoundrel last night? How could it have resulted in such a transformation? White hair, red eyes. What on earth was happening? Could it be that there was something wrong with your genes? You wretched scoundrel, do you have some hereditary illness that you've passed on to me? Hey, Xingyue, calm down. What are you babbling about regarding genes and hereditary diseases? What nonsense is this? Nonsense. Xingyue pointed at her head of white hair and red eyes, trembling with rage. This nonsense. Just look at me. Look at what I have become. Not human, not ghost. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. You detestable scoundrel. I shall never be close to you again. Why are you just standing there like a fool? Come here and give me a hug. Humph. Chapter 39. Unable to conceive? All right. Brother will hug you. Lin Xing felt a bit at a loss as Xingyue cried, his tone unconsciously softening. He quickly knelt down, awkwardly opening his arms, and gently enveloped Xingyue in his embrace. Yet, her sobs showed no sign of abating. Instead, they grew more fervent. Each tear fell like rain, soon dampening Lin Xing's collar. You naughty brother. Sob. Her small body trembled slightly in his arms, gasping for breath between cries. Her little voice, laden with tears, pulled at one's heartstrings. Lin Xing had not expected Xingyue to weep so sorrowfully. He was momentarily bewildered. To be honest, that miraculous ancestral pill, while it had altered Xingyue's appearance somewhat, was a tremendous blessing in his eyes as her doting brother. This was not a transformation into ugliness, but rather into beauty. Explosive beauty. Her already exquisite and adorable face had reached perfection, flawless from every angle. If her previous beauty was rated a 9, then that pill had launched her into the stratosphere, achieving a perfect 10. Not only had her hair transformed into a dreamlike pure white, but her eyes resembled the finest rubies. The faint red glow made her eyes even more crystalline and enchanting, lively yet captivating. Moreover, her skin was now even more flawless than before, delicate, radiant, and nearly transparent, so supple one could almost squeeze water from it. It was simply perfect, enough to incite envy in every girl. How could his foolish sister still be crying so sorrowfully? Truly, she was unaware of the fortune she possessed. All right. Stop crying no matter how you change. In your brother's heart, you will always be the most beautiful. Xingyue, still sobbing, replied in a muffled voice. I'm not crying because of that. With her face streaked with tears, she inadvertently splattered Lin Xing with her sorrow. Lin Xing was puzzled. If it wasn't due to her transformed appearance, then what was it about? Was she feeling unwell? As this thought crossed his mind, he became somewhat anxious, carefully scrutinizing Xingyue. Was she uncomfortable? Or was there some other reason? Xingyue pouted, exasperatedly declaring, "It's all because of you. You're absolutely revolting." She covered her nose with her small hand, her expression one of disdain. Lin Xing couldn't help but chuckle. This girl, even with tear-streaked cheeks, still managed to berate him. Fine, I'm revolting, but please tell me, what is truly the matter? Xingyue sniffled a few times, her voice dwindling to a whisper. I just feel so annoyed. It's just so annoying. Annoyed? Lin Xing was further perplexed. What kind of reasoning was that? The thoughts of a girl were truly unfathomable, fluctuating between tears and tantrums. More unpredictable than the weather forecast. However, if his sister said she was annoyed, then there must be something troubling her. He needed to inquire further. What is bothering you? Tell your brother, and he will help you resolve it. In truth, the reason for Xingyue's profound sorrow stemmed from her own musings. Deep down, she had secretly hoped that if luck were on her side, she might live a little longer and perhaps even bear a child. Ideally, she dreamt of having a pair of twins. Yet now, with her leukemia and whatever this new affliction might be, a contagious disease, she felt uncertain that it seemed that conceiving would be quite challenging. And even if heaven were merciful enough to allow her to endure until that time, would she be able to deliver safely? Moreover, if she did have a child, would that child inherit her ailments? The more she pondered, the heavier her heart became, and tears began to flow uncontrollably once more. Was her little dream of motherhood destined to perish before it even began? Brother, Xingyue suddenly spoke up. After much contemplation, she felt it necessary to confide in Lin Xing, this dense blockhead. After all, regarding this matter, Lin Xing, her foolish brother, might be harboring some hope as well. It was her obligation to lay everything bare and explain her current situation. Brother, she called out again, her voice slightly louder this time. Actually, I need to tell you, I have leukemia, so that you know, my health has always been weak. She pouted, forcing a self-deprecating smile, and added, perhaps I won't be able to conceive. After speaking, Xingyue discreetly glanced up at Lin Xing, eager to gauge his reaction. Would he be disappointed? Or would he find her repulsive? Or perhaps, had he never even considered such a possibility? Lin Xing was stunned. Genuinely taken aback, he had never imagined that his little sister, at such a tender age, had already contemplated such matters. And to involve leukemia in her thoughts. Leukemia was nothing to worry about. Lin Xing was almost ready to laugh aloud. He had a system, a robust golden finger. Leukemia? Was that even an issue? With a snap of his fingers, it could be cured. The previous ancestral pill had likely transformed Xingyue's constitution entirely. Perhaps now she was in peak health. Feeling fantastic. How could leukemia still be a concern? Even if it hadn't completely healed. So what? He possessed the miraculous skill of damage transfer. His sister could not endure even a smidgen of suffering. Just as Lin Xing was about to reassure Xingyue that her leukemia had long since been cured and that she need not worry, her next words caught him off guard. That I want to have a child. Xingyue mustered her courage, raising her head. Her eyes sparkled with a hint of longing and a touch of shyness. So, brother, you need to care a bit more. Her voice was soft and pleading, causing Lin Xing's heart to melt. Please, brother. Xingyue tugged at Lin Xing's sleeve, her voice gentle, tinged with a hint of desperation. Lin Xing felt as though his ears were malfunctioning. When had he ever heard his proud sister speak to him in such a tone? And asking for his help. Had the sun risen in the west? Using quantity to compensate for quality lacking. Xingyue's face flushed as she added, her voice small, like a little kitten's meow. Lin Xing's mind went blank, completely overwhelmed. What more could he say? He had to continue to keep the truth from his sister. It was imperative to conceal it. He absolutely could not reveal that her leukemia had already been cured, for the sake of this exhilarating prospect. He must keep it hidden, until the end of time, until the seas dried up and the mountains crumbled. And thus, it was a decision made with great satisfaction. Lin Xing silently commended himself for his cleverness. He applauded the blissful life that awaited him. Woohoo, time to take off. Chapter 40. This person is full of yellow nonsense. Xing Yue finished speaking and stealthily glanced up, quickly darting her eyes toward Lin Xing. Her heart raced, and her palms were slightly sweaty. Was her statement too blunt? What would he think? What if he believed she merely regarded him as a tool? That would be dreadful. After all, this was the first time Xing Yue had taken the initiative to express such feelings. But at what was that expression on Lin Xing's face? He looked as if he were about to drool with laughter. Truly hopeless. She was fuming, her chest feeling constricted. With her leukemia, she felt as if she were on the brink of death. Yet, he was there, foolishly laughing. That imbecile brother, a lecher, a clumsy oaf. Just moments ago, her voice had softened, but it instantly turned rigid again. Hey, I said, did you hear me? Lin Xing seemed to snap back to reality. Huh? Hear what? He scratched his head, wearing a bewildered expression that made Xing Yu want to punch him in frustration. You. Xing Yu's chest heaved with anger, ferociously reverting to her usual feisty demeanor. She knew all too well that it was futile to have a serious conversation with this foolish brother. You rotten brother, are you filled with nothing but nonsense? Such a scoundrel, a lewd wretch, disgusting. Really, truly, do you think that I'd actually like you? Pooh, dream on. If it weren't for the fact that I have little time left, that I wouldn't choose you. I just find it convenient to use you. Understand? You at most can be considered a laborer. Lin Xing hurriedly nodded in agreement, verbally complying, yet the uncontrollable smile on his face betrayed him. All right, I will take my responsibilities seriously regarding my work. Xing Yu grew angrier. You still dare to laugh? No laughing. She glared at Lin Xing, exasperated. How could this guy not take things a bit more seriously? After all, what they were discussing was quite significant, wasn't it? It concerned whether she could. Puffed. Lin Xing couldn't hold it in and burst into laughter. All right, I won't laugh anymore, truly. Rest assured, my dear sister, I promise to be responsible, and I absolutely will not let you down. Observing his demeanor, Xing Yu felt her anger dissipate by half. Humph, at least he was perceptive. Humph. With a haughty turn of her head, she declared, regardless, I've made my point clear. If you can't handle it, then so be it. Her words were tough, but inside, she felt a twinge of anxiety. What if Lin Xing truly rejected her or appeared utterly disdainful? Then I can do it. No, I absolutely can. Lin Xing thumped his chest, exuding confidence. Humph, that would be for the best. Xing Yu let out a soft huff, her tone softening. Remember what you said. If I find out that you were slacking off, or not putting in effort. Lin Xing immediately stood at attention, promising to complete the task. I guarantee that my sister will be satisfied. He even rendered a somewhat unrefined salute, nearly eliciting a laugh from Xing Yu. Uffed, smooth talker. Xing Yu couldn't help but smile, the corners of her mouth curving upward, revealing a faint smile. The little tension in her heart gradually dissipated. It wasn't so bad after all, even if her life might be short-lived. At least her brother was willing to help her fulfill her wishes. This foolish brother, though a bit dim-witted and awkward at times, seemed rather reliable when it mattered most. Perhaps. Oh, right, the miscellaneous fish. Xing Yu suddenly recalled something, her voice becoming muffled, laced with an indescribable emotion. Lin Xing, just about to bask in the joy of his sister's rare affection, was jolted back to reality by her reference to miscellaneous fish. What's wrong? Xing Yu avoided his gaze, her eyes fixated on a corner, her voice lowered as if speaking to herself, yet it felt directed at him. Can I hold on until that time? Can I safely give birth? And even if I do, will the child be just like me riddled with illness? Foolish sister, don't think such thoughts. Lin Xing sighed with concern, gently embracing her. What nonsense are you thinking? Xing Yu's tone flared up again. I'm merely preparing for the worst. Do you understand? I am discussing serious matters. Who's being nonsensical? Her fierce words belied the tears that streamed down her face. All right. You are indeed discussing serious matters. Lin Xing soothed her softly. I understand what you're worried about. Xing Yu sobbed. Do you have any solutions? Solutions? Of course, I have solutions. Lin Xing, filled with determination, thought that even if the king of hell came for her, he could pull his sister back from the brink. A mere leukemia, what of it? Yet, he didn't want to reveal the harsh reality to his sister. Her tearful demeanor was simply too adorable. In all their interactions, when had he ever seen her cry? This was certainly a rare expression. If it weren't inappropriate, he would have loved to take a few photos for keepsake. Besides, This could be considered a benevolent lie, for the sake of his stubborn sister's happiness. Rest assured, everything will turn out well. You will be fine, and the child will be healthy. Fate will surely offer its opportunities. Really? Xingyu lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes gazing at him, a glimmer of hope in her gaze. Lin Xing nodded seriously. Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you? With Lin Xing's assurance, Xingyu felt the gloom within her heart lift significantly. After all, why sulk? Wasn't it merely the possibility of illness leading to death? Everyone faced death eventually. What difference did it make whether it was early or late? Moreover, she was the captain of her team, with nearly 100 people relying on her. She couldn't just hide away and cry. How embarrassing. All right, enough standing around. Xingyu wiped her face. Though her eyes were still red, her tone had regained its usual sharpness. I need to check on how the others are doing. Lin Xing quickly stood up. I'll go with you. Go where? Xingyu shot him an exasperated look. You stay here. You're not going anywhere. Huh? Lin Xing was taken aback. Why not? I'm worried about you being alone. Who asked you to worry? Xingyu's teeth were bared in annoyance. I am the captain. Do you understand what that means? If I can't handle this little matter, how can I still be the captain? But can you manage it on your own? Lin Xing attempted to voice his concerns but was immediately cut off by Xingyu. Humph. Who do you look down upon? There are no buts. Just listen to me. That's settled. Chapter 41. Brother, please temporarily hold on to this. Xingyu pondered within her heart. From now on, for anything that she, Xingyu, could handle, she would absolutely not let that miscellaneous fish of a brother interfere. Those girls were practically ready to devour him whole. Did they think she was blind? As another girl herself, how could she not see through their little tricks and schemes? Humph. They want to take advantage of her brother? Not a chance. Yet that foolish brother was utterly oblivious. Completely unaware of the predatory gazes surrounding him, still grinning like a fool. It was truly infuriating. Did he not know whether he was genuinely foolish or just pretending? Forget it. Counting on him to protect himself was less reliable than expecting a sow to climb a tree. Xingyu sighed internally, realizing that, aside from herself as his sister, no one else would genuinely protect this foolish brother. Others, humph, they were probably all scheming to take advantage of him. Just as Xingyu had decided to leave. Having taken a step, she hesitated, sticky and uncomfortable. She felt irritable. What was going on? She wasn't being coy. It was just that last night, she had forgotten to remove her stockings. How unfortunate. There were so many things to deal with every day. Plus, after crying and causing a commotion later, she had sweated quite a bit. The stockings felt as if they were glued to her legs, tight and damp, utterly uncomfortable. Forget it. She should just get rid of them first. With her stance slightly bent, she pinched the top of the stockings and pulled them down. The white stockings, slightly damp, slid down her legs. Her skin was smooth, like a peeled egg. Her legs were also quite shapely, straight and proportionate. However, there was a bit of sweat and a hint of beer scent from last night, mixed together. It wasn't particularly pleasant or unpleasant, just rather peculiar. Without lifting her gaze, she flicked her wrist, sending the bundle of white fabric flying towards Lin Xing, carrying an indescribable scent. Miscellaneous fish, that is dirty. Please toss it in the trash for me. Brother. Also, fold the blanket and tidy up the surroundings. It's a bit chaotic. It wouldn't be good if others saw. The first command sounded authoritative, while the second seemed almost like a pout. Regardless, she tossed it over. After throwing it, Xingyu felt a considerable relief on her legs. The air felt cool and much more comfortable. She didn't even check if Lin Xing caught it. She had thrown it, so whatever happened next was irrelevant. Don't worry. You go ahead. I will handle it well. Lin Xing responded affirmatively, his tone resolute. Internally, he was overjoyed, nearly bouncing with excitement. This was something his sister had warned directly. Dirty? What was dirty? It smelled delightful. He quickly, with swift hands and eyes, grabbed the bundle of white fabric. It was soft and carried a hint of his sister's scent. A bit sweet, with an indescribable note that was simply delightful. His expression was utterly serious, as though nothing had transpired at all, with a furtive glance around. He noticed that Xingyu had already wandered off, oblivious to his presence. Perfect. Swiftly, he carefully folded the unsightly object and stowed it away in his pocket. After all, there were no trash bins in the vicinity. In this world, one must uphold a sense of civility, right? A person may lack wealth, power, housing, or a vehicle, but they must possess decorum. As a civilized individual, it is simply inhumane to discard litter. Therefore, for now, this will suffice. Later, he would find an unoccupied place to dispose of it properly. He couldn't help but grin widely, nearly stretching his mouth to the back of his head, without any clue as to what was amusing him. The system, seemingly unable to bear it any longer, interjected. Host truly is suffering from severe sister complex. Are you not afraid that one day she might actually treat you as a mere tool? Lin Xing paused at the system's sarcasm. Severe sister complex? Tool? What did that mean? The literal meaning. Did you not catch what your sister just said? You are merely a laborer, a tool. Oh, is that so? Lin Xing scratched his head. If he was indeed a tool for his sister, what of it? I think it's quite wonderful. What is wrong with being a tool for my sister? Wonderful. Where is the wonder in that? Wake up, my host. She regards you as free labor, the kind that is always at her beck and call. You are the male protagonist of the system. Have a little pride, will you? Pride. Is pride more important than my sister? Besides, if my sister needs me, it shows she values me, indicating I am still useful. Host, that you are beyond saving. The system fell silent for a moment, as if it had given up on trying to reason with him. Forget it. Pretend I never said anything. Oh, come on, do share. I quite enjoy your words. Lin Xing chuckled cheerfully, his mood buoyant. His sister's previous plea, Brother had utterly melted his heart. What was being a tool compared to that? For his sister, he would gladly bear any burden. Heh, wait until the day you are used up and tossed aside. You won't even have a place to weep. That won't happen, he reassured himself. Lin Xing waved dismissively, utterly convinced that his sister would never treat him that way. After a brief pause, he added, even if that were the case, I would accept it. If my sister could truly rely on me for a lifetime, I would be overjoyed. Congratulations, host. You have passed the trial and earned the title of absolute trust. When the host is subjected to mental manipulation skills, such as hypnosis, puppetry, or charm, a single call from your sister can immediately break the mental control. Just one call from my sister can break it. That's incredible. Lin Xing was still slightly incredulous. It seemed too fantastical. Theoretically, yes. Of course, this assumes that your sister genuinely trusts you and sincerely calls out to you. It remains to be seen whether your sister Xingyue has such a high level of trust in you. Nonsense. How could my sister not trust me? How could it not be sincere? Even when my sister cries and scolds me, she is still kissing me. How could anything go wrong? System, The system fell silent, realizing perhaps that this sister pampering system should be under his control. Moreover, it felt as if it had been fed dog food. Maybe it should step aside. It was quite uncomfortable. Lin Xing, recalling that he hadn't checked his attributes in quite a while, took a glance at his panel. Name, Lin Xing. Gender, male. Occupation, sister complex berserker. Strength, for 55. Agility, for 15. Constitution, for 102. Item, absolute cutter, sword. Skills, heartfelt protection. Enhanced hearing, stealthy movement, swift, violent strike, poison resistance. Class skills, twin amplification, sister complex domain, sister power surge, berserker's fury. Achievements, brotherly friendship, initial dependence, absolute trust. Lin Xing stared at the panel in astonishment. Was he not invincible? No frills, just the beauty of numbers. Chapter 42. You all sorted out. Do not attempt to frame my brother. Pampering value, 38. Collapse value, 29. Love-hate value, for 120. Collapse value. Why has it surged so quickly? Last I checked, it was only 14. Now it has doubled. Host, the collapse value increases rapidly when you exert pressure on Xingyue. This should imply that you... Ahem, what are you saying? This merely signifies that Xingyue relies on me more. If you say so, then that must be the case. Lin Xing hummed a cheerful tune as he began tidying up the surroundings. The blankets were neatly folded, and the scattered items on the floor were cleaned up. Perfect. However, where had his sister gone for so long? The sun was already high in the sky. What about the others? Should he go check? That little girl drew attention like a magnet wherever she went. It would be wise to follow her, lest she stir up more trouble. Lin Xing still felt a twinge of concern. He didn't want to appear too clingy, like a tail. After some hesitation, he gradually made his way over, hiding in a corner. Just a quick peek. Surely everything was fine. He saw Xingyue with her hands on her hips, her little face tense, delivering a scathing tirade to a group of people. Hey, I say to you lot, can you not have a shred of ambition? Always talking about Lin Xing. Lin Xing, as if without my brother, you would all perish on the spot. Can you not find a way to manage things on your own? Stop relying on my brother for everything. Don't be fooled by his usual competence. He is still only human. It's exhausting. There are just a few wandering zombies outside. Is that really so daunting? Can't you handle it yourselves? My brother is still sleeping. No one is allowed to disturb him. Do you hear me? Lin Xing stood aside, thoroughly enjoying the sight. His sister's fierce protectiveness, It was truly exhilarating. Each mention of my brother was sweeter than honey, truly a feast for the soul. He Xiaoman, overhearing Xingyue's reprimand, felt her blood boiling, ready to explode. Just yesterday, she thought the two siblings were doomed. She had even calculated that when they were half alive, she would swoop in for the kill, saving her the trouble. What was the result? Instead, she endured an entire night of incessant meowing, the kind that was both tender and maddening. That bespectacled nerd seemed to be concocting some dubious potion. He had boasted that it was guaranteed to deliver a lethal dose, a sure ticket to the afterlife. Nonsense. Clearly, it was an overdose of aphrodisiac. Oh, that wretched potion seemed to have a beautifying effect as well. That little girl now looked ethereal. Her skin was so fair it was infuriating. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of the previous night's ruckus. And the more she pondered, the angrier she became, her face long and sour. Just then, her gloomy demeanor caught Xingyue's sharp eye. While Xingyue was unleashing her full verbal assault, she caught sight of He Xiaoman's foul expression from the corner of her eye and immediately shifted her focus. And you, He Xiaoman, what are you daydreaming about? With that miserable face of yours, who owes you money? He Xiaoman's lips twitched with fury, bubbling over inside, but she dared not explode in front of Xingyue. She could only respond stiffly. No one owes me money. And no one owes you money. Then what s with that expression? A zombie face. Xingyue clicked her tongue, her tone growing more confrontational. I say, you lot, what s become of your ambition? Where s your pride? Why don't you show the same vigor you had when bullying my brother? You only know how to be fierce among your own, yet tremble in front of zombies. It is truly pathetic. She pointed her finger at He Xiaoman, especially emphasizing, and you, don't think I didn't see you rolling your eyes just now. What is the matter? Am I not allowed to say a word to you? He Xiaoman, confronted by Xingyue's accusations, felt her face alternate between shades of green and white. She wanted to argue back, but found no justification. After a long struggle, she managed to squeeze out, I was rolling my eyes, not rolling your eyes. That's the best news. Xingyue didn't give her a chance to defend herself, dismissively waving her hand, since you're so idle and full of energy. Just right. A few zombies have wandered over by the base entrance. You go take care of them. What, me? He Xiaoman's pitch rose dramatically, nearly leaping to her feet. Why should it be me? Let someone else handle it. I am just a weak woman. How can I deal with zombies? Why should I? Xingyue laughed as if she had heard the funniest joke, hands on her hips, resolutely stating, just because you were rolling your eyes. Just because you're full of energy. Just because you bullied my brother. Just because I'm your little master. Just because I don't like you. After finishing, Xingyue deliberately emphasized her last words. What? Do you have an opinion? Of course, He Xiaoman had an opinion, a huge one. Why should she be sent to her death just because she was disliked? Zombies were not easy to deal with. Any random zombie could take her out in an instant. Captain. Is it really okay to send her alone? Li Weiwei murmured quietly, as if afraid the wind would carry her words away at the very least. Let her take a couple of people with her, right? Going alone was equivalent to a death sentence. Xingyue didn't even glance her way, shooting back. What? Are you bored? Why don't you go along? Upon hearing this, Li Weiwei immediately shrank her neck and fell silent. What a joke. She had no intention of going. He Xiaoman stood there, her face scrunched up in distress. Why was it always her misfortune? Was it merely because she had gone a bit too far in jesting with his brother in the past? Was it really necessary to target her like this? Captain. I can't go alone. It's truly impossible. He Xiaoman's voice quivered with a hint of tears, nearly faltering. I'm scared that I really can't manage on my own. Xingyue scoffed, her gaze sweeping over, revealing undisguised disdain. Scared? Wasn't she quite bold when rolling her eyes just a moment ago? Now she was frightened. It was too late for that. She pointed a finger at Zhao Yu, the bespectacled boy cowering in the corner. And you, Zhao Yu, stop playing dead over there. You will accompany her. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yu nearly dropped his glasses, hastily waving his hands to me. Captain, I can't hit it. My combat power is insufficient. Insufficient or not, you must go. Xingyue commanded imperiously, not allowing him a chance to refuse. It's settled then. Hurry up. Stop dawdling. It's infuriating to watch. He Xiaoman was on the verge of tears. What kind of situation was this? She shot a fierce glare at Zhao Yu beside her and grasped his arm as if clinging to a lifeline. Let us go, together. If we are to perish, let us perish together. The two of them dawdled, dragging their feet for quite a while, finally inching towards the door. Hey, wait for me. Suddenly, a robust voice emerged from the crowd. Li Ming, donned in an all-black outfit seemingly procured from nowhere, brandished a gleaming sword as he strode out. I am going too. Perfect for stretching my muscles and testing out my new toy. He swung the sword, its gleam flashing, looking rather impressive. A smile danced on his face, laced with eagerness, as if he could already envision himself dominating the battlefield and becoming the second strongest at the base. Xingyue regarded Li Ming's pretentious demeanor with a disdainful curl of her lips, internally muttering, "Humph," trying to steal the limelight again. But if he insists on going, he may as well serve as free labor. This group was still counting on her brother to solve their troubles. No matter how strong he was, they could not command him. People make mistakes, horses stumble. What if they were bitten? She had no desire to bear a zombie baby. Chapter 43. My brother is mine. Xingyue remained silent, tacitly allowing Li Ming cheerfully approached Xiaoman and Zhaoyu, patting Zhaoyu on the shoulder. "Eyeglass bro, don't be afraid, just stick with me. And you'll be fine." Zhaoyu adjusted his glasses, offering a nervous chuckle without uttering a word. He knew well that Li Ming was but an amateur, in the face of real danger. It was uncertain who would protect whom. Xiaoman wore an expression of utter disdain, completely ignoring Li Ming. All she wanted was to swiftly deal with this task and keep her distance from that little demoness. Xingyue. The trio finally made their way out of the base. After sending Xiaoman and the others off, Xingyue commenced her lecture. "And you lot, every single one of you, perk up. Stop looking so lethargic. Like wilted eggplants, get moving. Go about your business. Don't think that just because it's safe now, you can relax. Zombies could appear at any moment, so if you don't want to die, stay alert." Xingyue rattled off a slew of admonitions, her central message clear: no slacking off. Everyone was so cowed by her scolding that they dared not utter a word, heads bowed in compliance. Once her tirade concluded, Xingyue felt a sense of relief. Humph, this group needs to be kept on their toes from time to time. Otherwise, they might forget their own worth. She nodded in satisfaction, preparing to return to her room. "Captain." Suddenly, a timid voice rang out. Xingyue turned to see Li Weiwei. "What is it?" Xingyue's tone was unkind. She harbored no fondness for Li Weiwei, recalling how she had previously shown disdain for her brother. Li Weiwei shrank back, speaking softly. "Captain, that I wanted to ask, how is Lin Xing? Is he unwell? Perhaps better than with some illness?" She glanced at Xingyue, noticing she seemed busy, and added, "Maybe I could help take care of him." Upon hearing this, Xingyue's temper flared. "Oh, so there are indeed those unafraid of death, daring to cast eyes on my brother in my presence." She let out a cold laugh, her gaze sharp as a knife slicing through Li Weiwei. "Why are you inquiring about my brother? Are you very familiar with him?" Li Weiwei trembled under Xingyue's gaze, hastily waving her hands. "No, not familiar. I was just concerned." "Concerned?" Xingyue scoffed. "You care about him. What gives you the right? How my brother fares has nothing to do with you. Keep your little schemes to yourself. My brother is not someone you can covet." Li Weiwei was berated to the point of feeling utterly humiliated. I didn't. I was just what?" Xingyue pressed on. "Just because my brother is handsome? Or because he possesses strength? Let me tell you, stop dreaming. My brother is mine. No one else can take him. Besides, my brother wouldn't even look at you superficial girls. Dressed up like peacocks, the scent of powder wafting from you can be detected from afar. You've only gained a few pounds, but lack any substance whatsoever. What, do you think that in this apocalypse, you can just find any man and get by?" Each word from Xingyue struck Li Weiwei's heart like nails, delivered with an unwavering certainty. The surrounding crowd fell silent, afraid to breathe, lest they be caught in the crossfire. Li Weiwei, terrified, could only lower her head, swallowing her pride. Having no desire to engage further with Li Weiwei, Xingyue turned to leave. Lin Xing, lurking in the shadows, witnessed the entire exchange. "My sister's jealousy has been stirred up countless times. However, her jealous little demeanor is truly endlessly delightful." Lin Xing felt a surge of happiness, a grin stretching from ear to ear. He sauntered out from his hiding spot, feigning just arriving, yawning and rubbing his eyes. "Xingyue, are you here giving a lecture?" Upon seeing Lin Xing, Xingyue immediately donned an expression of disdain. "Who is giving a lecture? I'm merely assigning tasks. Brother. Why are you here?" She retorted stubbornly, though her tone softened considerably compared to before. "Oh, assigning tasks." He moved closer to Xingyue, casually draping an arm over her shoulder. His tone shifted, becoming gentle, almost shy. Yet he added, a bit sternly, Who told you to come here?" As she spoke, she unconsciously inched closer to Lin Xing, her soft arm brushing against his chest. Xingyue's heart raced, a flurry of emotions stirring within her, her ears flushed, burning intensely. "Did he hear all those things I said earlier?" She cast a furtive glance at Lin Xing, quickly turning away, too shy to look him in the eye. Her face was as red as ripened fruit. nearly dripping with embarrassment. Inside, she was a whirlwind of chaos. What a disaster. She had made a fool of herself. Surely, that foolish brother heard everything. Affection level 2, breakdown level 1. Current affection level 40, breakdown level 30. Breakdown level has reached 30, achieving the status emotional support. Her brother is not only a source of solutions for her, but also becomes her crucial emotional supporter. When she encounters setbacks or feels anxious, she tends to confide in her brother. Now, she seeks to be near her brother for comfort, sharing her joys and sorrows. Moreover, before making important decisions, she wishes to hear her brother's thoughts, though she ultimately decides for herself. When the sister feels the urge to share with the host, it randomly increases attributes by 2. So that means she'll share her little secrets too? Lin Xing cleared his throat, pretending to be serious. Well then, since the tasks have been assigned, everyone is dismissed. The crowd, as if released from a spell, hurriedly dispersed, eager to avoid another round of scolding from Xingyue. Li Weiwei also kept her head down, scurrying away in defeat. She was seething inside, nearly exploding with frustration. Is it just because he is a bit better looking? What is so impressive about that? Isn't it all thanks to her brother? What is there to be smug about? Soon enough, I'll take your brother and become your sister-in-law. And then we'll see how you act. Chapter 44. The bashful sister. Xingyue felt somewhat bashful. All those words had spilled out uncontrollably. Now, in the calm aftermath, she felt a bit embarrassed as she stammered, her eyes darting around, avoiding Lin Xing's gaze. Did you hear what I just said? The moment she asked, she regretted it. Was that an outright admission of her earlier madness? Silly Xingyue. Lin Xing's lips curled into a slight smile, deliberately pretending to be puzzled. What did I hear? Sister, you were so serious in assigning tasks that I just got here and didn't catch it all. Why don't you remind me again? I really don't know what you were specifically talking about. Upon hearing this, Xingyue's heart raced with anxiety. Did she not hear? Or was she pretending not to hear? She bit her lip, her gaze wavering as if she were contemplating her words or rallying herself. I just said those people frivolous and superficial are not worthy of you and so on. Her voice dwindled to a whisper, almost inaudible by the end, her cheeks flushed with heat. After speaking, she quickly glanced at Lin Xing before hastily lowering her head. Her eyes fixed on her toes. Lin Xing observed his sister's awkward yet expectant demeanor, feeling his heart melt. He deliberately elongated his tone, frivolous and superficial, not worthy of me, sister. Are you praising me? Xingyue abruptly lifted her head and shot him a glare, anger and embarrassment flaring within her. Praise you? Nonsense. Who is praising you? I meant those people have ulterior motives. All they do is fixate on you, trying to gain something from you. And it's not because you, my foolish brother, are too careless. Lin Xing chuckled, choosing not to expose her fluster, instead playing along. Yes, sister is right. They have ulterior motives, just fixated on me. So what do you think of me? He leaned in closer, lowering his voice with a hint of flirtation. Xingyue was startled by his sudden proximity, her body stiffening, her heart skipping a beat. This foolish brother, why was he getting so close? She flusteredly stepped back, increasing the distance between them, her gaze flickering. But her words remained defiant. What does it matter how you are? I'm just worried you might be deceived by those people. Her voice rose a few notches, as if to assert the sincerity of her words. Deceived? Lin Xing raised an eyebrow. Is my sister worried I'll be cheated out of my money, or my heart? Xingyue nearly choked on her own words, her face instantly burning with embarrassment. You shameless brother. How can you say such things? She stomped her foot in frustration, glaring at Lin Xing. Who is worried about you being deceived in that way? You rogue, shameless. After her outburst, she felt a twinge of regret, as if her words had a hint of self-incrimination. Lin Xing, witnessing her flustered state, felt an inexplicable joy and couldn't resist teasing her further. He playfully remarked, Then does that mean I've been deceived by my sister? He paused, deliberately lowering his voice, leaning closer to her ear, and said in a tone only they could hear, Deceived into losing my heart. The warmth of his breath against Xingyue's ear sent a shiver down her spine, making her heart race uncontrollably. You are talking nonsense. Who has deceived your heart? Xingyue stumbled back a step, resembling a startled kitten, her fur bristling. I didn't. She stammered, her voice faltering, completely losing the assertiveness from before. Her flustered demeanor was simply too adorable to resist. However, he knew when to rein it in. If he continued to tease, she might genuinely become angry. He softened his expression and tone. All right, I won't joke anymore. Sister, please don't be upset. He reached out, gently ruffling Xingyue's hair with a doting tone. I know, sister is just concerned for me, right? Xing Yue found herself at a loss, caught off guard by his gentle demeanor and actions. The fierce attitude she just exhibited melted away, like a kitten being petted. Her annoyance dissipated. She mumbled softly, "We are siblings. Isn't it normal to care a bit? Besides, you're my only brother. Even if you were a fool." Lin Xing smiled at her proud yet bashful expression, knowing she was a typical sister. Saying one thing while meaning another, however, her attitude had softened considerably compared to before. The system chimed in at the opportune moment. TSK, host, your sister complex is truly hopeless. Well, please don't save me. I am utterly devoted to my sister. He gazed affectionately at his blushing, evasive sister. Having her by his side felt wonderful. Although Xing Yue lowered her head, she noticed Lin Xing's gaze upon her. Brother. Why are you looking at me like that? Can you stop staring? Your gaze is so unsettling. Are you thinking of something inappropriate again? Her last words trailed off, muffled, as her cheeks burned fiercely. Lin Xing blinked, feigning innocence with a mischievous grin. Unsettling? Where is it unsettling? Have I always looked like this? Has my sister just noticed today? Xing Yue was momentarily speechless. Stop pretending. Her voice rose again, but her conviction was clearly lacking. Just like this. Staring at me. It makes me feel uncomfortable. Uncomfortable? Lin Xing feigned an innocent approach, leaning in closer. Where exactly is it uncomfortable? Is it here? He pointed at his eyes. Or here? He gestured to his face. Is it that my sister feels uncomfortable in her heart? Xing Yue was flustered by his barrage of questions, instinctively raising her hand to shield the space between them. Stepping back. You don't come so close. Who feels uncomfortable? I'm perfectly fine. Really? Lin Xing raised an eyebrow. But your face is turning so red it's almost smoking. Is that what you call perfectly fine? What's wrong with being red? It's hot. The room is stifling. I'm just hot, she retorted, waving her hand to fan herself, her movement stiff and clearly an attempt to cover up her embarrassment. Lin Xing chuckled softly, choosing not to confront her further. His gaze remaining gentle upon her flushed face. All right, you're hot. So, what does my sister want me to do? Not look at you? Or look at you differently? What different gaze? Xing Yue was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend his words. Lin Xing lowered his voice, leaning closer to her ear with a teasing tone. For instance, a more unsettling gaze. Go away. Xing Yue was thoroughly incensed by his words and slapped his arm. Who wants you to look at me with a more unsettling gaze? Can't you just act normal for once? Normal? Lin Xing rubbed his arm where she hit him, feigning a pitiful expression. What is so abnormal about me? I've always been quite normal. I thought maybe my sister preferred a more special kind of gaze. Xing Yue felt an overwhelming urge to explode from frustration. Who prefers a special gaze? You were just doing this on purpose. You enjoy watching me make a fool of myself. Watching me get angry. Watching me. Her words faltered again. You are just mean-spirited. Lin Xing couldn't help but laugh at her exasperated expression. Then shall I stop looking? I won't look anymore, all right? He genuinely averted his gaze, looking elsewhere. I was merely captivated by how adorable my sister is. Xing Yue stole a glance at him, relieved to see he was indeed no longer staring. A strange feeling blossomed within her, almost akin to disappointment. No. She was not disappointed. She merely found it odd that this guy had suddenly become so obedient. Fine, she muttered, her voice still tiny but her tone significantly softened. Not looking his best. To avoid being sullied by your lewd gaze. After saying this, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. She didn't truly believe her own words. What sullied by his gaze? Just moments ago, when he had been staring at her, her heart was racing. This was ridiculous. Foolish brother. Foolish Xing Yue. What on earth was she thinking? It was all this bad brother's fault. Why had he become so proactive all of a sudden? Lin Xing, relieved that Xing Yue was no longer fixating on the gaze issue, secretly sighed in relief. This little girl's thoughts are as hard to decipher as searching for a needle in the ocean. But that's what makes it interesting. He cleared his throat and changed the subject. By the way, sister, earlier you mentioned there are zombies at the base gate. Yes. Xing Yue nodded, her tone returning to its usual coolness. Several figures meandered over, posing no significant threat. They spoke of a few zombies that seemed rather dull-witted. I instructed Hexiamen, Zhao Yu, and Liming to take care of it. Lin Xing furrowed her brow. Can they manage it? I hope they won't inadvertently attract more zombies. Xing Yue pouted. Who knows? In any case, let them give it a try. If they can't handle it, they must find a way. One cannot always rely on their brother. Can they? Lin Xing smiled lightly, unperturbed by the trouble. It's merely a concern for their capability to cope. Xing Yue huffed. If they can't manage, then let them learn a lesson. Otherwise, they continue to stir up trouble day after day. Lin Xing couldn't help but chuckle at her self-satisfied demeanor. This girl, truly, she holds a grudge. Just as he was about to speak, a commotion erupted at the base entrance. Help, someone, please. There are so many zombies. We can't hold them back. Run. Lin Xing and Xing Yue exchanged alarmed glances, their expressions shifting. Let us go check it out. Lin Xing grasped Xing Yue's hand and rushed toward the entrance. Upon reaching the door, they spotted Hexyamen, Zhao Yu, and Liming stumbling back in a state of disarray. Hexyamen's hair was disheveled, her clothing torn in several places, and her face smeared with blood, the source of which was uncertain. Zhao Yu's glasses hung askew on his nose, one lens cracked, adding a comical touch to his disheveled appearance. Liming fared worse. His black suit, seemingly scavenged from some other place, was tattered into strips, and he bore several gruesome claw marks. The gleaming katana in his hand was reduced to a mere half, its blade stained with dark, viscous blood. Upon seeing Lin Xing and Xing Yue, the trio rushed over as if they had spotted a savior. Scrambling towards them. Lin Xing, please save us. Hexyamen's voice trembled, breathless. There are so many zombies. We can't handle them. Zhao Yu adjusted his glasses and stammered. There are too many. We simply can't kill them all. Liming slumped to the ground, gasping for air, unable to utter a single word. Lin Xing observed their pitiful state, his brow furrowed. What happened? It said there were only a few zombies. Hexyamen, her voice still quivering, pointed outside the base. It started with just a few. But then suddenly, so many appeared. We didn't even have time to react. Zhao Yu added. Those zombies seemed to have come up from underground. Yes. Hexyamen nodded vigorously, as if recalling something. It was just like a magic trick. They just appeared. We couldn't cope at all. A whole horde is still rushing here. We had to call everyone over. Listening to their fragmented account, Lin Xing began to comprehend the situation. It seems these zombies utilized some special method to evade prior searches. Now they have launched a sudden attack, catching them off guard. Xing Yue regarded Hexyamen and the others with a cold snort. Useless. Unable to handle a few zombies, yet still daring to boast in front of me. Her gaze swept over the trio, her tone frigid. This time, I shall let you off lightly. Next time, if you prove equally inept. Do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Hexyamen and the others lowered their heads in shame, responding meekly. Brother, what should we do about this? Xing Yue turned to Lin Xing, her eyes questioning, although she was harsh with her words. She understood that this was not the time for blame. They needed to resolve the immediate crisis first. Lin Xing nodded. Leave it to me. He unsheathed the absolute cutter from his waist, his eyes sharpening with determination. You all step back. Hexyamen and the others felt as if a weight had been lifted and hurriedly retreated. Lin Xing inhaled deeply and slowly approached the base entrance. He was determined to discover what was peculiar about these zombies. Brother, come here for a moment. I have something to give you. Xing Yue suddenly beckoned him, her tone a stark contrast to her earlier reprimand. Soft and almost playful, Lin Xing was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. Just moments ago, she had exuded an air of regal authority. Now she had transformed into a docile little kitten. However, it was a rare occasion for his sister to call him over, and he felt a swell of happiness. A smile creeping upon his lips as he approached her eagerly. What is it, Xing Yue? What do you want to give me? Chapter 46. Two men in black. Xing Yue's gaze fluttered, seemingly avoiding Lin Xing's eyes. She raised her head slightly, stealing a glance at him before quickly lowering it again. Her eyes fixated on her toes, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her clothing. Lin Xing patiently waited, not rushing her, merely watching her with gentle eyes. Xing Yue took a deep breath, as if steeling herself. I have something for you. Oh, what is it? He intended to tease her a bit more, but upon seeing Xing Yue's cautious demeanor, he swallowed his words. Perhaps it was best not to provoke her further. Xing Yue fell silent, rummaging through her pocket before pulling out a small object, clutching it tightly in her hand. After a moment of hesitation, she extended it toward Lin Xing. Here, for you. What is this? He accepted the object, which resembled a pocket watch, weighing very little yet feeling surprisingly pleasant in his grasp. Don't ask so many questions. Xing Yue reached out, attempting to reclaim the item, but Lin Xing was prepared and evaded her grasp. Just keep it. I told you to accept it, so accept it. Whatever it is, he chuckled, tucking the watch into his pocket. And there's more, Xing Yue interjected, her expression somewhat uncomfortable. You must promise not to open it randomly. Do you hear me? Huh. Lin Xing was taken aback. Why not look inside? Is there a bomb hidden within? You're the bomb. Xing Yue stamped her foot in frustration. Just listen to me. Don't look. That's all. Otherwise. She twisted her fingers, struggling to conjure a threatening remark, ultimately resorting to a fierce declaration. Otherwise, you're in big trouble. He touched the watch in his pocket, pondering that it might indeed hold some significance. Nevertheless, since his sister forbade him from looking, he decided against it. After all, he cherished her belongings. He could always sneak a peek later. Suddenly, Xing Yue raised her head, standing on tiptoe, cradling Lin Xing's face in her hands. Before he could react, he felt a softness on his lips, accompanied by the unique fragrance of youth. Xing Yue pressed her lips against his. A fleeting yet fervent kiss, imbued with both urgency and reluctance. It was a spark that ignited his senses. Lin Xing's mind went blank. He was utterly stunned. His sister. Had she just kissed him of her own accord? What was happening? The rush of happiness was overwhelming, leaving him lightheaded, as if walking on clouds, the experience surreal. After the kiss, Xing Yue's cheeks flushed crimson, as if she had exhausted all her strength, her breath uneven. This is another gift. And also. Be careful, brother. Affection value 2, disruption value 1. With that, she turned and dashed back into the base, leaving Lin Xing standing there, dazed, touching his still warm lips in utter disbelief. His sister. Was she worried about him? Her initiative felt like a shot of adrenaline, filling him with vigor. A smile involuntarily spread across his face, revealing a foolish grin. Lin Xing chuckled and stepped out the door. To ensure victory, he even made 10 consecutive draws. Current affection and hatred value, 515 points, eligible for 10 consecutive draws. Acquired skills, sensation dulling, decayed flesh identification, tactical prediction, fire attribute resistance. Sensation dulling, isolates 30 of physical pain. Decayed flesh identification, identifies the shelf life of meat. Tactical prediction, foresees dangerous movements 10 seconds in advance. Fire attribute resistance, mitigates a certain degree of fire damage. Outside, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, not even a whisper of wind. He frowned, surveying the area. Where are all the zombies? Wasn't it said there were many? I can't even see a shadow. Lin Xing pressed on alone. Yet the stillness persisted, unsettlingly profound. Not even the rustling of leaves could be heard. The air felt as though it had been siphoned away, weighing heavily upon him. For reasons unknown, his eyelids grew increasingly heavy. As if laden with lead, too heavy to lift. He shook his head, attempting to shake off the drowsiness, but fatigue surged over him like a tidal wave, relentless in its advance. No way, am I really this tired? He rubbed his eyes, striving to clarify his surroundings, yet his vision began to blur, and his footing felt unsteady. Just a couple more steps. Bang! Before he could process what was happening, he toppled forward, collapsing onto the ground, motionless. At that moment, the warehouse door creaked open, pulled from within. Liming's face peeked through the crack, wearing an expression of uncontainable glee and slyness. Zhao Yu and Hexiamen trailed behind him, peering out with a conspiratorial air, their faces adorned with mischievous grins. Hey, what are you guys up to? Zhang Tingting and her fellow classmates, perplexed by the commotion, approached with furrowed brows. The gate was securely shut. Why would you open it? Close it immediately. What if a zombie rushes in? Indeed, Li Ming, what trickery are you up to now? Lu Shishir's expression mirrored her discontent, her tone laced with reproach. Li Ming cast a sideways glance at them, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, exuding an air of mischief. TSK, what's the rush? From now on, this place is no longer under your control. No sooner had he spoken than 2 men emerged from behind the warehouse door. Dressed in similar black combat uniforms, their faces bore cold expressions, their eyes radiating arrogance and disdain, an unspoken aura of menace cloaking them. From now on, we shall govern here, the man at the forefront spoke, his voice low yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Who are you? By what right do you command us? Instantly, a classmate shouted in defiance. By what right? The second man sneered, raising his hand as a bolt of lightning flickered into existence, dancing at his fingertips with a crackling sound. Why this? The surroundings fell into an immediate hush. The previously boisterous students quickly sealed their lips, their expression shifting. Zhao Yu and his companions had not ventured out to confront zombies. The blood on them was deliberately smeared. They had meticulously orchestrated this charade to enable Lin Xing to step outside. The zombies had long been eradicated by the 2 enigmatic men. One was robust and stern, with crackling electricity in his hand, while the other was shrouded in mystery, seemingly possessing the ability to silence the world around him, subtly incapacitating Lin Xing's consciousness. Under their influence, the environment became eerily tranquil. Even the slightest breeze vanished without a trace. The remaining individuals were but unsuspecting sheep, easily manipulated by others. Chapter 47. The young lady is quite spirited. Originally, Xing Yue, who had ventured deeper into the warehouse, was drawn by the unusual noise and approached the scene. What is going on? Why all the commotion? Her gaze swept over Li Ming and his group before landing on the two unfamiliar men. Her eyes reflecting scrutiny and wariness. Who are these two? Upon seeing Xingyue approach, Li Ming perked up, adopting a sarcastic tone. Oh, isn't this our little squad leader? It seems you must attend to everything. Don't you? Zhao Yu adjusted his glasses, chiming in with a sour tone. Indeed, I thought the squad leader only had her brother on her mind. He Xiaoman, though silent, stood with her arms crossed, a mocking smile gracing her lips. Her eyes filled with disdain. Little master, would you like to go back and take a nap? How about I sing you a lullaby? Ahaha. The moment Xingyue heard this, her temper flared. These rascals, given a bit of sunshine, blossom into mischief. After just a few days of peace, they're back to their antics. What are you all up to again? Xingyue's eyes turned icy, her tone frosty. I'm asking you a question. Who are these two? Who permitted you to let them in? Li Ming rolled his eyes, feigning nonchalance. Oh, squad leader, your words seem rather distant. What do you mean by let in? This base is no longer under your command. Indeed, Zhao Yu echoed. They are capable individuals, unlike some who only hide behind their brothers. He Xiaoman finally spoke, her tone dripping with provocation. Sister Xingyue, it's time you faced reality. Your brother is no longer here. What are you worth? Xingyue glared at the trio, her chest tightening with indignation. Oh, they truly believe they've grown wings and can challenge her. You all, just as Xingyue was about to explode. The man in front interrupted. Enough. He waved his hand dismissively, his tone flat. There is no need to waste words with them. From now on, we call the shots here. I trust there are no objections? He spread his palm, a dazzling bolt of electricity coalescing in his hand, crackling ominously. The crowd froze, their faces paling instantly. No one dared to utter a word, much less shake their heads, merely nodding mechanically like tamed sheep, fearing that a moment's hesitation would lead to being consumed by the terrifying lightning. Yet Xingyue, undeterred, stepped forward, her anger ablaze. Get out! Stop flaunting your power here. Leave. Bang. The blinding lightning erupted in the air with a deafening bang, like a silver serpent thrashing wildly in the man's palm. Yet Xingyue showed no fear. Instead, this display of bravado only fueled her fury. She surged forward, her petite figure radiating astonishing force, her beautiful eyes locked onto the man. Her gaze sharp enough to cut. I said, get out. Do you not understand human language? The man faltered under Xingyue's fierce demeanor, but soon his gaze burned hotter. He scrutinized Xingyue closely, her curves exquisite, her bosom full and upright, her waist slender, and her long legs elegantly straight. Her fair skin glowed softly in the dim light, akin to fine mutton-fat jade, delicate and alluring. Her exquisite face, currently etched with rage, only accentuated her fierceness and wildness. Such a combination would be hard to find anywhere in the world. Li Ming licked his lips, his gaze shamelessly roving over Xingyue, greed and desire evident in his eyes. Little sister, you have quite a fiery temper. Li Ming grinned, his tone flippant, but I like it that you're quite the catch. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Li Ming, and my companion is Yin Xiao. Follow me, and I assure you a life of luxury. In this apocalypse, a pretty girl deserves to enjoy herself. Wouldn't you agree? Xingyue seemed to have heard a joke, her lips curling into a derisive arc. A life of luxury, just because of you. She scanned Li Ming's relatively clean combat uniform, her tone dripping with disdain. That outfit of yours could easily be worn by any squad in the base. Couldn't it? How dare you boast? Li Ming was momentarily taken aback by her words, his smile faltering. Yet he swiftly regained his self-assured demeanor. Little sister, you have quite high standards, but I'm not one to rely on clothing for stature. He raised his hand, the electricity in his palm crackling more vigorously, a show of force. What I rely on is this. Do you understand? Strength. In this apocalypse, sheer force is the only truth. Strength? You call that little spark strength? You dare flaunt it before me? She scoffed, her eyes glancing dismissively at the lightning in Li Ming's hand, her contempt unmistakable. I expected something impressive. Is that it? It pales in comparison to a single spark from my brother. Oh, Li Ming was genuinely caught off guard this time that he hadn't anticipated this seemingly delicate girl would possess such a sharp tongue. Little sister, you've got quite the mouth. It seems you've never witnessed true power. He stepped closer to Xingyue, his tone chilling. Well then, let today open your eyes to what real strength is. I, Li Ming, may not possess many skills, but in this apocalypse, I can guarantee you a lifetime of safety. What say you? Become my woman, and you shall reign as the lady of this base. Whatever you desire, I shall provide. As he spoke, he advanced towards Xingyue, extending his hand as if to caress her cheek. Xing Yue wrinkled her nose in disgust, stepping back to evade Lei Ming's filthy hand. Who would want to be your woman? Dream on. Her gaze was as frigid as ice. And keep your filthy hands to yourself. Lei Ming's hand froze midair, his smile vanishing entirely, replaced by fury. He expected that, despite his efforts to lower himself to win her over, this girl would dare to reject him and even call him disgusting. Truly, she had no sense of propriety. His expression darkened, his eyes narrowing dangerously as he glared at Xingyue. Little sister, I advise you to think carefully before you speak. This apocalypse is not like before. It is not a place for you to act willfully. Following me will bring you nothing but benefits, not drawbacks. Benefits? Xingyue laughed derisively, as if she had heard the most absurd joke. What benefits are there in following you? To serve as your decorative vase? Or your bed warmer? You, of all people, dare to utter the word benefits? Just the sight of you makes me nauseous. Lei Ming's face darkened completely, resembling storm clouds before a tempest. Ominous and terrifying. Little girl, if you don't comply, I'll have to resort to force. With so many witnesses, you wouldn't want to lose face, would you? Xingyue sneered, utterly unafraid of Lei Ming's threat. Worthless. You talk too much. Chapter 48. Is that it? Worthless. Lei Ming, as if having his tail stepped on, instantly erupted. Little girl, who are you calling worthless? He roared, losing all pretense. His ferocity laid bare. I see you're asking for a drink instead of a meal. Lei Ming completely lost his patience, his gaze turning venomous and fierce. He abruptly raised his hand, the electricity at his fingertips surging violently, becoming blindingly bright. Since you are so unappreciative, do not blame me for being impolite. Today, I shall make you aware of the consequences of offending me. Thunder roared with a sinister grin, flicking his wrist as a thick bolt of lightning surged forth like a venomous serpent. Striking fiercely towards Xingyue, the air was rent with a piercing sound as the lightning coursed through, leaving a faint scent of charred flesh in its wake. The onlookers screamed in terror, hastily retreating to avoid the dreadful arc of electricity. Xingyue's gaze sharpened. Her petite frame burst forth with astonishing speed and agility, akin to that of a leopard. She leaned back abruptly, her body bending at a precarious angle, narrowly evading the electrified claws of thunder. My goodness, I'm terrified. Even she was taken aback, her heart pounding vigorously in that fleeting moment. Her reaction was purely instinctual. She hadn't thought. Her body had simply reacted. How did she dodge? She had no idea. A chilling sensation rushed from the soles of her feet to the nape of her neck, causing every hair on her body to stand on end. Ziyuyu, where are you? She instinctively blurted out. Her voice barely above a whisper, laced with unrecognized grievance and panic. Thunder paused, then erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the greatest joke. Huh? Ew. Is that what you call your brother? What is this? Little sister, have you finally remembered you have an older brother? Once his laughter subsided, a look of unabashed triumph glinted in his eyes. Unfortunately, calling for him is futile. Tell you the truth. That useless fool has already been dealt with by my brother. Yin Xiao, dealt with. Xingyue's head snapped up, her eyes ablaze with unrestrained fury and skepticism. Say that again? Dealt with. Who was dealt with? Are you jesting? Zhu, it could not possibly be dealt with by these two greasy individuals. She was the first to disbelieve. Though she often mocked her silly brother, she was acutely aware that he was no fool. He was formidable, extremely formidable, 1,000 times more so than these two knaves before her. TSK, little sister, you're still not giving up, Thunder scoffed, his expression dripping with disdain. When I say dealt with, I mean it.do you think your useless brother could turn the tides? He paused deliberately, leaning in closer. Perhaps he has already become a pile of rotten flesh, lying in some filthy gutter, feeding the zombies. TSK, how pitiful. You're talking nonsense. Xingyue could no longer contain herself, her voice sharp and resonant. The unique clarity of youth ringing through. You're spouting lies. My brother would never. He could never be dealt with by you. Absolutely impossible. What nonsense is this? Just because of these two, they dare claim to have dealt with her brother? Such arrogance, like a toad yawning. Who do they think they are? Do they even comprehend how powerful her brother is? Certainly not. These two fools. Oh, little firecracker, your temper is quite explosive. Thunder was amused by Xingyue's reaction. Far from being enraged, he found it even more entertaining. What? Don't believe me? Would you like me to take you to see? I guarantee you'll witness firsthand what a pitiful sight your formidable brother has become. My brother Yin Xiao's abilities are silent and unseen. Do you understand? He ensures that his victims die without even realizing it. Thunder was well aware of his brother Yin Xiao's prowess, though he lacked the high combat capabilities of Thunder himself. His skills in assassination were unparalleled. All he needed was to activate his ability, gaze at a person for 5 minutes in a quiet environment without interruption, and once that individual fell asleep, it would be their death, and it was a 100 certainty, with no other outcomes. Yin Xiao, what ability? A sense of dread surged within Xing Yue, yet she refused to relent. Silent and unseen, more like sneaky and underhanded. If you have the capability, come at me openly. What kind of hero resorts to such stealthy tactics? Hero. Thunder erupted into exaggerated laughter, as if he had heard the most absurd tale. Little sister, have you watched too many dramas? In this apocalyptic world, speak of heroes. Surviving is the ultimate goal. The means are irrelevant. What matters is the outcome. Do you understand? Besides, against the likes of you, who needs to fight openly? My brother's intervention is merely out of respect. Respect for you. Pa. Xing Yue spat on the ground, her face contorted with disgust. Who cares for your respect? Stop inflating your own importance. With your meager skills, you wouldn't even be worthy to carry my brother's shoes. She stood tall, glaring at Thunder without a hint of fear. Thunder thought this little girl would not cease her incessant chatter. It seemed the only way to silence her was with a shocking jolt. He contemplated as he prepared, a crackling sound erupting as a thicker stream of electricity danced at his fingertips, the blue light almost blinding. Little sister, so defiant. We shall see if you can maintain that bravado. Thunder sneered, flicking his wrist as the torrent of electricity surged relentlessly towards Xing Yue. The surrounding crowd screamed in terror, ducking for cover. He Xiaomin and her companions eagerly awaited Xing Yue's humiliation, relishing the thought of her being brought low. Let us see how you handle this. The electricity crackled against Xing Yue's form, engulfing her petite frame in a flash of blue light. Xing Yue. Zhang Tingting gasped, covering her eyes in fear, unable to bear witnessing the spectacle. Lu Shirshir turned ashen, gripping Zhang Tingting's arm tightly. However, before their screams could fade, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. As the electric light dissipated, Xing Yue stood unscathed, not a single hair singed, nor a trace of charred fabric to be seen. She blinked in bewilderment, tilting her head as if questioning what had just occurred. Huh? Is that all? Just this? Chapter 49. You've lost your mind. How? How is this possible? Thunder's voice wavered, tinged with a hint of panic. You're unharmed. This was his supernatural ability. An invincible electric attack had failed to affect this little girl in the slightest? What a joke. Xing Yue pouted, her expression one of utter disinterest. I asked at it. I expected something far more impressive. What a letdown. As she spoke, she stretched languidly, genuinely appearing bored. Thunder, utterly incensed by her nonchalant demeanor, felt his pride trampled into the dirt. You insolent girl. You seek death, Thunder bellowed. Losing all semblance of reason, since the electric shock proved ineffective, he would resort to brute force. He could not believe his luck, engaging in close combat. How could he not subdue a mere girl? He charged forward, fists swinging like a furious bull, aiming a devastating strike at Xing Yue's face. He Xiaomin and the others eagerly rubbed their hands, awaiting the sight of Xing Yue's bruised and battered form begging for mercy. Yet, in the next moment, their smiles froze. Xing Yue moved. Her form flickered, almost ghost-like, swiftly evading Thunder's punch. In an instant, before anyone could comprehend the situation, she was upon Thunder, her speed so swift it left behind only an afterimage. What? Thunder's pupils constricted, and before he could react, he felt a tremendous force strike him. Bang! A dull thud echoed. Thunder's vision darkened, his head ringing as if struck by a heavy hammer, plunging him into unconsciousness. Yet, he did not fall, for Xing Yue's hand had clamped down on his throat like a vice. In her eyes, once clear and innocent, now glimmered with a sinister red light, resembling a vengeful spirit from the depths of hell. Frigid, merciless, exuding an aura of chilling malevolence, the little girl who once appeared cute and proud was gone. She now resembled an enraged little leopard, baring her sharp fangs and claws. Cough. Thunder's throat was tightly constricted. Struggling to breathe, his face turning a deep shade of purple, he flailed helplessly, attempting to escape Xing Yue's iron grip, but it was utterly futile. Her hand was as unyielding as steel, remaining unmoved despite his frantic struggles. Blood gushed from Thunder's neck, staining Xing Yue's hand and the ground beneath them. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood. A profound silence enveloped the scene. All were stunned into silence by this sudden turn of events. Mouths agape, yet unable to utter a sound. He Xiaomin and her companions were paralyzed with fear, their faces pale and bodies rigid, as if ensnared by a spell. Who could have imagined that the little waste they had just mocked possessed such terrifying power? With a single strike, merely one strike, she had completely subdued the formidable Thunder, nearly taking his life. Is this still human? Xingyue's gaze remained frigid as she tightened her grip on Thunder, her resolve unyielding. Thunder's struggles grew feebler, his eyes rolling back as he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness. The worthless fool like you dares to be arrogant before me. Xingyue's voice was cold and piercing, devoid of any emotion, akin to a chilling wind that emanated from the depths of the underworld, sending shivers through one's very being. How dare you speak of resolving my brother's plight? Have you even taken a moment to reflect upon yourself? Do you think you are worthy? Her gaze swept over He Xiaoman and the others, her tone as frigid as the air around her. And you lot, who were so boisterous just moments ago. What has rendered you mute now? Lei Ming had already breathed his last. Xingyue glanced at the blood on her hands, then at the pool on the ground, and suddenly felt a dryness in her throat. How strange. Why would she feel thirsty? She shook her head, attempting to dispel this odd sensation. She must not drink blood. Absolutely not. Although it seemed there was nothing inherently wrong with it. Ugh, what was she thinking? Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to regain her composure. Now is not the time for such chaotic thoughts. There was also that one named Yin Xiao wasn't there. Without a moment's hesitation, she delivered a swift punch to his face, catching Yin Xiao completely off guard, sending him flying. Xingyue surveyed her surroundings, her voice as frigid as ever, betraying no hint of emotion. Yin Xiao, where is he? A trembling figure in the crowd pointed in a direction. Over there. He lies. You have already killed him. Following the direction indicated, Xingyue beheld a man sprawled lifelessly on the ground, motionless. Approaching him, she crouched down and reached out to check for breath. No sign of life. Dead. Just like that. TSK, how fragile. Xingyue smirked, rising to her feet and brushing off her hands as if shaking off dust. The two bothersome pests had been dealt with. Yet why did she still feel something was amiss? Furrowing her brow, she sensed something stirring within her, as if it longed to break free. What could it be? She couldn't quite articulate it, but it was a nagging sensation, a desire to destroy something. This was not right at all. Shaking her head vigorously, she sought clarity. Yet, the irritation only intensified, akin to countless ants crawling within her, making her feel utterly uncomfortable. Little master, are you all right? He Xiaoman's voice trembled, her unease palpable in the presence of Xingyue's formidable demeanor. Xingyue abruptly turned her head, her icy gaze locking onto He Xiaoman, startled by the intensity of her "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." She could feel the small figure curled up on her back, trembling gently. Are you cold? He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Not at all. Xingyue immediately retorted, her voice muffled from behind him, tinged with a hint of nasal congestion. Likely a result of her earlier tears, Lin Xing chuckled softly, choosing not to confront her stubbornness. Despite shivering like a leaf, she insisted on maintaining her facade. It was evident that once she calmed down, she recalled her actions and felt a pang of fear. Then why are you shaking? Who is shaking? Xingyue shifted on his back, as if to prove her point that she was indeed not cold. Her voice rising slightly in pitch. That's just from exercising earlier. My muscles are relaxing, understand? Understood. Lin Xing suppressed his laughter, playing along with her charade. Whatever you say, Xingyue, it's all just muscle relaxation. Xingyue huffed, falling silent, perhaps realizing the flimsy nature of her excuse, unable to continue. Brother Tim. Earlier, did you think I was frightening? Lin Xing paused for a moment, turning to face her so she could see his eyes. Xingyue, look at me, he said earnestly. You're not frightening at all. You're merely protecting yourself. Xingyue lifted her head, her eyes red and glistening with unshed tears, stubbornly holding them back. But I killed someone and drank your blood. Those people deserved it. Lin Xing replied calmly, his tone imbued with unwavering conviction that as for the blood, my blood is yours to drink as much as you wish. Xingyue bit her lip, falling silent, though the anxiety in her eyes seemed to dissipate somewhat. Brother. She suddenly called out again. What is it? Xingyue hesitated, biting her lip, wanting to ask if he felt any discomfort, if the wound on his neck hurt. Yet, the words stuck in her throat. Would he asking reveal how much she cared? How embarrassing. And what if he found out she had nearly lost control and almost drained him completely? It's nothing in the end. She swallowed her words, burying her face into Lin Xing's neck. Her voice was muffled, tinged with an emotion she herself was unaware of. Affection. Are you really all right? Lin Xing pressed, still a bit concerned. Actually, I wanted to say, brother, you smell quite nice. Lin Xing nearly choked on her words. Nice? What an odd descriptor. What kind of smell? He asked, amused. Xing Yue offered no reply, simply nuzzling against him like a kitten, murmuring softly, regardless, it smells really good. Lin Xing felt his heart skip a beat. Her words sounded oddly peculiar. Smelling good. Did she mean the smell of blood? The memory of her expression while drinking earlier surfaced in Lin Xing's mind, a mix of enjoyment and something else. A bizarre thought suddenly crossed his mind. Xing Yue's arms tightened around him, making it a struggle for him to breathe. Xing Yue, you're holding too tightly. Lin Xing turned his head slightly. Xing Yue squirmed on his back, her voice muffled. Who is holding too tightly? You read just too weak. Carrying someone and panting like this. Pathetic. After a pause, she muttered under her breath, almost inaudibly, don't let yourself faint while walking. Then I'll have to take care of you. How I wish to care for my brother. For a lifetime. Lin Xing didn't catch her words, puzzled. Xing Yue, what did you say? Nothing. Xing Yue immediately raised her voice, interrupting him fiercely. I asked if you could walk faster. You read dawdling like a snail. How long until we get home? All right, I'll walk faster. Lin Xing chuckled, quickening his pace, while Xing Yue obediently lay on his back, falling silent. Yet, her arms unconsciously tightened around him. She furrowed her brow in annoyance, grinding her back teeth. The sensation was truly intoxicating, especially the sin of her brother. No. She couldn't think further. If she did, she feared she would lose control again. Her breathing grew heavier, her warm breath brushing against his neck. Brother, I can't hold back. I'm sorry. Before she could finish her thought, her small, sharp teeth gently sank into his neck once more, this time deeper than before. Lin Xing's body stiffened momentarily but soon relaxed again. It's all right, Xing Yue, if you wish to drink. Go ahead. My blood is more than enough for you. Xing Yue, clinging tighter, trembled slightly without uttering a word. Her small head nestled against his neck, and then her lips approached. Beginning to suckle silently, soft, muffled, yet satisfied sounds escaped Xing Yue as she greedily drank, her small mouth enveloping him. The warm, slightly sweet, and metallic liquid flowed down her throat, bringing waves of warmth. It was as if the parched earth had finally received much-needed rain, or a famished beast had finally found sustenance. Xing Yue felt rejuvenated. The restlessness within her had finally found solace. As her lips finally parted from the delightful drink, she thought, brother's blood. So delicious. What if I want more? Can brother endure it? No, what am I thinking? Xing Yue quickly shook her head, attempting to dispel the frightening thought. Yet, it seemed inescapable. The warmth lingered in her stomach, a comfort that made her want to sigh. And her brother's scent was truly enchanting. Gulp. She couldn't help but swallow again, her tongue unconsciously licking her lips, her eyes drifting toward Lin Xing's neck. No, if this continues, I will. Lin Xing continued to carry her, slowly, step by step, towards home. Chapter 53. Anything is fine to eat. After a long and arduous journey, they finally returned home. The moment Lin Xing stepped inside, the tension in his body released. He collapsed onto the sofa like a noodle, utterly spent. Oh my. I'm truly at my wit's end. His lips were nearly as pale as the walls, weak and gasping for breath. Throughout the journey, he had run for dear life, managing to shake off the zombies. Yet, the blood he had lost was no small matter. So tired. And what of Xing Yue? Her cheeks were flushed, glistening with vitality, her skin so smooth it seemed to glow. Hey, you foolish brother, is this really necessary? Despite her sharp words, Xing Yue was swift in her actions, darting into the kitchen to rummage through cupboards. Lin Xing groaned weakly, his eyelids feeling heavy. You'd try being drained like this. Xing Yue pouted, muttering, who told you to be a bloodbag? Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, and Lin Xing, in his dazed state, couldn't quite catch it. What did you say? Xing Yue raised her voice, returning to her fierce demeanor. Nothing. I asked what you want to eat. Are you a starving ghost? Lin Xing managed a weak smile, wishing to laugh but lacking the energy. He simply closed his eyes, lethargically responding, anything but just something filling. Really? You have no standards at all. Xing Yue grumbled softly but continued her work, deftly tying on an apron and beginning to wash vegetables and cut meat. Soon, the kitchen was filled with the sounds of clanging and sizzling, the aroma of cooking wafting through the air. What else could it be? Clearly, she was preparing a meal for her dear brother. After all, she had just indulged in his blood and needed to replenish him properly. This was what? Sustainable development, sustainable blood consumption, a renewable resource, deserving of careful preservation. Yes, exactly that. Just think about it. She wouldn't care for anyone else's blood, filthy and unknown in taste. Only her brother's blood was sweet and delectable. Truly the finest delicacy. Humph, she was indeed lucky. Others would envy her for such an opportunity. As Lin Xing inhaled the delightful scents, he felt slightly more energized, yet still too weary to move, remaining sprawled on the sofa. His gaze fixed intently on the kitchen. Suddenly, Xing Yue popped her head out, a knife in hand, pointing the tip at Lin Xing with an accusatory tone. By the way, why were you running so fast earlier? The zombies couldn't catch up. Honestly, even drinking blood has become a challenge. Lin Xing was startled, coughing slightly as he hurried to explain. Coughed. It's not that I'm afraid of zombies. It's that I fear you. Losing control again, that he was genuinely fearful, worried that he might slow down midway, his legs giving way, ultimately abandoning their endeavor. What then would he do? Xing Yue's face flushed, and she spat in indignation. Nonsense. Who can't control themselves? I was merely concerned that you might walk too slowly and delay our return home for dinner. So I was just applying a bit of pressure. Who told you to be such a weakling? Dinner, is it? Lin Xing elongated his tone, casting a meaningful glance her way. Xing Yu felt a twinge of guilt under his gaze, her eyes wandering for a moment before she quickly shot him a glare. What are you staring at? What are you looking at? Is your eye twitching? Or is there something dirty on my face? Hurry up and get up to tidy up. Are you waiting for me to serve you? All right, I'll serve you. Lin Xing chuckled as he sat up. Although he still felt a bit weak, his spirits were evidently lifted. I truly believe our Xing Yu is remarkable. She can grace the hall, manage the kitchen, fend off zombies, and still whip up a delicious meal. Just as he was about to start gathering his belongings, Xing Yu interrupted. Forget it. You might as well continue lying down. Huh. Lin Xing was taken aback, perplexed by her sudden change of heart. Hadn't she just complained about the mess he was supposed to clean up? What do you mean? Huh? Are you deaf? With an exasperated eye roll, Xing Yu retorted. I said, you should just lie there obediently. With your frail physique, you wouldn't be of any help even if you got up. Better for you, the weakling, not to complicate things and let me handle it myself. Well, fine. I'll just lie here and rest a bit. Call me if you need anything. Lin Xing replied as he reclined back onto the sofa, stretching comfortably, yet his gaze remained fixed on the kitchen. Xing Yu huffed in response, ignoring him as she busied herself once more in the kitchen. However, this time, she murmured under her breath, though it was unclear to whom she was speaking. Honestly, stupid brother, always trying to show off. Even when he's in such poor shape, still wants to help. What a big fool. Her adorable yet sundry demeanor was simply irresistible. Although her voice was barely audible, it floated into Lin Xing's ears, warming his heart further. By the way, Xing Yu, what delicious dishes are you preparing today? I feel as if I can smell meat. Humph, all you think about is food, though Xing Yu feigned disdain. The spatula in her hand was wielded with even more enthusiasm. Rest assured, you won't starve. I guarantee you'll have your fill. Enough energy. Enough strength to work. He closed his eyes, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, contentedly savoring this rare moment of warmth. The sounds of pots and pans clanging in the kitchen filled the air, the aroma of cooking growing stronger. The delightful scent of the meal began to waft through the space, permeating the atmosphere with the essence of home. How wonderful it was. Before long, Xing Yu efficiently prepared several mouth-watering dishes, the aroma nothing short of overwhelming. The kitchen's fragrance exploded like a bomb, instantly saturating the entire room. Braised pork, sweet and sour pork, garlic broccoli, along with a steaming tomato and egg soup. A perfect balance of meat and vegetables, nutritious and visually enticing. She arranged the bowls and chopsticks with meticulous care, the dining table soon brimming with a lavish spread. Lin Xing, keenly perceptive, was already entranced by the delectable aroma. The moment he caught a whiff, he shot up from the sofa like a guided missile, rushing toward the dining table. Wow, Xing Yu, your culinary skills have truly improved. I could smell the deliciousness from afar. As he praised her, he eagerly pulled out a chair, ready to sit down. His eyes fixated on the glossy braised pork. Nearly drooling, he extended his chopsticks, just about to touch that shiny piece of meat, when suddenly, a voice interrupted him. Don't you dare touch that. Xing Yu was quick to act, deftly knocking his chopsticks away with her own. The force was enough to send a slight tingle through Lin Xing's hand. Ouch, he exclaimed, pulling back in pain, casting a pitiful look at Xing Yu. What's the deal, little sister? The dishes are on the table, and you won't let me eat. Xing Yu crossed her arms, tilting her chin slightly, letting out a huff. She glanced at Lin Xing's face, then quickly averted her gaze, her tone laced with a mix of pride and an unspoken sentiment. Who said you could eat? Did I allow you to touch it? But everything is set. Why not eat? Lin Xing replied, utterly baffled by her unpredictable mood. Xingyu sat in front of him, pointing at herself, then at Lin Xing, asserting, the food is made by me.